Did I miss the countdown? Oh, there's the countdown. Hey, I timed that perfectly. All right. After party. After the party is the after party. New audio to high definition. Do want to switch it? Don't switch to it. Wonder I should try that NVIDIA high definition audio in Discord. Oh, maybe all right. Let's go in this little Discord thing and thing. Um Public. Okay, cool. Let's share this to the Discord. Copy. Copy. Toby Maguire got bit by a spider, but see, me, it was a goat. I hope you see it in smoke. Hey, Buff was live yesterday. I missed it. I always miss his lives. And I swear it's not intentional. Last night I was listening to free will debates all night. Pretty much. I think I went in easy stream a couple times. But for the most part I was listening to debates that I've already listened to before. Just refreshing my memory. Possible worlds. What do you guys know of possible worlds? This is not the same. It's kind of like string theory, multiverse theory, but it's slightly different. It's not acknowledging that there are other possible worlds, but that if there were, or if there could be. Apathy, Legend of the Third Degree. What is that? A song? Is that a song or what? What is that? What is that? What's that? What's that? Let's read the Wikipedia. Possible worlds. Not possible words with these letters. Let's play some mini golf. A possible world is a complete and consistent way the world is or could have been. Possible worlds are widely used as a formal device in logic, philosophy, and linguistics in order to provide a semantics for intentional and modal logic. Their metaphysical status has been a subject of controversy in philosophy, with modal realists such as David Lewis arguing they are literally existing alternate realities, and others such as Robert Stolniker arguing that they are not. Possible worlds are one of the foundational concepts in modal and intentional logics. Formulas in these logics are used to represent statements about what might be true or what should be true, what one believes to be true, and so forth. So the modal argument for God is that if you had, what was it? If you had a possible world where God exists, and if a maximally great God um, has to exist in that possible world, then he has to exist in all the possible worlds if he's maximally great, which is a proof for God's existence. That if there's a possible world where God could exist and he's a maximally great God, then by being maximally great, he would exist, and he would be a requirement for that possible world, which means he must be a requirement for all of the possible worlds, which is a way to prove God's existence. I think it's the more boring of the arguments for God. It's not what I usually go to, but it works with logical, philosophical minded people because I think it touches on multiverse theory and string theory. But the problem is, if you're using that possible worlds argument, then you're giving in to the defense against the fine tuning argument, which I would argue is a better argument for God's existence. The multiverse idea was started to combat the fine tuning argument. We say this universe has almost infinite. It's such a high, it's 10 times 10 to the 120th power of variables that have to be met for the universe to exist. But they could say if there's infinite other universes, then there's other universes where the universe doesn't exist or where it's different. So where life doesn't exist. And maybe we're just one in a million universes where life does exist, which means that the fine tuning argument isn't as finely tuned as we think. You have any idea what I'm talking about, Daddy Joe?
If we're one in a million universes amongst infinite universes, though, that still means it's infinitely common. Wow.
Not yeah, well not yeah, right. You're right. If they say infinite universes and there's one in a million, right, then there's
I don't like any of that nonsense, dude.
me neither. I don't even believe there's physical infinites at all. I don't even think the universe is infinite. I think it ends somewhere. But
Who knows, man? I think it's cool. It's fascinating, but any knowledge we think we have, I think, is just pretending at this point, given how vast it is and shit.
so you don't think we could
And I
truly
mean,
know
just
anything?
given the genius design of our own solar system.
Well, I take the fine tuning argument farther and say the genius design of our eyeball. The variables that it takes to make a human eye work are as many as the
Yeah.
variables that it takes to have a life sustaining planet in the
It's
universe.
absolutely brilliant. Wow.
Absolutely brilliant. And we have 7 billion people, assuming most of them have two eyes. Sorry, stubborn one. He only has one eye. That's 14
Is
billion
that
working
true?
eyes. Yeah, he got one eyeball.
Oh, that's sick as hell, dude. Does
He's
he
like a
patch out?
pirate. He patches it up. He
He
does.
patched out?
He's patched
Damn.
out, boy.
That's fucking cool, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you want to, but yeah. One of those science YouTubers, or maybe just the slow mo guys, put up a super slow mo like macro of eyeballs, and it's so cool. It's like fluid in there, the way it moves as you look at different things.
It's like a little galaxy.
It's tremendous.
Yeah.
I don't like when they act like they know what animals are capable of seeing. Like dogs see black and white. Oh, really? Did they tell you? You know what I mean?
Bark once for color, bark two for black and white. Twice for.
How about the ocean, dude? That's a different universe if you ask me. Deep ocean?
At least a different planet. It's like a whole nother planet. Yeah. That's why it blows my
Hello,
mind.
guys.
Hello. It blows my mind
What
that
do you
we're
think's
talking about
down there?
colonizing Mars, but we can't even build domes on the bottom of the ocean. We can't even go explore the ocean, but we're trying to explore Mars.
The deep ocean is like almost just as harsh an environment as space is.
I think it's worse. I think hundreds of thousands of psi all around you is better than vacuum all around you.
It's insurmountable, the pressure down there.
I think it's easier to build something that you can pump oxygen into that would sustain in space than
Oh,
underwater.
yeah, definitely. For sure, ski. With space, distance is the main
You can
obstacle.
in space, if you are out of your spacesuit, you could survive for like 3 seconds. If your sub implodes in dang Marianas Trench, you won't survive zero point 0.5 of a second. You'll be dead before your consciousness even realizes that it's happening. That's deep.
No, I was just I learned recently about a like nearby star. I was watching a video about what the hottest something could be. Turns out 1.41 times 10 to the 32 power Kelvin is the hottest they can theorize something being. Beyond that, they don't know what happens. Anyways,
They
there's
say
like a
what do
nearby.
they say? That's what the sun is or something?
No, that's like I think that might be hotter than anything we know of. But like we can create that in like a proton or like a whatever that collider is. We can create it on Earth, but for so brief a time that it doesn't matter. But like I think the stat was if you were to heat that up, heat the head of a nail that hot on Earth, it would like kill everything within 10,000 miles or something in a
Yeah, it would
circle around it.
like burn a chunk out of the earth.
But he was
Have you guys seen the new what are the oh my gosh, the machine where you burn your eyes, Josh? What is the name of that machine?
LASIK?
welder.
The
Oh,
welder. Yeah, but have you guys seen the laser one?
laser
Like a
welders?
plasma cutter.
Plasma?
Yes,
I've seen plasma
they're
cutter.
so crazy. I was looking at him and I was like, whoa, we're living in the future.
I think
Yeah,
you're
it's
I
Have
wild.
think
you
I think you're talking about a plasma cutter. I don't think they're used for welding.
Yeah, they're
no,
used for
they're
cutting.
called they're for welding, but they're laser. They're not plasma, they're laser.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know if I've
Look it
seen those.
I
up. It's
haven't.
really cool.
I haven't seen laser welding, but yeah, they've got crazy technology now. Have you seen the thing
Yeah,
that'll like clean rust off of something and it like makes noise like
exactly. Exactly. Like if you would they did this experiment where they had this it
Well,
was
that's a
this
laser.
infrastructure.
That's like LASIK. LASIK eye surgery. They use a
It
laser.
will
no,
yes,
dude.
it will take people like I think it was cleaning up this thing off like the rust of this thing like I think it was like 3 days. And with these laser ones, it only took them 3 freaking minutes to do it.
Huh. Yeah, well, the satellites got laser beams on their freaking heads. They're about to
You
lay.
know, there I did this research on like why lasers, like what is that laser, right? Like after that I was like, what's a laser, you know? And you know what lasers are actually red or like they have this bright color?
Uh,
No?
yeah, sometimes they're green. A lot of, or they could be any color, but yeah, usually
No,
they're red.
yeah, like a vibrant color, but it has to do with the atoms. Like the atoms are actually like supercharging of power, and that's what makes them
Yeah,
look either green or
it has
it's
to do
really
with the.
cool.
It has to do with the frequency. The red being the first on the color scale. It's the and then the infrared frequencies. They're either looser or denser. I forget. I think they're looser, which makes them easier to turn into lasers, something like that.
It goes into like waves, basically.
I think they're longer wavelength.
Right.
That's how James Webb sees in infrared, I believe.
Yeah, there's ultraviolet and infrared, and then there's red, orange, yellow. So red is the longest wavelengths, whereas your violets will have much more condensed wavelengths. Did you see Terrence Howard round two with Weinstein, where he basically
No,
said it was all bullshit? That he was saying?
I could believe that.
Yeah. But also when what is it, Eric Weinstein, when he's talking, I don't know that anything he's saying's real. He could just be making shit up.
Right. Well, in science, who the hell knows? Because science, the
Well, in that
whole
high level math and stuff where you're doing P equals possibility. In philosophy, they do this too. That's where they lose me with philosophy, when they start putting damn algebra in it. But P equals G radius, lambda, bracket, big bracket, and they take up a whole dang chalkboard. Like, I came up with a theory of everything. And yeah, who can like tell you you're wrong?
Well, that's the thing. The objective of science is to like disprove itself almost. So you can never be sure. Like the stuff they thought 10 years ago in some cases is batshit crazy now, you know? Like
Yeah.
it's never done. Learning stuff is never done. So they could be wrong about a lot of things that now is presented almost as fact.
Yeah, because people now believe more in science than like common sense.
And I don't own a single microscope, so who am I to argue, you know what I mean?
Right. I've looked through microscopes and I've seen like protozoas, and you identify the, what are they called, the flagellum or whatever, and the legs on it are called something, and you see the nucleus and all this other crap, but you can watch them divide, but you can't see no DNA in a microscope.
You can't?
We have talked about this.
Are you sure you can't?
You can't. I looked it up, and I pulled up. Scientists show DNA under a microscope,
It's a code.
and it's not. It's a
code.
computer. It's a computer program they made up. It says, "Well, we can't actually show you this, but we saw it, and this is what they're doing."
How can they find you? How can they find you then?
How can they find you?
Yeah,
That's
like
true.
if I leave,
There's
like if
proteins.
I leave
There's proteins and alleles, and there's markers in our blood and in our hair, in our DNA.
What are the markers? What are the markers?
What if it's just what if it's just that I touched something?
But they have to
And
have
just a
you in a.
particle of my atom went in there with my DNA, and they were able to find me. How would you explain that?
You would be in a
How do you
record.
explain it?
How they already got your DNA? They already got these markers that identify you. It's like if you leave a fingerprint.
The markers, okay. Why are you just calling DNA these markers? It's DNA.
I know it's just a language
Because-
thing, but you have
because it's not-
something that identify you.
I'm a double helix denier. I don't think this is the nature of existence and what we come from that composes us. I think it's more about our soul, and it's a spiritual level. That DNA is not the God molecule, or like they worship
DNA
it.
isn't the God molecule.
They worship it, and there's symbolism in it. It's dang two snakes. It's the double snake. Medical industry uses it too. It's
Snake, Josh.
it's a damn Illuminati symbol.
It's a staff that can turn into a snake.
I believe we have
Right.
identifiers in our blood and in our hair, and you can call that DNA.
Yeah, it's called DNA, Playboy.
I'm fine with that.
Exactly.
But
That's why.
the
That's
theories
why,
are
like,
always a
people
little
who are
hyperbolic.
related are alike.
Like if I say pandas aren't real, I don't mean all pandas. I just mean the ones that are in the zoos that they ship over from China and have to do this big deal to get pandas shipped over.
Those
These
are real ass pandas.
those
What
are
you
damn
talking
robot
about?
pandas.
It's called panda diplomacy.
Freaking China.
Pandas are bullshit, though. I do not support the panda. I do not support the cheetah.
The
I do not
koala.
support the goose. No, koalas suck too.
How about
Their own shit.
how about
It's
the
adorable.
If they all went extinct tomorrow, I'd throw a party.
So anyway,
God,
they can't find you with that DNA without already having you in a system. They get this spit, and then they can
No,
identify stuff
they
that's
can-
in your spit.
No, they can find you if they have DNA of your cousin.
That's true.
They could find your cousin and then ask your cousin and talk to your cousin.
No, they can find you off your cousin. That's how they caught the East Area rapist, dude. The Golden State Killer.
Then they have to go interrogate the cousin.
No.
And the cousin said, "Well, I do got this weird brother. I got this weird cousin. He probably sounds like he would do that type of thing."
They found a close match to his DNA in this dude that what turned out to be maybe his cousin, something like that. like cousin adjacent,
Right.
and
And then what
they
happened?
use beyond that they just use situational knowledge that this guy lived in the area of all these attacks occurring. It's a fascinating
Oh, you're
story.
talking
Exactly.
coworker.
He's
So
a
they
former he's a former cop, and he would like
no, he's
break
not
into
talking
women's
about.
homes
Oh,
Floor, we're
prior
not always talking
to
about
the
Briar
crime.
Kohlberger. I know you're obsessed
I'm
with him, but
sorry. I get excited about the men. I apologize.
Yeah, dude, this is the East Area rapist. He was a cop at the time, I think. He shot a
um,
cop too in one of the
but
attacks. He would break into the house prior and set up like rope and stuff to like detain
you're proving
people, and
my
then he would
point.
rape women.
You're proving
I
my
ain't proving your
point
point.
that
They found his cousin. They found him.
but there's a
Dude.
database. There's the Beast, which is the system which has
Database,
us.
boy.
It has our
A
social
database of
security
what?
numbers. It has where we live. Now it monitors us with our cell
No,
phones. And so they do the
no.
DNA and it pulls up this cousin who's in the system already. And they say he lives really far away. He couldn't be responsible for this. But his family, since we have family databases, we know who his family is through his social media and stuff like that. We can track that to these family members. He has this one cousin that lives in this area, and then we track that guy through social media
No,
and
they
other
didn't. They
databases.
compared the cousin's genetic profile to the genetic profile of like semen or skin cells found on the scene. They didn't. It had nothing to do with like a social media profile. It was
They would have had to have found his cousin
body
some way
fluids.
other. You said they triangulated the
Yeah, it was
position, and then
it was an ancestry service. So they used his
exactly.
DNA.
That's my
They
point.
used no, they used his DNA,
That's the damn Mormons. That means
but they
what he
used his.
did is he sent his DNA into a genetic record database, which is the Mormon Church, which has a vault in the mountains filled with
So his spit was able to identify that his close relative was the person that was committing these crimes,
right, but it wasn't
and that
through
it wasn't
figuring
DNA.
out this protein allele alignment. It was through using records and databases off of stuff that we've already gathered.
Yeah, bodily fluids that they gathered.
Right, because we're giving bodily fluids to people. So they're doing
Okay,
basically
but
just a bodily
why
fluid
are you
test.
straw manning? We're arguing if DNA exists, and you're talking about that they're using a profile, a DNA profile.
Yes, but I'm saying it's not. All I'm saying is people worship it too much. It's just a dang spit
I've
test.
never encountered one DNA worshiper my whole life.
You got DNA cells in your body. You met them, you just don't know that they're there. It's a secret cult.
Apparently
No,
that's
I think
fun.
the only
Apparently
thing
that's
there
fun.
is white people that want to be interesting, so they test themselves and they're like, "Oh, I'm actually 4% North African." It's like, shut the fuck up. You're white.
23andMe, yes, Ancestry.
I've seen that.
The Mormons helped start 23andMe too, and then they sold it to a guy that helps fund the church. So they still really do run it. Just they didn't want to be connected to it.
Bro, the
They got
Mormons can
tunnels
touch his
too. They got tunnels
hand.
and vaults like a mug up here.
I'm not letting the Mormons get close, is all I'm talking about.
They probably got dang tunnels to Agartha.
The hell's Agartha, dude?
See, chat knows what I'm talking about. Everything is a lie, so we're all a lie. Seasal agrees. She doesn't believe in DNA. Dean says DNA could be a rabbit hole. It is a rabbit hole, Dean. See, I'm on the right track with this.
Bro, I just messaged my this dude on Snapchat, and it suggested a Bitmoji, his Bitmoji, my Bitmoji under a rainbow. That's crazy.
But let's get back on track. What do you think of
Snapchat just called me gay.
What do you think of possible worlds, Buff?
Is Buff here?
He's here. I think he's hooking his stuff up.
Oh. Hi, Buff.
We can't hear you or see you, Buff.
Oh, give me that buff.
I hear it like you're far away. I heard you just say hello there. Hello.
Give me
there.
that buff.
Buff, why don't you glaze me like you glaze Easy? Man, this is really great what you got going here, and I wish you all.
Yes, Bob, you did that whole sucking
You a little suck up. like 8
Hey,
times.
JS,
Every time Buff's
JS,
drinking, and every time it comes back to Buff, it's like, man, I really like you. We got off to a bad start, but I really like you, man. And this is really great what you got. Every time it came to you.
JS,
What? You know when drunk people
are
start
you
repeating the same thing over? You were doing that, Buff.
are you familiar with the sketch news?
The sketch news. No, I'm not.
Are you familiar with the sketch, the streamer guy?
The sketch. What is the sketch?
He's not the sketch. He's called Sketch,
The
and he's a
sports.
streamer.
He talks about sports.
Sketch.
Yeah, and he plays Madden.
Yeah, he was a big thing. He was in. I don't know anything about him, but yeah, he was a big story for a little while there.
I think you'd find him very funny because, like, I don't know, he's super lovable personality and all, and I think it's a character. Like, he pretends he has Tourette's and stuff, so his face is always doing cool stuff. But anyways, it's allegedly been leaked that he's a former gay OnlyFans creator, which is like insane.
Well, I don't know anything about all that, but I do know that a lot of these people that are that are. I don't want to talk about gossip stories that may or may not be true, but I don't know anything about that. But I do know a lot of these TikTokers and stuff. They start so like Ethan Klein and like maybe the sketch guy. They do things on stream with their face, and they go with like the Tourette joke, and it's kind of like a joke they're doing or like something they're doing because it's funny.
Right?
But
It
it ends
becomes
up,
real.
yeah, it becomes real, and they get stuck doing it.
I've done that to myself with stutters before. When Black Youngster came out,
I don't know about Black Youngster either. You're below my age.
he's
You're
a
losing me.
rapper from Memphis, and he's like, I'm the gangster that ever do this shit.
And you stutter on purpose. And then when you talk to him in real
Nah, he
life at an
didn't.
interview, he actually sounds like a tard. He's like,
Right. I started doing it.
what's up, C-Sal?
They trick themselves into thinking that's how they fucking actually talk.
Now
Bruh,
you're obvious.
I'm expecting at least 5 compliments from Buff tonight. I'm expecting, oh, Josh, this is great what you're doing. Josh, I
Yes.
really love this show. Josh, I appreciate that you really put a lot of thought into your shows and you bring in topics of conversation. Buff, you know how many hours you've streamed with Josh? Are you tracking how many months we've been listening to you? Where are all the compliments, huh?
Exactly. You're just a dick
Where
to
are
Josh.
our compliments?
Yeah?
I need my
Freaking-
words of assurance.
Of affirmation.
Reformation.
Of affirmation.
Yeah.
These people are ungrateful, bruh.
Words of affirmation is my love language,
Yeah.
Buff.
Wow, Buff. What the heck?
Nice hair?
There you go. Okay, that's one.
That's a
It's
start.
because the speakeasy is half black.
7 to
It's
go.
because the speakeasy is half black.
Yeah, exactly. His hidden racism is coming through. Buff's hidden racism.
Man, I have a
Just 'cause
great
he's
comment
white?
for that.
Yeah,
And that will come out as vulgar.
No, I was listening the
Dang.
other night while Buff was on there, and I was listening like all night. And every time it came back to Buff, he's just like, "Man, this is really great." You know, when we met at first, telling the story every time. When we met at first, it was a little rough, but you know, I really like you now, and I
But
really
this is
like.
awesome.
And I'm like, dude, every time it
Man,
comes,
you're the bee's knees.
And you
Pretty
barely
fly for a
met
white
him,
guy.
Buff.
I don't know. What are you on in here?
it's all right, Buff. We're just
Check
messing
it in
with
and
you.
say hello.
What's up, Buff?
Hi.
I like Buff because he's like the other opinion, but he doesn't get all crazy with it and just start yelling over people. And yeah,
You gotta have room to meet compromises on topics, man. You gotta be able to have a conversation about shit.
I love that. I just don't like when haters come in being trolls and are saying a bunch of nasty stuff in chat, or they just jump in and they just want to yell over you. But I would
Josh,
love for
but
people
you know
who
what?
disagree to.
I figure it out because I never been into somebody else's panel until last week. But you know what, Josh? You're not the only one. that one or two that are crazy. Like in a Speak Easy show, this dude
Oh, I know
jumped
that.
in and he just started saying crazy stuff, and that's fine. You got your stalker, you got your. I think we could just say the stalker. Then we don't really have other negative people in there. You should feel flattered that somebody is
The
obsessed with you.
lurkers.
Honestly,
That you have a stalker that follows
yes.
you around.
He follows you around. Like Josh comes into a new panel, like he hasn't been there, whatever, and then suddenly he's there too. Like, ah, bro, that's gay. That's gay.
That's a self-esteem boost.
Are you
That's
talking
funny.
about
He's
the
just mad that Josh is taller than him.
Oh, I have a question, Flor. When you get to the United States, when you get to Utah, are you guys really gonna cut Josh's
Make a
hair off,
baby?
or
Oh.
is that not gonna hopefully make a baby, but or the haircut, or is that planned or no?
Yeah, we're doing. I've been trying to convince him to do it before, but now we're a week away, so I guess I'm gonna be there.
No, that would be an amazing live stream, or like a
Live.
special,
No,
like a
I just
special
want
Yeah.
video or
I
something.
want
That'd
you
be
to
cool.
hold the camera and record it, and we'll go to a little barber shop. And
Nice.
I'm
I gotta
just.
go find one, and I gotta ask him beforehand if it's okay if we record in there.
I'm just gonna wait until he falls asleep, and then I'm just gonna record it for
No,
you guys. I'm gonna
that would
make a
be
whole
lame.
video so Josh can upload it, and I'm just gonna cut his dreads while he's asleep.
But she's worried. She wants me to do it beforehand because she's worried my hair is gonna look weird when she gets here, or when it's cut, it's gonna look weird.
Yeah, that's like you asked. Okay, no, that's too personal. That's too personal. That's too personal.
So
Yeah,
then,
how short? I don't understand. So when you cut off dreads, do you have to shave everything like completely, or how does that work?
if I had been tightening them, like tightening them to the base
Go have
for
about it.
for a long time, I'd have to probably shave them off. But I could probably just cut them off and leave some extra hair, and then what? Because I haven't done like tightening and maintenance in
The
like
bottom ain't twisted.
the base. It grows in loose, and plus they'll fall out, and then there's new growth that I haven't. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take all that new growth and crochet it or twist it into the dreads
Yeah,
as they're
yeah.
growing, but I haven't been doing that. So I have a lot of just like growing hair.
Loose hair.
Yeah.
Word.
When I wake up, all the loose hair is like poofed out and the dreads are hanging
Got to
down.
measure from the base.
So I have enough hair
So
that we could cut them off like an inch, and then they could wash and condition my hair, and then
and you could still have like a normal looking hairstyle.
yeah. It's just gonna be
That's
thin
gonna be
and
I
so
don't
weird.
know.
it's gonna be
I don't
thin.
know.
It's gonna be thin in some areas, and there's gonna be some weird calyx for a little while, where the hair is used to being clustered.
Right.
When I'm planning to go there July, so I guess you and then December. So July we're gonna see that transformation of your crazy hair, and then December should be pretty normal. What hairstyle are you thinking on getting?
Just like a fade with it a little longer on the top, and so I could kind of
Faux hawk.
comb it to the
Josh,
side.
I think that you would look so hot if you if you use one of those hairstyles from the 50s. Oh my gosh.
from
That's
the
so
50s.
hilarious. I've been hearing Flor say that Josh looks so hot and so handsome for like nonstop the past 3 months.
I know.
In the
Cut it
chat.
out. It's weird.
In the chat and on the Discord, I'm like, damn, I need freaking. I'm gonna tell my husband, can you like compliment me 3 times a day, like Flor?
The thing is, I'm a
Exactly,
man.
Josh.
I don't need that. I don't even want that. It's weird to me.
Okay, you see how you are? If I don't compliment you, why, you white. If I compliment you, why, you white. So I'm just gonna compliment you. You would look so hot if you were one of those hairstyles from the 50s. I'm
I've
telling
never
you.
whined in my life.
Oh my gosh, I
Oh,
have a few
oh,
like just
no.
Mhm.
Flor, I know what you mean. Like those Italian mobsters, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
With the
my
short hair on the
gosh.
side and a little bit longer on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. I'm all going to Pinterest. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna Pinterest pictures. Let me see if you like this, Flor.
Send that out to me, girl. I'm gonna send it out to him afterwards.
This
There's
guy,
some options.
this guy at my work had his hair cut recently, and I asked him, I was like, "Where'd you get your hair cut?" Because that's kind of basically what I want to do, as a tight fade from like a 1 to a 2 to a 3, and then leave it a little longer on the top and the front, so I can comb it, and it'll cover up the spots, a little extra length up there. And then I got the
Oh,
dang,
I meant to
geez.
ask you
I got the
that.
dang
What
hymns to thicken it
hairstyle?
up, and I was worried because I heard the minoxidil slows your brain, but then I also read the minoxidil helps your brain. So
Don't do it. Don't do that stuff. That's
yeah,
nasty stuff.
Daddy Job, show your hairstyle.
we'll see. We'll
That's
cut it.
boring. Don't do anything like that, Josh. That's just
Yeah, no,
boring.
don't get Daddy Job's haircut.
So that's what I used
Yeah,
to do when I
don't.
was in jail. Is just a 2 all the way around.
We're just kidding, Daddy Job. It looks good on
no,
you.
no disrespect. It's
Dude,
so
no disrespect is always preceded by disrespect.
it's because
Fuck
it's so
y'all, dude.
one
Well,
layer. Like why isn't it a little shorter on the sides?
no,
Like
but the
You
thing
don't
is,
need
Daddy Job
drugs.
head
Oh,
is
you
like
mean the?
oval, right? And Josh hair is like a square. I mean, Josh. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm exhausted. Let's do
I
this
haven't
again.
taken it yet, Matthew. I got it, but I haven't taken it yet. But
Josh, your face is
I've been looking
a
into it.
square shaped. It will look so good with like. Oh, I'm gonna send you pictures. I think you're gonna look amazing.
Look, Daddy Job hair look good.
See my grays?
Daddy Job looks like he just straight up came out of prison. Okay,
You got
so
grays?
I
no.
might have, dude. I might have did a
Look
quick
like.
bid.
He might have did a quick bid. You don't know,
He looks
bro.
like he
Who
has
ran the
class in the
phones? Who ran the
morning.
yard? Who had the biggest locker?
We get ghetto
Listen,
so quick.
guys,
If you took me and Joey in
there's
any hood, we'd be straight. Like we'd start speaking the lingo. We'd be like,
you're
"What up?"
not the
Dude.
hood, Josh. This is not the hood,
I am the
okay?
You
hood.
don't have to be hood. You don't have to be hood to be
No, oh
get
my
respect in
God.
the hood, dude. You don't have to be hood to get respect
I
in the
am
hood.
the hood.
Everybody knows that.
I run the
Okay,
hood.
Mr. Hood, you're not gonna get a haircut like that. We're gonna get to like there is nothing more attractive for us women than seeing a
I
man
know.
with a
It's so
good
lame, chat.
hairstyle.
It's so lame, chat.
My hair was
Okay.
at its perfect length. I just cut it because for function, like, you know, do a quick 4 around my whole head. We're
You
good to
do look
go.
more serious though, Daddy Job. Like with the long hair, it make you look like a kid still. Now you look like a lot more serious.
I am serious. I dropped out of 5th grade in recess, dude. They're playing too many games.
And don't call me Sean.
Okay, Mr. Gangster, I'm just saying.
See, I don't like this where it looks more like a mohawk. But yeah,
I'll
a,
faux
a
hawk
low a
out,
low
dude. I like
fade.
to
You keep
faux
the
hawk
fade.
out.
You get the fade starting kind of low because I don't want it to look too much like a damn pixie cut mohawk like this guy look gay.
I usually do a bit of a spike.
A
I'll do a
spike.
spike, dude.
You have no hair.
You think
to
I
do a
don't do a
spike.
spike? I know. Because I cut it all off. You got to cut it all off on occasion.
That's the cheap way to.
Hold on, Josh. I'm gonna send you
That's
a
the
few
problem right
ideas
there.
that I
That's the
think
problem
will
right
look
there.
amazing.
If I cut my hair, then
Once
I
you
gotta
cut
start
it,
cutting my hair every
yeah,
damn
all right.
month.
You're a guy who cuts his hair now.
I'm just committed to $15 to $20 every month of new bill, or I gotta
Nah,
just
I
shave
mean
it
you can cut
myself.
your own hair. Yeah, you can
No,
cut your own
Josh.
hair.
I can't cut it the way I can't do a fade on myself where it looks good. I like it.
I bet over time you could. Not barber style.
Yeah,
What
but
about
during
the float?
Past-
I'm sending you a picture.
that practice
Okay,
time, it's like, what the?
I can fade someone else's hair pretty good.
See, the problem
That
is with
doesn't
some
even
of these
matter.
hairstyles, it ain't gonna look like that unless you're putting product in it and blow drying it every morning, which is not something I'm gonna do ever. That's not gonna happen.
False.
Ever.
Your hair won't stay what it is when it's wet. Like I just get out of the shower, do something to my hair, and it'll stay that way for the most part.
If you train it that way, yeah. But yeah, I'm not the
Whoa,
guy that's
dude.
gonna be like in the mirror putting product in my hair and like
No,
blow
never.
drying and combing. I can't do that. It's not me.
I use
Oh my
lotion on
gosh.
occasion. That's it. You can't have a cosmetic regimen as a man.
Right.
You don't want to let your soul glow?
Not if you were
Just let it
raised
shine
right.
through?
Dude, you're black. Your soul glows just
I'm gonna miss
waking up.
liberals telling me to wash my hair because that's like the only roast they have. Wash your hair. And then I tell them I'm half black and this is my culture, so I think you're a racist.
Yeah, dude, shut that shit down. Or hit them with your dread. Make a good damn bludgeon. You should
Nah,
do something with them.
I can start
furniture.
I could start doing jujitsu or fighting. Because the dreads are a big deterrence against getting in fights with people because they want to
Hell yeah, dude.
they want to
Got full
grab your
control.
dreads. They have like an extra appendage that's lifeless that they can just grab onto and control your head.
And it's hardy too. It's not like grabbing
Yeah,
a few
it's a
strands
good
of hair.
It's a good
That's
grip.
a rope.
If I got in a fight with a guy with long dreadlocks, I don't think I could resist grabbing his hair. Even though it's kind of gay, it's kind
Right.
of a bitch move, but
No, I would avoid it unless I start losing. 'Cause you can't just be losing.
yeah, and I
Gotta do
can't
what you
like
gotta do.
be on top of you and controlling you and you just have this giant thing to grab onto on the back of my head.
Right.
Like
Josh, it's not like you get those encounters a lot, you know?
well, we're gonna once we cut the
That's
dreads
because
off.
he has dreads, dude. Once he cuts some things off, he's gonna be out here aggressive. He's gonna be Deboing fools.
Then just don't be aggressive.
No, we're gonna be
Nah,
starting.
sometimes
We're gonna be
you
starting
gotta
fights.
poke somebody out just to see if it's still in you.
What about a mullet?
He used to have a
I'm
mullet.
mulleted out.
God, Cecil, don't.
He used to have.
I'm gonna send you this
Don't
mullet.
even bring that up.
I'm not into the
I'm
mullet.
sending you.
I'm not into the mullet.
You could do the Viking reverse mullet where it's like long and flowing in the front and then cut tight on the back.
I had that when I was in middle school in my emo phase. I had long
That's a
bangs and the
sick
rest of my
style.
head was shaved.
That's a sick style.
I wanted it because
Oh
I
my-
had like an anime character that I imagined as myself. And he had like
Oh.
a shaved head, but he had long blue
Dude.
bangs. And so I wanted to
Anime
have.
characters have the thickest hair.
I
I'm
know.
sick of
I
that.
wanted to be a damn anime character.
You can't have anime character hair.
Why
Oh
not?
my gosh, Cecil, what the heck did you send me? No way.
Unless you really style
No way.
I thought you sent me
Josh,
pictures.
I just sent you pictures, and this is exactly how I see you. This is exactly how I see it. You should get those haircuts. You will look so good because your face is square.
Right, but wait. The problem is
Pat,
with
you
that.
said you got a block head.
So what I have to do is I have to have a tighter fade on the sides. I can't have the long hair on the sides because my hair doesn't grow like that. My hair will poof out. If the hair on the sides is long, and I'm not going to do the combing it back and walking around combing it all the time.
Oh
So-
my gosh, with a toothpick on your mouth and combing your hair.
Bro,
Can't
you
get any
cannot
more
rock
She's
American
sending me
than
like
that.
James Dean
Kid-
pictures, like
Right.
That's
Are you
how
gonna
I
buy
see you.
Harley
What do you want me to
Davidson
do?
and another-
like Frank Sinatra pictures. Like I'm gonna have a 80s Frank Sinatra
Oh
do,
my
and I'm just gonna
God.
walk around
Let
with
me
a comb.
live my fantasy, Josh. Don't be like that.
No.
Bro, if you rock a toothpick unironically and I hear about it, you'll never live it down.
I will send you a picture.
I did eat a
This is
sucker
important.
earlier though.
This is
And
important
there's
stuff.
something
Okay.
very cool about having a small stick hanging out in your mouth. I had a lollipop earlier.
What about the new
Tremendous.
Pixatine nicotine toothpicks? I think that sounds like I would like to try
That's
that.
fine. That's fine as long as you look, you
That's
know,
a
like
functional-
with the tooth.
It's
That's
very
a functional
functional.
pick.
It gives you the
A
hand,
functional pick I'm not hating on.
you know?
You know.
Because a lot
if
of it
you
is
got-
hand fixation. You're used to this, and that's like biting your nails like you're doing right now. I bite my nails
I don't
too.
never bite my nails. Never bite them. I just
Pick your teeth with them.
no, I just kind of like
What are you flicking
rub my
out?
teeth underneath them. Nothing.
Anyway, toothpick, you can do the hand gesture. You can kind of chew on it. If it had nicotine in it, that
This
sounds like a really good idea.
this I'm doing my hands is actually one of those Tourette like joking things. I would see Ben do it all the time when he walks to like do some shit with his hands, and I started copying him ironically, and now I do it all the time. Can't control it.
The more I listen to Toby, the more I like it. Well, it's maybe kind of getting played out to me now, but I missed a lot of things. And you know what I missed in my initial reaction to it is that the whole first verse is actually that Babytron guy. I thought the Babytron guy
Yeah.
made the beat or something, but I thought that was what's his name? The
Are
other
you
guy.
tripping, dude?
I didn't know the whole first. I thought it was all Big Sean for the whole first like half of the song.
Yeah, but you could tell it's not. You could tell it's a different guy.
He sounded just like Big Sean, except he had more of a slur in his speech, so I couldn't understand some of the things he was saying.
I kind of liked his verse maybe the best.
It is pretty good, but I thought it was Big Sean. I'm trying to find the
Nah,
okay.
dude. Not Sean
See
Don.
something like this, Floor, where it's a lower fade where the side is not long.
Are you sending it to my Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The problem
see.
is the top is not
When
going
are
to
y'all
look
getting
like
a
that.
hip replacement?
My top is just going to be shaggy
got-
because I'm not going to take the time to do that crap.
Facebook. You damn
Come on,
geezer.
it's gonna take you 5 minutes.
Shut down the Facebook, all right?
I
You
don't
don't
like it.
message on Facebook. Use something that has DMs, all right? You damn geezers.
You mean like Facebook?
DMs? Why would you use DMs when you can use Messenger?
You never use Facebook.
Okay.
I use Facebook. That's all I use.
I
I'm
know.
anti-Facebook.
I use Facebook, email, and Discord. If you want to get at me, that's how you do it. I'm a dang boomer.
I'd say Mark Zuckerberg is doing astonishingly well appearing human these past like 2-3 years. Because for a while there, remember the sunblock picture? I
It's
mean,
because he got into
the hell?
jiu-jitsu. There's a.
Well, and then like
I
on
know
July
Floor
4th,
thinks
he's
it's
waking
gay,
it
but I
up.
think there's part of masculinity in being able to choke somebody out if you have to.
No, not that. It's just wrestling with your fellow boys. Wrestling with boys is like as manly as it gets. That shit rules.
You
That
say
was
it
our
so
shit.
gay though, wrestling with boys. I don't know if you should say it like that.
Why do you say boys exactly? Why not say men?
He's saying the boys, wrestling
That's
with the
way
boys.
weirder to wrestle with men. I'll wrestle some boys though.
Why boys? You're not 8 years old. It's weird.
Dude, there's nothing gay about wanting to wrestle like a, thin, hairless boy. Y'all are just judgmental as hell. I like to try technique on boys.
That's not funny.
We're having fun,
Okay.
dude.
You guys
No
stop.
joke though. It is fun to wrestle with your friends. Start like on your knees.
He means with the boys.
I'm sure you enjoy like starting on your knees, but yeah.
I do, dude. Buff, I would take your ass down. I think unless you actually wrestled like in school or some shit, collegiate. I think I could take you down.
Oh, why don't you do what Buff did and so you're just gonna shave it all off? Josh.
No, I'm gonna shave the sides real short and a fade, and then leave it longer on the top because it's gonna be patchy. So I leave a little extra length on the top, and it'll.
Do you have gray?
Oh yeah, I got gray in my beard. I got a gray line.
I have a little bit coming in my lackluster facial hair recently.
All in my sideburns now. It's getting worse. Now it's all. I had my first gray when I was 23, and I would just have random grays throughout. But now it's like
I had mine junior year.
now my sideburns are getting all these little grays popping up in my beard, and
I had gray hair junior year, dude. Sick of it.
did you have
They
like
say
one
gray
white
is-
hair?
That counts. And no, it was several. It was like 3 to 6.
What were you gonna say?
I
Cecil?
just remembered why the heck I was calling in. Do you know why the because you mentioned the freaking medical system here in the United States, right? Or actually in the Americas too. Do you know why they use the stick with the snakes around?
It's
I've looked
related to
into it.
some
It comes
Greek.
back. It goes back to, well, you could say it goes back to the serpent, or for different Egypt they used it. It has a lot of meanings all over the world. It's a symbol though that.
No, I thought it
But
was
what do
tied
you
to something where like a guy had a staff that he could turn into a snake.
Moses?
Moses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something like that.
they might say it's
Well,
something like
technically,
that, but what do they
I thought
say?
it was a Greek. I thought it came from Greek mythology, though. I could be
I
wrong.
well, we really don't. I don't know if anybody really knows, but when I saw that the other day, it reminded me of when the Hebrews were walking in the desert and they were complaining, so God got mad and sent them a plague of snakes to bite them, basically as a punishment. And then um Moses prayed and God told him set up a like a pole, I guess. And then no, I don't remember the
And the
story.
snakes
Point
went. The
is,
snakes went and climbed up the
yeah,
pole.
and if it basically the story goes, who when you look at that pole, that you're gonna be healed from the snake bite. So that's the
Do you
representation
know
of
where it
Jesus. That's
is?
why in the new,
It's in Exodus.
yeah, I can find it. I can find it. Hold on.
The rod of Asclepius takes its name from the Greek god Asclepius, identity associated with healing and medical arts in ancient Greek religion and mythology. That's just what Wikipedia
Numbers
Yeah,
says in
21.
one. It could be
Numbers
one of the
chap-
many things.
Numbers 21.
Numbers chapter 21 verses 8 through 9. Chapter 21, Numbers 8 through 9. And the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten, when he sees it, shall live.
That's deep.
So that's
What
why
kind of
the Bible
snake?
says, so that's what the Bible says, that Jesus became the curse. Jesus became a curse and took the curse upon himself. So when we look to the cross, when we look to Jesus, we are healed. That's part of the thing. But I'm like, how can that be if the medical system is not like religious? You know what I mean? Why would they still have that representation? I don't
And
get
Old
it.
Testament is
The medical system ain't even medicine. It's fucking. It's a business now. It's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Medicine and business
Mm-hmm.
should never mix.
what's the
But
timeline
here we
here?
are, dude. Same people that sell the stuff that disease
Wasn't
you are the same people that
wasn't
sell the
Old
cures to
Testament
set diseases.
stuff is pre-Greek mythology, or no? That's what I'm trying to
Do we
figure out.
know the
Two of
species
them.
of the snakes
I
in
don't
the
know.
various stories of the Bible?
No,
For
no.
real?
No, I don't. I don't remember the Bible ever mentioning a
Yeah.
species of snake.
So it's saying that Mesopotamia back to 4000 BC, Adam and Eve, Sumeria. So the origin is not Greek Zeus stuff, it's biblical stuff. Their
Right, that's what I thought.
their origins is, my origins are older than their origins.
We're better than them.
Yeah.
My religion is better than your religion.
Yeah, where are the Greek mythology people at now? They
I
did.
think Greek mythology is cool, though.
It is.
Undeniably cool.
Yeah, when I was young, I got into Greek mythology for a bit. I was reading a bunch of books about
I've always
Zeus and
had like a
Kronos.
cursory interest in it because it is cool, the stories and stuff.
Oh, there's too much of this.
Never idled it out though. Never idled out.
But that snake symbology, the twisting snakes, is used all over the place.
But do we know the species of any of the snakes in the biblical tales?
No, we don't.
You mean they're Okay, yeah, they're species. Well, speciation is a adaptation thing that happens over time. So species is unimportant. Their genus was snake. Whatever the
No,
genus.
I know, but I just wonder if like researchers now have like deciphered they're in this area, this time period, roughly. If they could
It
discern
wouldn't.
what
It
type of
wouldn't.
serpent it was.
It wouldn't be the same species now
It's
because
kind of the same species.
species is just words we make up to describe different colors and different types of snakes.
What the
What are you
heck?
speaking parcel tongue to me?
Is that what it's called? No, dude. I don't know. I'm fascinated by it.
It's either
I think
parcel
snakes.
mouth or parcel tongue. That's when you can speak to snakes. That's in Harry Potter, but it's also like an old. That probably goes back to the
I
Bible
like
too.
snakes because snakes are I think, some of the most predictable animals on the planet. You know when a snake's going to try to bite you. You know what I mean?
Oh, do you know?
How no? How do you? Did you guys ever hear that story?
They
And I
blow
hope
up on you.
Buff. I
I
hope
didn't know when
Buff
my
finds
fucking
this
ball
topic
python was about to bite me.
fascinating. Did you guys ever hear that story of this lady had a one of those like pale yellow, big, like big
She had an albino
pythons or whatever?
boa,
A python.
not a python.
And
It was a boa constrictor.
A python
and
is a
she,
boa constrictor.
Anyway,
this
God.
is the whitest conversation ever. You guys are extremely Caucasian.
Python is a boa constrictor.
Anywho,
their genus is the
anyway,
same. Their species is different. But
I don't need it.
you're talking about the one that measured her up so he could eat her?
yes.
Yes, I've heard that story.
Yeah, when they lay beside a living creature, that's what they're doing.
I think that's an
Oh
internet
my
myth.
god,
I
dude.
think that's an
I
internet
know.
myth. I don't think that actually happened, but it is a cool meme and it's interesting. She has the giant pet boa that wraps itself around her at night, and she's a little girl and she's curled up. And it's like this
What
snake
the
is not,
hell?
the snake does not love you. The snake is living off your warmth and analyzing your body temperature, how big you are. It's not eating. Why is my snake not eating? Because your snake is getting ready
It's
to have
making
a
room.
is making room for a big meal. And
Yeah.
it's just sizing you up waiting to eat your ass. Yep.
Predictable though. Still predictable.
Snakes are not pets.
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
they are.
A ball python, a python only gets like 6 feet. A boa can
No,
get
they
like
get
16 feet.
Dude, a python is a boa constrictor, and a python will get as big as its enclosure is, up to a
If it lives long enough. Right.
That's a grown man, 6 feet.
That's a lot of reptiles. They'll kind of be as big as the enclosure.
I don't think the
you
biggest python. You're saying a boa is in the same family, snake family, as a python, but a boa is not the same as a constrictor, and also a python is not a
According to
constrictor.
my knowledge, a boa constrictor is any snake that asphyxiates its prey by wrapping around it and then consuming it.
Pythons don't do that.
Yeah, they do.
Pythons are not constrictors. Pythons strike
You might
and
be
they
right.
What are
and
you
they just
eating,
eat
Flor?
you.
You might be right.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
That's fine.
The python will strike.
And it will constrict too, but it's
constricts
not a
more-
constrictor.
Yeah, but not as
like
as much as your common constrictors. Yeah,
A
they
boa
don't use a
constrictor-
constriction to take out their prey.
But
They'll strike your
no.
ass.
Papas?
Let's Google
But
it.
No,
you
it's
use
cauliflower, carrots. I just made like the
Oh, dude.
cauliflower salad.
Python might be a constrictor. It might be in the constrictor family.
Cauliflower and carrots, bro.
Yeah,
have you guys
vegetable.
ever had
Well,
the
the
cauliflower
python-
wings?
The python is a
Well, you
constrictor,
did
so I
when
was
it's
wrong.
green.
Daddy Jub gets a point. See, I'll admit when I'm wrong. A python
guess
is
when
a
you fry
constrictor.
Dude, I'm damn near autistic when it comes to animals. I love them.
We all knew that, Josh.
Yo, what do you eat? What's the serving size on this? 18 pounds?
Floor. That's the serving size.
Yeah, look, it is. It's a damn newborn worth of food. Jesus.
And And she's
This is
still
the
like
only
120
time.
pounds.
You can't tell the
This is
size though.
crazy.
She's small. Like, and the camera, I don't know if it adds or subtracts pounds, but the camera makes it. You can't really tell the size of that plate. It might not be that big of a plate.
Or
She's
what
It
size
is.
is that bottle? Like what ounces?
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chicken nuggets and 3 chicken tenders.
those are not how those look like giant
Nuggets?
chicken nuggets, but see, she's
That's
small.
some big ass nuggets.
Wait a
Those
minute.
are some big ass
Wait
chicken
a
nuggets.
minute.
What the fuck?
It's my finger, okay? This is
She's
my
getting-
finger.
That's the
Chicken
nugget.
nuggets.
Wait. That's
No,
the
that's
nugget.
the
That's the
Nugget?
chicken tender. That's the nugget.
Oh,
That's
Okay. That's a little nugget. She has a small hand.
That's acceptable nugget. Look bigger at the top.
I was thinking the tenders were the nuggets, and I was like, damn, what's the tender look like?
You're right. Just pulls out a full chicken,
Mm.
full
It's
tis.
the only time that I can sit down and eat and talk and do. Other than that, I just eat something quick.
Sometimes I dance when I eat. That's when you know I really enjoy food. I dance a little bit.
Lord, I have so many recipes that I want to send you so that you cook for Josh. And like when I'm cooking in my kitchen, I'm like, oh man, I have to send Flor this picture because it's so easy. And I'm like, it's so easy, and it's so yeah. I'm gonna start sending them too.
You really should. The other day that you were sending pictures of, I don't know what soup. It was like a pumpkin soup or something. It looks
Oh,
so
see.
good. Mm.
Matthew said
Hey,
all
you know how
snakes
much that
constrict
costs?
unless they're venomous, and even those will too, and that makes sense. But by that logic, all snakes are the same family as python. If you're saying a boa constrictor is the same species as a python because they both constrict, then all snakes are the same. So it's just genus.
No, I didn't think a boa constrictor is a species.
You don't know what you're talking about, Joey.
Okay,
Apparently, you're not autistic enough.
sorry, we interrupted Seasal. We're stuck on this.
I'm over here trying to get you fed with delicious recipes, and you're playing yourself, bruh.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, give her the recipe.
bro.
Flor, that butternut squash soup that I made only cost the butternut squash. It was like $3, and then a
Mhm.
couple of carrots, onion, some chicken bouillon, and then you're done. It's like so delicious, and it's so cheap.
Yeah, send it out to me. I will go and get it. All the ingredients.
And then I made the other day, it was like a casserole. And my husband was like, "You're going to make a casserole?" And I'm like, "No, you have no idea. This is going to be amazing." So I sauteed those sausages. They're like the spicy Italian sausages. The packet of like 6 is only like $3 or $4. And then I sauteed that, right? So I took them out. Was Joey making fun of me? What?
No. He scurried
then-
off. I like the way JS walked away. It was like a scurry.
And then I chopped up some chicken and I sauteed that. And then I took that out of the pan. So with the drippings, I sauteed the veggies.
Uh-huh.
I sauteed the veggies and like onions, garlic, and red bell peppers, let's say, right? And then I put everything back in, and I added some pasta, así como pasta, whatever pasta you want, not spaghetti, obviously, como coditos or little bowls or whatever.
Mhm.
And then you add the chicken and the sausage, and then I added, ¿sabes qué compré? I got at the store chicken, no, the white Alfredo. The white Alfredo sauce como para hacer chicken Alfredo.
Right.
Lollipops. Como para hacer chicken Alfredo. And then, oh my God, my husband said that it was amazing, that it was delicious. So you could make that. And it's super easy, and it's all in one pan. And it's all like, let's say $10 or $15. And it tastes like literally like Olive Garden.
Send me all those recipes because I'm gonna have to go grocery shopping.
Yeah.
But I also want Josh to try the Guatemalan food so bad. Like I want to make him Hispanic food that is not Mexican. You know, like genuinely Hispanic
Whoa.
food.
What do you got
Whoa!
against Mexico?
Exactly.
Look,
Thank you,
Listen,
Joey.
Cecil, you
Thank
guys
you.
got Mexican food everywhere. Guatemalan food, not that
Yeah.
much. Okay. So I want him to try
Yeah.
it, but I'm thinking of like things that he might like that is not weird. Well, I guess it would be weird for him
It's gonna
because
be
he would
like
not.
tripe, or if it's stomach lining, or tongue, or brain, cabeza,
Cabeza. Oh, heck
lengua,
yeah. Lengua, tripa.
Mm.
tripa,
Huevos.
gotta have
huevos.
tripe and some pho.
You
No,
got
Florida.
just don't tell me.
yeah, I won't tell you. You're just gonna eat it.
I'm gonna eat it, but
Florida.
don't make a lot. Like make a steak and then make some of that weird stuff, because
Like
Yeah, you gotta
I want to make you
really
like
try
different
it.
little dishes throughout the week
if I'm
and
like,
see
this is
what you like
gross.
and what you don't like. Yeah, because
You should
I
do a
mean,
tasting.
there will
You
be things that you won't like,
you
and I
know the
want to know
only
that.
when I'm hungry, I remember when I was damn homeless, somebody gave me a can of menudo once. And I was hungry. And I had a little cooker where I could heat up a little pot of something, some ramen or whatever. And I cooked that up and I ended up pouring it all out. And I'm not a picky eater. And
What's menudo?
Clearly, you are a picky eater. Bruh, how do
I
you
love
not
I'm
know
not
menudo.
a super picky eater. I'll eat almost
I
anything and
don't
I
think
like
he
trying
is.
new things, but I
No, no,
do
no. I'm gonna make
there's only
everything from
two
scratch.
there's only
There's no
two
such thing as
things
candy.
there's only two things where I'm like, I'm not finished. And I've had calamari, I've had escargot, I've had caviar, fish eggs, octopus, snail. I'll try all of it and I'll finish the plate. Um the freaking pork liver, I finished my plate. I didn't like it too much, but um all this stuff I'll
What?
try. I wanted to try liver, but I only could get pork liver at the time. But anyway, um menudo and freaking curry, Indian, anything Indian curry, a plate of chicken and rice from India restaurant with curry on it. I won't even finish it. I'll give it to somebody else. Like,
Not me.
No, no.
I have a
First of all,
clean
you just mentioned
smell record.
menudo in a can.
Menudo is
That's
Mexican.
disgusting.
Que no?
whatever they putting in
Cecil,
menudo, the tripe or whatever, that chewy crap, I
Tripe.
don't like it. And the little
would you
beans,
agree? Would you agree that Josh tried menudo? He tried menudo out of a freaking can. Like, how
Yeah, that's the
disgraceful is
worst
that?
thing you can do. Yeah, the
isn't that
worst
what
thing is
menudo
canned
is?
menudo.
I thought menudo came
Oh,
from a
you make
can.
it. Of course you did. You're American, but no, you can
It was
make
a
things
free
from
can of
scratch.
menudo. He was hungry, dude.
I was
Right, right,
hungry,
right.
but I couldn't even eat it. I ate like 2 bites, and I was like, maybe, and I had
Yeah,
tried
that's
it before, and I
bullshit.
didn't like it. But I was like, maybe my taste changed, or maybe I'm just really hungry, and I'm gonna eat the whole bowl. And I still couldn't.
I will
So,
make you pipián, caquic.
I think I have a
I
can
was
of
gonna
menudo in
say,
my cabinet from like years ago, and it's just sitting. It's never gonna get eaten.
Florida, that's gonna be so exciting because I don't know anything about Guatemalan food. So, can you imagine, like, if you live stream some of your Guatemalan recipes? That'd be so freaking amazing.
That would be really good. Yes.
Yeah,
Cooking for JS Urban Adventures, the white
exactly.
dish.
There you go. My God, we're like
Oh my God.
we're the
I have the
content creators here.
I have the perfect dress for that. It's so 50s. Look at that.
Uh-oh.
This is
you
so
can't.
50s.
That's
You can't
adorable.
cook in a white dress. You need an
I know
apron.
that's recipe for.
It's gonna be so cute.
You need an apron.
Yeah, we'll put an apron, but that dress is gonna look super 50s for cooking.
You seen the lady on the internet that just cooks in nothing but an apron?
No, Josh, I don't watch
No, I
porn.
haven't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't seen that. What the heck?
it's not porn. It's on
I don't
YouTube.
know what are you watching, Josh? What the heck?
No, I said this is bullcrap. I did some research, but but I said this
Well,
is
research
nonsense.
of what?
I had
What
to
type
do.
That's
of
hilarious. You cannot say in the same sentence, you can't say, I did research and My research was a naked woman cooking with an apron. What the hell?
She wasn't
That's called
naked.
watching porn, Josh.
She wasn't naked. She had an apron on.
Okay. What was I gonna say, Flor? Chingados. I think you should focus on that, Flor, on cooking the Guatemalan recipes. Obviously, we're gonna want to see Josh's reaction, so that's gonna be at the last part of the video. You know what I mean?
Well, that's more a video
I think
thing.
that
Yeah,
he's
you just
gonna
make
like
it.
it.
You just
I
make
think
it
that
a
he's
video.
really gonna like it.
Yeah, that's gonna be so much fun.
Yes, we can make a little video.
The problem is it's hard to send video files, so you'd have to do it with my phone. So then she'd be like, "Let me use your phone. I'm cooking dinner," and I'm gonna be like,
Oh yeah, I'm going through your phone as much as you're going through mine, Josh. So yes, you're borrowing me your phone.
Freaking Latinas. Have you guys, Flor? Have you had?
I have nothing to say to that.
Yeah, just the nervous giggle.
No,
comment.
bet you Josh will go through my phone way more than I will ever go through his.
I'm not gonna go
promise
through
you
your
that.
phone at all because I don't read Spanish.
There's gonna be like one notification. Who's that? Who's that? Like I can just hear him already.
Yeah, and I'm gonna read the Spanish text and be like, "Sounds like some bullshit to me."
My boss asking me to log in.
Yeah, in Spanish, I'm like, "What does this mean?" Google Translate.
Flor, deja de pelártela y conectate.
What did you
All
just say
this
about
Dio
Pilates and
shit.
what? That sounds bad.
Stop messing around and how do you say conectarte in English? Man, my Spanish is getting
Login.
bad.
Duh.
I like watching snake charmers. You ever see the snake charmers get bit? It's funny. Daddy Job, why you leave the dang thing, but you're still in the other thing?
Yeah, what the heck?
With the Irish goodbye.
He does that before he goes to bed.
He doesn't say gotta
Oh my gosh,
go.
I'm getting
See you later. It's
Let's
just
change my output.
gone. You seen 5 Eastern Diamond?
Oh,
You know Florida is the only state with all 4 venomous snakes of America in it?
yes, Josh. We got solid that multiple times in these streams. We know.
You'd think it would be Texas, but it's not. I think Texas only has 3 of them.
That would be Florida shit.
Ooh. Have you seen this streamer? He makes shorts or TikToks. He's from Florida. And he calls the crocodiles or whatever is in there. He's like, look at these swamp pups. He calls them puppies. And then he gets like this green frogs. And he's like, look at this. Like he makes these cute little names for them. But I mean,
I
he's
hate those
holding
people.
That's
I
like
hate those people because they're trying to bruh, it can murder you in a split second.
no, that's like
Why are you
Tyler.
giving it a cutesy name?
Tyler's been on the streams before, and he's in one of my videos when I was in Florida. And like we went fishing one day, and he's like, Josh, come here. He knows I'm recording. I'm recording my little vlog in Florida and recording fishing, catch a couple bass, see a couple gators, and I'm there with Tyler. And of course, Tyler calls out of the woods, Josh, come here. I got a freaking water moccasin.
What the heck?
And I'm like, what?
Aren't those super dangerous?
And I run up and he's got a like a 3-foot long water moccasin on a stick, and he's like playing with it with a stick and holding its tail like Steve Irwin out here. And I'm like, what the heck? Yeah. Tyler's crazy.
Where was this guy from? The crocodile hunter from Australia, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
The one that got killed?
Have you seen his kids?
Yeah, they're so sweet.
I know, right?
Destined for death.
They're
Such good
good
kids.
kids.
Yeah.
Steve was a good guy.
He was a great guy. Flor and Josh, are you guys going camping when she's here? Or no?
I don't know.
Not this time?
The problem is,
Hmm.
so I wanted to go camping recently, or if I go camping with Flora, the problem is if I have 2 days off of work and my whole schedule now is sleeping during the day and being awake at night.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm gonna be
Yeah.
grumpy. My sleep's gonna be all screwed up because the night before I go to work, and then I get home, we go camping, and it's like I want to go to bed now.
Right.
And
Mm.
we can only stay for a day or two, maybe 3 if I
Oh,
take some
what about
days off.
fishing? I remember you did that video. You were fishing at that park. Remember? What about that? That'd be
That,
cool.
that's right down the street. Yeah, we'll probably go to the park and stuff.
We
Yeah.
can do that. Oh my gosh, you can teach me how to fish. That would be so fun.
I'd like to go
That'd be
camping, but yeah, just the sleeping schedule thing is the only thing I
Working
see a
nights
problem
must
with.
be crazy, dude. Working nights must be tough.
Yeah, if I go camping, I want it. So if I'm used to going to bed late, I can adjust, make a minor, because when you're camping, it's different. It's like you go to bed early. When it gets dark outside, you go to bed early. So if you're used to going to bed at 2 or 3, instead you go to bed at 9 or 10, and then you wake up at 6 in the morning, and you can get out and fish, or if I want to
Yeah.
swim and jump off the stump and stuff, which is what the things I like to do when I go camping. I like doing climbing stuff and jumping off stuff and things like
That
that.
freaking lake was so freaking gorgeous. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really nice. I'd like to take her up there, even if we just go out there for a day and just go out there and hang out for the day. We can walk on the
And the
trail. We
little
can.
creeks and the little rivers. Man, that was beautiful. I didn't know Utah looked like that. I thought it was all desert.
Oh, it's got everything. That's
You tell.
yeah.
Buff.
We've got snow. They say the best skiing in the world is
You
in
met the
Park
Rocky
City.
Mountains.
We've got snow. We've got crazy deserts and canyons in Moab. We've got mountain forests with streams and rivers you can explore, and lakes, and you can trout fish. It's a nice place.
Utah definitely has an interesting
It really
landscape
is.
as you
Utah's
drive
a
through
very
the
beautiful
whole
place.
state.
Well, my idea is kind of like find things that we can do at nighttime because I don't want to mess up your schedule just for 2 weeks and then no. Like I'm gonna try to adjust more to your schedule. I'm sure that we can do many things at night in Utah,
Mhm. Yeah.
like strippers.
Fuck.
Like
and-
what?
Freaking
What did she say? I didn't hear what she said.
stripper. Like stripper.
Strippers?
Go to the strip club.
The strip clubs here are
Oh,
lame.
you know where we should go, Josh? Josh,
Maybe
we
get
should
full
go
nude
to
up there.
Five Monkeys just for the memory of it.
What's Five Monkeys?
That's a.
Is it a bunch of chicks in long dresses that show their ankle?
Oh, you're talking about the little hole. I don't even know if that place is open anymore.
Oh,
We can
much
check
fun
it.
in there, Josh. That was fun.
We can check it. It's just a little
We
hole
were
in the
doing
wall
really
bar
good
by
that
our
night.
apartments, but we could check and see if it's
Yes, but it
open.
was all
But
hole in the wall bar.
yeah,
That would be really cool if we can do that.
I don't even know if that
I
place
will
is
have an
open anymore,
AMF
though.
and I will black out for the night. Before I used to have like 4, 5, give it to me. Now it's like 1 blackout. You know, like I won't be able to take it.
Yeah.
It's an AMF.
Adios, motherfucker. It has like 5 different liquors. We used to drink
The
it all the time with Josh. There were like 7.
the bar closest to my apartment now is walking distance. I have a little hole in the wall bar like that by my apartment. I don't ever go there, but apparently it's the favorite bar of what's the serial killer Bundy. It's
Jeez Louise. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I'm saying this because Ted Bundy lived in Salt Lake City for a while
Oh
he
my
was doing
God.
his stuff, and he used to go to this bar a lot. And this is like a local legend. And I've talked to the bartenders, I've talked to people, and it seems to be true. There's a stool in the bar, and they put a sign on the back of it that said this was Ted Bundy's favorite spot. And it's crazy. I'm a bit of a sociopath, not a psychopath, but when I walked into the bar, that was the immediate seat that I would sit down at. Like, It's the one that's kind of on the edge by the bathroom and by the hallway, but also by the door, so you can meet the new people as they walk in, and you can watch, but you can kind of often be
Not something that you want to
perfect.
say to your wife
I
who's
know.
in a foreign freaking country in a week. You know, like that's not something that you want to mention at all.
It's really the perfect bar stool. Like if there was a perfect bar stool, that would be where I would be. And then I sit down
Oh,
at it,
wait.
and there's a sign on the back that says, "This is Ted Bundy's favorite spot or favorite stool or whatever."
Nobody's stolen that stool yet.
I don't even know if it's the same stool, but that's the spot. But it looks like the same. It's an oldie. This place, like the roof is like caving in, and there's people living upstairs. It's a hole in the wall. It's like
Okay, so maybe
People
skip
in there.
that one.
I love peaceful people.
What'd you say?
Oh, well, the library is like the first place I'm gonna hit up for sure while you're sleeping. That's for sure. Like I'm gonna be there by Tuesday. So by Wednesday I'm hitting up the library, just walking around, seeing around, see how everything just changed.
You got to go up to the top and
Probably gonna do.
see if our graffiti is still up there.
I can't wait to come see you. The first thing I'm gonna do is
Oh my
read.
gosh, I forgot about that. We didn't go video.
We did a little Floor and Josh Forever art or some. You know when you go around the wall of the library up to the
God.
top.
Oh, what?
I think
Yeah,
they
we
have.
take a picture of Floor.
I think
That's
that they have that
pretty
area gated off, but you can climb around the gate and still get up there. There's ways up there.
Man, I was so lame. I was so simping for you, Josh. See, now I'm just needy. Before I was a simp. What the heck was that about?
Girls, I don't think you can be a simp. I think that's only for the men.
Yeah, I don't think women simping is a thing. That's what
No,
women are.
we women simp. There is women that are simping for sure. But
No,
we can just
that's
call
what
them
women are
hoes.
supposed to
They're
do.
women, they're also simping.
See, you're talking about something different. You're talking about hoes, but I think if a woman is simping for her husband or her boyfriend or whatever, not her partner,
Oh yeah,
then
that's not simping. Yeah,
that's how it's supposed to be.
yeah.
Yeah.
Think about Josh. I was
Or
just
if they're not
simping for
even
you like 30 minutes
if they're
ago.
not even
I
husbands or
was like, oh, you
partners.
would look so hot.
I think the problem is that men yearn for women too much nowadays instead of women yearning for men. So if a woman sees
Yeah.
a man that she wants, she's supposed to make, you know, be what he wants and try to get his attention in that way,
Right.
stuff like that. Not the other way around. It's not men are supposed to go out there and try to get women's attention. That's lame. You're supposed to just get their attention by being a man. So women's sims is like kind of based.
And that way, the relationship starts off on the right foot from the get go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Sometimes
You
I make
heard, by
sense.
the way, Josh, because you did not comment on that. In the
Huh?
Speakeasy show, there were like this guy was just saying something, and the Speakeasy was like, "Whoa, whoa! Like this is actually JS' wife." And then somebody was like, "She sims for her husband," and I was like, "Man, I sim for my husband every day, all day." Do you heard, Josh? I bet you didn't.
I think I might have heard it. Yeah.
Was that during verbal
No,
combat?
no, this was like last Thursday. I logged in at like 1 a.m.
Yeah. I think I heard that.
And then
Say it,
after that,
Josh. I can see it in you.
I don't have
yeah,
nothing to say. Nothing. That's nice. I think I heard that.
Okay.
I don't think Josh doesn't strike me as the type of guy that is very comfortable sharing his feelings and emotions in front of the live stream, in front of the chat. So I was like, he's like, that's nice.
But
I'm a
think that
sociopath. I don't have feelings and emotions. What are you talking about?
That's bullshit.
Actually,
I promise
actually,
you, when Josh and I will be alone, because I know Josh, when we're alone, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be melting. Because Josh is really cute, but because he gets so
Oh,
awkward, but he's really sweet.
wait,
oh
Flor,
my
Seriously.
god.
Flor, wait. You know, I understand what Jesse Lee Peterson says, right? That we're not supposed to be controlled, ruled by our emotions, and I completely agree. But like, where in the Bible does it say that any and all emotions are evil? And I, in the Bible, what the verse that comes to my mind, it says women are a more fragile vessel than men. Like, the Bible doesn't say men are robots and have no emotions, no feelings, no nothing. No, the Bible says that men are a more fragile vessel than women. So it doesn't that sound, you tell me your interpretation of that verse, but doesn't that sound like the Bible saying men also have you can't just treat them like crap, basically is what I'm saying.
Like they're not a vessel as well, right? Like they're still a vessel, but they're just not like a more fragile vessel. Like I don't think that Josh is this like robot kind of guy, because I wouldn't like that, you know? Like I want the man that also like admires me, you know, as his wife, of course. But I also kind of really like the fact that Josh is so private, because it me as a wife, like it makes me feel very special when you have those moments with him, but it's just between him and me. You
Of course,
know,
yeah.
we women can be more
It's
like
funny you
more
say I'm
emotional.
private. You say I'm private, but people on the internet would say I share too much. Or
No, but private in the way that husband and wife privacy, you know, like in the way that I like you and I have our private conversations, and you share with me private thoughts that are going into your head because I'm your
so
wife and you trust me.
so it's almost like I'm measured and I know some things I'll share, some things I don't share. Huh.
Yes, I don't do that, but I really appreciate the fact that you do.
Well, I wasn't doing that to attack you, but you're right. But that's okay.
But you're right. You effed up.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's
I
I
didn't
have
have to
no
say
filter. I have no filter.
it.
But it's a bad thing having no filter. Like it's a good and a bad thing, because sometimes like it's not just in a wife and husband personal level. Like sometimes if I don't like somebody, or if I see something, I just say it. And sometimes that just have got me into trouble. They're like, "Oh my gosh, Flor is so rude." I'm not being rude. Like that's just what I think, you know. And oh, Josh, changing the subject. By the way, so I have these groups, right? And I got with this couple that they adopted a girl, whatever. They're older, and we were talking about politics. But it was so funny because I really wanted a cigarette. Like right after I'm done with the group, and I get to the hotel and I'm waiting for my tuk-tuk, I go and smoke a cigarette, but kind of like away from everybody, so nobody can see me smoking. And these two older couple like came up to me, and we're all just hiding and smoking a cigarette. So we call it the druggy alleyway, you know, and we're just joking and whatever. But they were more open about their view on politics. And I was just, you know, sharing, because I could have swear they were going to be Trump supporters when I was talking to them, because they were like, yeah, the economy, and just, you know,
They're
like talking
American.
shit. And then I was like, yeah, these are Americans. From the wife is from Pennsylvania and the husband is from New York. And I
Sounds like
was telling,
Democrats to
like we were
me.
talking about,
Yeah, two Democratic six.
I that's okay. So it's really weird because I got confused, because if you would have heard them, their point of views like about migration, about just the whole like the whole gender stuff, everything was so Republican, so freaking Republican. And then I told them, I was like, if I could vote,
Republican or
you know, like I'll
based?
vote.
Like they were saying, what do you mean when you say they were so
They were
Republican?
saying very base stuff. They were saying very base stuff, like about how his daughter presents introduce him to their friends, and sometimes they're like trying to change their pronouns to them they, and they're like, we're not gonna fucking do that. That's stupid.
But like a
That's stupid.
Republican way of saying that would be to say, I don't like kids transitioning, but adults can do it. That's fine. Which is still a leftist idea.
No, they were against it all. They were against that. They're against vaccines. They're against all of it. And then I made the comment. I was like, well, if I could vote, I'll vote for Trump. And they were like, whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. Trump is a bad person. And I was like, how come? But we were having like a nice conversation. There was no arguing or nothing. We were just sharing our point of views. And I was like, well, the country now is flooded by immigrants, and they were like, well, all he wants is war, okay? Like he wants to go ahead and deport everything.
They think you're
And
stupid.
he doesn't think about the children. And I was like, in which way he's gonna do a massive deportation? And they're like, we have no problem with deporting the adults. But they were like, but the children doesn't have a fault on anything that is happening. That's adults' decisions, and the kids shouldn't go through a traumatized.
Which encourages cartels trafficking children.
Right. So then I was like, but if you don't get the kids as well, they're just gonna keep doing the same thing. They're just gonna keep using their kids to get citizenship. And they're like, no, we understand that. So what we think is they should keep whoever is inside, just keep them inside. Take care of them. But build the wall. And I was just like,
that's like
that
20
makes no
million.
sense.
That's like
because that's like saying, let's keep the disease inside and let's hope that it won't spread out. Like it's doesn't make sense.
So they're pro-wall Democrats. Democrats were pro-wall.
So I was thinking, I was like, oh my gosh, Josh is so right. Like people just don't vote for Trump just for the fact that they just don't like Trump.
Yeah.
For reasons.
Like they just don't like him as a person. And I have been very spoken about this. I personally don't like Trump on his way to be. I don't like his personality. I think it's arrogant and I don't like him. But I'm not going to deny the fact that he was great for the country and that the country needs him.
Then how do you like me? How do you like me? How do you like men who are cocky and arrogant and, tell it like it is? And if you don't agree with me, then fuck you. Let's talk about it. But I'm going to crush you. Like,
I like when he speaks like
how do you
makes me want to have a baby?
But that's Trump. It's like, let's figure this out and let's make a deal where we can both come together. How do you like? I think Trump is a man that we can emulate. Like, tell it how it is. Who cares if people hate you? Like, how do you not like that about him?
I just don't. I mean, you're not a public figure, right? Like, I feel like he has. I don't know. I don't want to get into this, but I just don't like that part of, maybe because I know you personally, I know your good side, and
Seasal left. I hope it's not because I dropped the F-bomb. I try not to cuss a lot, but when I do, it's for impact.
No, she has kids. She has kids. I bet you it was her kids. But no, it's not that. I mean, I just don't know Trump in a personal level to tell you like what's his good or bad side. I mean, what is him as a person, but for what I have seen, sadly, like it's all that arrogancy that comes with him, but that doesn't mean that he's not a good candidate and that he's not going to be great for the country. Like I couldn't care less how his personality is as long as he's doing something good for the country,
So what do you not like about his personality? You just don't
like that like playful vibe that he used to have, and I feel like he was seeing women like but I don't blame him because women were throwing themselves at him.
I used to do the same thing.
I don't know. I just don't like his personality. That's all. It's just somebody. I don't know. I just don't like it.
I don't know.
What about his
Yeah,
personality? What, just his
but that's
arrogance?
not.
Is that all
His
you
playboy
got?
vibe, his
Yeah, that's
arrogance, his
really it.
cockiness. What do you mean? I do the same shit. I did the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm married to you, not Trump.
Have you met Josh?
Yeah, what do you mean?
All he's missing is the orange spray tan. I mean,
All I'm missing is the $1 billion and the real estate
oh yeah,
empire and
that's right. The money.
the
Yeah.
fact that I led the free world for a while, and maybe someday.
Yeah, no, it's just that I don't have to like everybody, and I don't like him on a personal level, but I really like him as a presidential candidate, and I think that it will be good because honestly, all this visa process it has taken
Thank you,
so
Cecil.
long just because the migration system is so behind thanks to Biden, and it bothers me that the fact that I listen to all these calls every day and I hear all these people getting all this stuff for free and this stuff, and I'm just out here struggling to get a freaking tourist visa,
Yeah,
So I just
you were kind of annoying me the other night when you were on Speakeasy's panel talking with all these guys, and because you kept going. No, not because you're talking to
don't
them.
say it like that, Josh.
Not
What the
because
heck? That's
no,
not
but
personal.
because you kept going to anecdotal arguments, and I knew that they were going to come at you on that. And I know you're not like a trained debater, but but the problem is you're actually kind of right because it's not on an anecdotal level when you have your type of job. So this is an appeal to authority that kind of makes sense. It's an anecdotal appeal to authority, and your authority is you've talked to 1,000 people who have talked to you about this stuff. So you can kind of take a study based off of your experience, but with that same logic, I could take a study from all of my life experiences and everybody I've talked to and everybody I've interacted with. It's just you have to say it in a way where it's not just a personal story because then they're all going to
But
attack you on anecdotes.
but the thing is that people were talking about adoptions and on orphans, and honestly, when it comes to orphans and
Yeah, and
adoptions,
you started out as I've talked to hundreds of these people. And by the end of the night, you were saying I've talked to thousands of these people. So, and I noticed that.
yes, because I talk to hundreds per group. I mean, I'm talking about 200 people and times that over 8 years.
Right, but
How
you're
many
talking to
orphans do you think I have seen?
you're talking to a bunch of like smart guys, and a lot of them are atheists. They're going to catch on to the same things that I caught on to. That is
Listen,
basically
Josh,
it's basically an
I
anecdote.
said things.
It's an anecdote, but then as the story goes, you make it larger and larger to add more substantiability, make it more substantial
But
to the
I
argument.
don't think that anybody came at me, and people were actually like pretty much agreeing with me. A lot of them were, but the gay guy.
Yeah, that's because I'm smarter than them. But I'm just going to point this out for future references for you. This is a constructive criticism because if they didn't
No,
catch on to it, but I caught on to it, but
no,
you
but
know,
I get it. I take the criticism, and I understand what you're saying. But like going into that subject, it really made me think about what Shiva was saying about the question, like, would a gay couple would do a bad job raising a child?
yes. And
And
I would skip the natural morality argument and I would go straight to studies and statistics that I can pull up and send to them that show that if you have one gay parent, meaning if your family's separated, you don't have a nuclear family, you have a mother raising you and a father raising you separately, and one of them is gay, that increases your chances of being gay by a certain percentage. If you have 2 gay parents, that increases your chances of being gay by a bigger percentage. Your chances of being gay increases your suicidality rate by a percentage, like 60%. So by having, so we can say if A equals B equals C, blah, 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 blah. Basically, if you have 2 gay parents, your chances of being gay increases, which means your chances of suicidality and all sorts of um, negative repercussions that come from that.
I kind of go back to the same. It's not that I'm trying to contradict you. I'm just seeing
Right,
it
but you went
in
to an
this way.
anecdote. You went to an anecdote. You said, "I've dealt with a lot of these people, and the homosexual parents had straight kids, but the straight parents had gay kids." So you were kind of like trying to rebut that statistical fact. And I don't care about your anecdotes
Like
because I don't know
when you
about
tell me
Guatemalan adoption
percentages,
agencies. I don't know how that works. That's a variable that we can't
right? No,
consider.
no. But when you tell me percentages, like I would like to know out of how many people, like where this percentage is coming from, like what group of people are we talking about, like I want to know where this, because I can go, I mean, this go back to what I was saying. I can go ahead and grab 10 gay couples, have children, and I notice that 5 of them are gay and the other 5 are straight. So I'm just basing myself in a percentage of 10
But
people.
you also have to take the rebelliousness aspect of teenagers. So you're talking to 17-year-olds who have gay parents. They're at a rebellious age in their life where they're rebelling against what their parents do. So for the time being, they may be like, I'm going to be straight because my parents are gay. It's like when a kid says, I'm not going to smoke because my parents smoked all the time. I'm not going to drink because my dad was an alcoholic. But once they go to college and once they get indoctrinated and once they get older, and I was the same way. So I kind of rebelled against Christian conservatism, that I was raised in that kind of house, and I kind of rebelled against that. And I was like, let's have sex, let's do drugs. God's not helping me. That sort of mentality for a big chunk of years of my life because I was rebellious. But once you get older, then you see that, oh, my parents were right. So if you see that my parents were right about the gay thing and you've went to college and you've been indoctrinated, they turn out gay. Even though they're straight when they're
But
16 or 17. Go ahead.
I understand that argument, but the thing is, I go back to what I was trying to tell you. Where these percentages, like what is the number of group of people that we're basing this percentage off?
The numbers bear out. If we look at the stats, if you have 1 gay parent,
Right.
you're more likely to be
So
gay. If you have 2 gay parents, you're even more likely to be gay. And if
right,
society
but
is
from
enforcing
where,
gayness, this hurts the birth rates, and
I
this hurts
understand that 100%.
this leads to more
But what I
suicides and more
want to
confused
know,
people doing more dangerous things.
right, Josh, I'm not denying that. Like I understand what you're saying. But I want to me, it just seems, for example, like you can tell me, oh, 50%, 45%, but out of what number of group of people? Because I am telling you out of a group of people that I am seeing. Like for
Right.
example, out of all these 8 years that I have worked with these orphans, all the straight
Right.
parents have lots of gay kids,
So
and
so
the
but
and the
so
gay parents
this
don't
is a
have
problem.
gay
This
kids.
is a problem with your argument, not a problem with my argument. So my sample size is going to be much larger, and it's taken from a more vast array of different types of people in different places and different experiences. Your sample size is based off of anecdotes from a Guatemalan adoption agency, so your sample size is going to be much smaller. So my sample size is bigger than your sample size. So my statistics
Come from
beat
America
your
though. They're
anecdote.
all American parents.
Huh? No,
But they're all
these
American parents from
no
all
no
over the country.
these are studies that have been done all over Western civilizations. Now you can argue that it's a Western civilization thing, but it's Western families that are adopting these kids in Guatemala. So
Okay.
it's still a
Yeah,
Western
I'm not
stat. This
not
is from
arguing.
this is from
I am making
Scandinavia. This is
myself
from
president
Sweden.
first.
This is from France. This is from
Yeah.
America. This is from a vast
I'm
swath
not
of people.
talking. I'm not talking about the rest. I'm not talking about the rest of the world. I'm talking specifically from America because I personally only like my numbers are based on just on the American couples that I am seeing, which is
Right, right.
I
Your
can't.
samples your samples are based off anecdotes from something you've seen in a small group in Guatemala with American families adopting Guatemala kids. So your sample size is smaller than my sample size. So my stats are going to bear out. So if I say, if you have gay parents, you're more likely to be gay. And you say, well, from what I've seen, if you have gay parents, you're more likely to be straight. Your sample size is smaller than my sample size, so my sample size beats yours. My studies beat your studies.
Okay, but let me ask you this. So if I go to Google and I go ahead and I type in what
Have you already done it?
would hold on. So for what you're telling me, you have done it. That you go ahead and you Google what is or investigate or whatever. You go ahead and investigate. Would a child tend to be gay if it has gay parents? And it's going to show you a whole list about yes, yes, yes. But if you also are looking for the contradictive argument, you will also find a bunch of answers on no, 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 no. Wouldn't you be trusting more the fact that of somebody who has seen thousands of kids going through this
No.
than what? Because Google can say yes or no, depends on really what you're looking for, right?
No,
Because
I'm not gonna
I
trust
think
your
it's weird.
I'm not gonna trust your anecdotes more than I'm gonna trust the whole conglomerate of information across the internet.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So so I'd rather take everybody's anecdotes and put them all together to find an answer
Mhm.
than to just trust your anecdotes. And that's one thing they didn't touch on
I
when
just
you guys were
find it
talking
so
about that.
weird.
One of the guys even
I
said
just find it so weird.
he said he puts anecdotes over statistics. And I know this is like a thing the left will, well, I need studies in statistics. I need studies in statistics. And then when you get them, the studies, they just challenge the source. And but
Yeah.
but we can all be logically brained and we can all look at all these numbers from everybody, and it's just obvious. It's obvious that if a kid never hears about gayness and he's raised by a mother and a father and they take care of him and he has brothers and sisters and they have a family and they're in the woods somewhere, and maybe at some time they try to do something weird with their sister or something, and they're just experimenting, and then you say, no, hey, we don't do that around here, stop that, we can't do that. Then those kids are raised in an environment where that's not even a question to them. I know my mother and father made me, and if I want to make more of me, I got to get a wife. My sister can't be my wife because I was taught that that's wrong. And so and it's not even that you were taught it, it's that it's embedded in us. Um
So how come out of these hundreds of partners that I have seen, because you have to call them partners instead of gay,
your number always
they're
gets
not
bigger.
husband and wife. But how come I have never met a gay couple with a gay child? Yet I have met multiple and multiple and multiple adopted children that are adopted by straight couples that they're gay.
There could be a lot of reasons for that. It could be the fact that they're actually just some Democrats from America who are trying to adopt a trophy child, and their whole relationship is fake. Why didn't that husband and wife just make a kid of their own? Infertility is not that common of a thing. A lot of those couples are gay couples that are just crazy Democrat open relationship, blah blah blah. We're rich in America, and we're going to adopt some trophy child that we can show off to our friends to say that we're doing the right thing and virtue signal. And those people are evil.
But I mean,
And the gay couple with the gay kid,
I don't
that
know
goes back to the rebelliousness thing.
how many
So
gay
you're
couples,
talking to
how many gay,
teenagers who are rebelling against their parents. Not even their
but how many
biological
gay couples
parents.
have you met? How many gay couples have you met that had adopted a child?
Not as many as you. I don't really hang out with gay guys
But
that adopt
that's
kids.
the thing, like I try to like not go off so much of what the media is saying. Like I'm actually meeting these people, like because I know when I hear gay couples before I met these
But
people, I was like
you have a
liberals.
small sample size.
So
Like
like
that's an odd group of people that's going to go to Guatemala to adopt a kid off the rip. That's
right,
not
but
your average.
it's not it's
That's not your average American couple that can't make a child and they're hoping they can make a child, so they just adopt the first kid that they can get from their local adoption agency, which is going to be the average, which
and
is going to
I
be the
agree with
normal
you.
thing.
These are
You're talking
people that
about
are
you're talking about extreme cases of people who go out of country to adopt a child. Like these are going to be edge cases.
well, I don't think it's extreme case. What happened is just that the adoptions internationally got closed here in Guatemala, but before that, it was very common. Why?
This is a
Because the
new
waiting time
phenomenon.
was way less.
No, these are edge cases. This is a new
No,
phenomenon
hold
that
on, but let me
families are
finish. Let me
going and
finish what I
adopting
was
kids.
saying. No,
Historically, you
that's
would
not a new
adopt a kid in
phenomenon.
your
That
community
happened
that
in
needs a
the 90s
parent.
because before you didn't have the access to international adoptions. When
Right.
international adoptions was accepted, when you had access to international adoption, the whole reason why
Yes.
people rather
But you're
come to
proving
these
my point.
countries and adopt, it was the waiting time. Before in America, it used to take like, well, I don't know how it takes now, but if you want to
Yeah,
adopt a child, it would take about 2 years for
but
you to adopt a child. If
do you
you wouldn't
see
adopt it here, it would
Flora
take
F-
9 months.
Flora, I get it. Do you see how you're proving my point though?
I don't.
So this is a new thing. This is not normal. Normally, if you were adopting a child, it would be your neighbor throughout history. Throughout history, if you were going to adopt a kid, it would be your neighbor can't raise their kid. We're going to take them into our house. Somebody in your community, somebody who you
Hmm.
know, somebody who's very like minded to you. It's kind of a new phenomenon that we're going grocery shopping for kids in other countries. So you're taking now that's some new thing that we have to add to the equation that makes it more difficult. But I think in general,
Dude,
if two gay guys adopt a kid, it's likely that kid's going to turn out gay. I don't think you need to have some sort of studies. We do have the studies, but without the studies, I don't think that's controversial to say. Seems just like it makes sense to me. But there are numbers that
yeah.
show
Okay. No, I see it.
if a kid has a gay parent or a gay teacher or a gay friend, they're more likely to be gay. And if that increases their likelihood of a bunch of social harms, suicidality, uh, all sorts of things, domestic abuse, all sorts of things,
I mean, all these kids,
jail, drug
all these
abuse.
kids do have something in common. And something that I see with every single one of the kids is really rare that you don't see this, which I haven't seen a case, is that all of them have deep mental issues for sure. All of them
Yeah.
have
Oh, you were
these
100%
issues
right.
of
When you said they yearn for the mother and their father, their biological mother, you were
they do.
100% right on that. Yeah.
Yeah, they
I'm not
really
saying
do their
I'm
entire
not trying to
life.
say you were wrong in everything. Just that one point where you because my main argument would have been if you have gay parents, you're going to be gay and this deteriorates society. This is the definition of degeneracy. And because gay people
Mhm.
can't reproduce, it hurts the birth rates. I don't have to bring God into this. It just hurts the birth rates and it leads to negative outcomes statistically. Um, and then you kind of came in and you kind of combated that with your anecdotes. You're like, well, I've seen straight parents make gay kids and gay parents make straight kids. And it's like, that doesn't, yeah, you've seen that, but why have you seen that? We got to go way deeper into this. I think on average, If a child is raised in a gay family, he's more likely to be gay. If a child is raised in a Christian family, he's
Yeah,
more
more
likely to be
likely to,
Christian.
yeah.
If a child is raised in an atheist family, he's more likely to be atheist. If a child is raised in a there was a story about a kid who killed a bunch of people, and basically his family raised him in a zombie apocalypse house, and it was all horror movies and demon possession, and the zombies are coming, and we got to prepare for the zombies. We have weapons all over the house in case of the zombie apocalypse. And then this kid ended up killing 2 of his friends because he thought they were zombies. And so I think I think your parents are going to
Josh,
inform. Go ahead.
I think anecdotally, like, I think I'm trying to think of every gay person I've known, and I live in a very gay community where everyone I've known, they all have either a missing father or just father issues in general that they openly talk about all the time.
Do you know? And also, if let's say we have 2 gay men with a son, and they are taking their kid to pride parades. Drag your kid to drag, and they're taking their kids and they've got them on the shoulders and they're walking through the pride parade. Look at the float, son. You think that kid's gonna turn
It's
out
self-prophesizing. Yeah, you're normalizing.
you know, and
And I
also I
have
think
seen
that
that
you're
around here.
talking
There's
right on.
one time I delivered to a guy, and then I went around the side of the house where he wanted me to bring whatever I was bringing. I can't remember what it was. And it was 2 gay guys sitting on the front porch and they were white. They looked like GQ'd up too, like really nice house in New Orleans. And they had a black son that was like straight out of a Target magazine.
Okay.
And then that was weird to me because I don't see that where I live. It's like a city thing. I've seen that I've seen that on a bunch of occasions where it's like in the cities, it's always weird like that, and it's normal. And they have signs out in their front yard with like pride symbols and like, so when you're hyper, when you see that all the time in the city, and it just becomes normal as well. It's not just on a family level. Like
Kids
their
are
community is
clay. Kids
completely
are
all about
moldable.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you're going to have a kid growing up with that, and it's just going to be totally normal in the city. But then when he goes out of the city and he realizes that it's not, what's going to happen? I don't understand.
And I think something that I have seen as well very, very much often is, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't recall seeing a gay couple of men. They're usually moms. You know, I'm really trying to think hard, like back
Yeah,
to all
they're
this.
ugly lesbians.
I have seen lesbians more than gay dudes, actually. I don't think that I have seen any gay dude couple actually with a child. And I also have to think about the fact that these groups, the requirement is that they're over 45 years. So I'm talking about like older generations, because if you look at these parents, they're in their 60s, some of them are already retired, you know, so this is a whole other generation of gays. I haven't seen like gays of 30 years, you know, of my generation of the 90s with kids. I don't know how they are. I don't.
Well, in the 80s and 90s, I don't think it was even like, and if you were gay, it wasn't like you were openly gay a lot of times. Like I remember I knew one dude was gay, but no one ever talked about it because it was just, we didn't talk about that kind of stuff.
It just wasn't important, you know what I'm saying? Like it was whatever, you know, like, okay, you're gay, so. But they weren't like on speedos dancing around like in front of a camera so thousands of children can look at that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh, something that I thought about too is that I base myself a lot on another generation of gay couples, because part of being on these groups is that you have to be 45 and plus, right? And almost all
So
of
they're
them are
older.
already retired. Exactly. So I am basing myself on gays from the 70s, from the 60s, from the 80s. You know, I'm not basing my I
I
don't
still
know how
think
the gays are from my age.
I still think there's something inherently wrong with a 45-year-old American couple getting a newborn from Guatemala. An American 45-year-old American gay couple getting a newborn from Guatemala, and that kid is gonna come out like what are you gonna what's the result of that gonna be?
They're all pansexual, bisexual, demisexual.
Well, you
You know
said they
what
were turning out
happened? I
straight.
forgot to tell you this
Hold on, hold
part.
on. You said they were.
That I forgot.
Hold on, Floor. You said they were. So the gay 45-year-old couple adopts the kid from Guatemala. You said 17 years later, those kids are turning out straight.
Wait. No, hold on. You never mentioned the gay part in it. You said just
I did.
people
I
that are
added
over
it.
45. You
I
didn't say
added it.
gay.
I added it in the. I restated it and added gay
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear the gay part, so
because
that's
that's
what
what
I
we're
said.
talking
It'll turn
about.
out to be gay.
That's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about how the gay community has changed. So a 45-year-old gay guy is different than a 20 to 30-year-old gay guy now. So
Well, this is also in 2 decades. Like the difference in 2 decades.
yeah,
Like I think it's
bro, it's
more like a
crazy.
chicken and the egg thing. Where was it normal? And what was it normal to be gay, and then media pushed it really hard, or was it the other way around, where media pushed it really hard, then everybody turned gay? Because I see, like, you know how they have all these talk shows, these
Or
women's talk
media
shows.
never pushed it, but it was always common. But now that we see it more, we think it's more common than it is.
We see it more on TV and think it's more common, right? But it's not
If
more
we think,
common.
Mhm.
They say there's a gene that like 1 out of 10 men is just gonna be inherently. Now I think that's bullshit, but
It is bull. It's
yeah,
like 100% bull.
they
I was actually we were in this town across the lake, and we were in this tuk-tuk. I was sitting down on the front of the tuk-tuk, and I have a dad with his two daughters, and I look back, and I was, like if I want good tips, I have to connect with the children, I have to connect with the parents, right? So I'm talking to them, and everybody's just laughing and stuff. And then it just came out of my mouth, and I was like, so what you two girls like? And the other one looks like a straight up dyke, okay? Like, but I didn't thought about it. It just part of my language. And I was just like, so what do you two girls like? And you can see it on the dyke's face that she was so
stop.
fucking
I don't know if
pissed.
we can say dyke, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, she was that. And then I
A gay
realized
would say that.
that her parents were calling him, but I didn't catch up into that until later on, because they were like, yeah, like the king that you are. And I was just like, but it just, because in
It's
Guatemala
so
that's so
perverted.
weird, and I was just like, the
Yeah,
king.
it doesn't. That's the other thing. Like the way that they want to have everyone perceive them is just so malformed. And like most of the time, like I used to be the bartender just outside of the city, and the gay people that would come in, women or men, like after a certain amount of time of seeing them over and over again, conversations come up, and you always find some kind of trauma in their life that you're like, oh, okay, that's probably why. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like there's some kind of trauma, and they became that way because of that trauma. It's not because they were born that way.
right. God didn't
And
make
Just move
God
on.
didn't make you
we
that way. The
what
world made you that way.
and you have to go through trauma, like what you're saying, Matthew. Everybody goes through trauma, some of them more traumatic than the other one, but that doesn't mean that it's less of a trauma. And trauma is necessary. Like, everybody's going to have one, because it's traumatic to
No,
realize that
wait, that's
something
no, that's a
that you thought
tangent. See, everybody's gonna have trauma, but people with a solid foundation, a good family, a strong man and woman in the house with, level-headedness and Christian values are not going to produce that.
Right.
What if, but no, but everybody has some type of trauma, like either it's mild or strong. For example, you can have a great household, right? You can have a great household based on all your values and everything. But let's per se you go to school and somebody bullies you just because, the children are evil when it comes to bullying. That's going to be traumatic for the child, regardless
Why
if it
why
had a
is
good
the
home or
kid
not. It's
why
going to
is
be
the kid in
traumatic.
a school where he could get bullied? Isn't that a fault of the parents for
Because
putting their kid in that
sadly,
position?
like,
Maybe school.
They, yeah, so he was at school and another child bullied him, and the parents didn't set that child up with a strong foundation to be on his feet and then be able to come out of that not gay. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
if that's the
saying
reason for
gay.
being
I'm
gay,
not saying
that means
gay.
they
I'm saying,
didn't instill things in the child that would help him cope with trauma like that, or
I'm not
even
saying
not even
gay.
recognize the trauma because it's never real. When you go back and you look at the things that kids used to get all tied up over, it was all just stupid. So like when you're a child, you make everything so big, it's so important. And kids, they have like this teenage angst and they want to, like JS was saying earlier, like you kind of have like this way you want to act out. But if you have a parent, or you have two parents that are going to put you in check and they're going to follow you, you know, down that road you're going, then you're going to have them correct you, and you're going to end up growing out of that.
Yeah.
Mean that you will take away the fact that he went through something traumatic. Like, I'm not saying that something traumatic you're gonna turn gay, but for example, something that is minimal, Santa Claus. What child did not went through the trauma that
But
Santa Claus was not real, at least in our generation?
so what you're saying is
For you to realize,
all the
Santa is
trauma
not
comes
real.
from their
So,
parents. The first trauma comes from their mother and their father, primarily the mother because she gives birth to them. They come through her womb, and that's what forgiveness is about, and letting go of that original resentment, the core, the root of the issue, to let you go, to let go of all the future resentments, and then you don't have that trauma anymore, and then you can live perfectly. And I think people can live
but I'm not
perfectly
I'm
and
not
raise
talking
perfect
about
kids.
how to fix the trauma. What I'm talking about is that the fact that makes them child, that's what make you a child. That's what make you a teenager. Why
No,
do we
what makes
act
you a
out so
child is
hard when
not
we're teenagers?
what makes you a child is not
It's
having
just the
trauma.
fact. No, Josh, being a child means that you
Yes,
have no
Floor.
experience at all.
Right, you have no
And things are
trauma.
going to be new and harsh for
You're
you, which it
perfect.
comes from the
You're
world,
made
the
Yeah,
like a
you're
internet.
child.
innocent. Right.
You're made like a
It's going
Yeah.
to
child.
be
You're innocent.
traumatic.
So
Right,
then
but
so then the fun
child,
part
Josh,
about it is in
child
this
Floor, you
world,
still
gotta
gonna
listen more than you talk.
the fun part is the way JS was explaining it. That initial trauma that you have being born through the mother, and yeah, you're gonna forgive her later, right? And but before that happens, you're going, maybe even you forgive her at some point, then you become that clingy thing that your mother produces to want to cling on to the mother. Then later on you gotta basically go back and say, okay, I forgive you for that, because you're just making you wanted to make me like my father.
Yeah.
And then you so and it's not like something that women are gonna think
Or you
of on
hate
that
me like
level.
you hate me like you hate my father.
Yeah, that's another thing, but it's all the same. It's the same kind of trauma. It's just different forms. So you're just gonna, but like the way that I see it now is that every little thing that you think was such a big deal,
Right.
once you find Christ, you find out that it really wasn't that big of a deal, and right now has nothing to do with any of that stuff, and that you are now like a child. You can forget all that. You can move on and you can start something new. So when these people are taking their traumas with them and they hold it like a badge of honor, and then the public now, with all the victimhood, they reward people for their victimhood and they make them proud of it, and then they take you and they put you in a category, and now you're supposed to be loyal to that category, and now you lose your humanity altogether because now you got to fit this mold of this kind of person. I'm this color. I'm in this category economically. I have these interests, and I have to support these people. And it's no longer you're just going to grow up and take things as they come. You have to be a certain type of person now. And that way, once they're dividing you up like that, then they can control you in ways that we weren't controlled 20, 30 years ago, where things were simpler and we didn't have to worry about so many categories, and we didn't have to worry about if we're hurting everyone's feelings about everything. You just kind of have like this new form of trauma, which is really just the same shit that we had 20, 30 years ago, but now it's rewarded with attention and just watering it like it's something that you're supposed to be proud of. And then like gayness, that's something that's morphed into a huge new category. It's like you're another type of human being altogether, and you're supposed to
Yeah,
be
that's to make us
rewarded
all
for it.
more androgynous, and so you got to attack gender, race, and now it's even ableism. Ableism is the next one, and then it will be the sexual. The sexual categories will expand to include some crazy stuff. But
Yeah, and that whole thing is where
you
we
think
get
it's
off
crazy
track. Is
now?
that
Wait till the bestiality. Wait till the furries start doing what they really want to do.
oh man, I don't know. There might be a line in the sand where things can implode. I really hope so. There might be a couple lines in the sand, and then maybe something happens where
What do you mean by implode? If you mean that it means that the West moves to Romania and Poland, and we move back to Europe or
oh
something,
man,
like we run.
some of them countries, they saw how everyone else is doing it, and they became more traditional, or
Yeah.
they they just they love their traditions. Like I
So,
have a
so it's
Polish friend who actually
cyclical.
just today got with me online that I've never talked to in 20, 30 years. And I kind of got in touch with him where it just seems like now he has a place here and in Poland, and he does everything like all out. Like they have the whole the old Polish like get up. They do all these huge like get-togethers where everybody dresses up and does the Polish dances. It wasn't like that before. Now everybody in those different countries, those northern countries, they all have pride in their tradition, and we don't. We hate our traditions, like the things that we used to
We don't
be.
have. We're a
We
melting pot. We don't have traditions. We have all the
Yeah, but
traditions.
you were able to do those things and segregate yourselves and become those things and be able to stay that way. But now it's like the minority used to be under a republic protected, but now a democracy is where everybody's got to be the same. But everybody also is divided up in these little categories, but everybody's got to be under this opinion
So
that everyone has to be the same.
I don't think they want those categories to be division amongst them. So it's the same thing. Okay, this is something I'm thinking of right now. This has just popped in my head. It's the same thing that Christians do with denominations, is the same thing they do with ableism and racism and sexes and genders. There's a million genders. Who knows what race you are? Uh, are you mentally able? Let's put psychology into that box. That's like the communist leftist box. And they divide up into different groups, but they're still all unified together to destroy the other idea, where we divide ourselves into different groups too. So we've got, sorry guys, I smoke pot. I broke my non-pot smoking
What?
thing. I'm a little high right now, but so we break up into these different groups of Christians and Orthodox and Catholic and Baptist and blah 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 blah. And then they got their different groups of black and white, and well, the whites don't get counted in that because we're on the other side. We gotta get pushed out to the other side, whatever the oppressor is. And where the
Yeah.
hell am I going with this? We do the same thing on the right, like, or on the God side, or the other side of the spectrum.
You started off with Christians being different sects now, like different groups now.
Yeah.
And I think that was your idea that you were going into, and then you trailed off.
Well, because you were talking about how the left makes all these minority groups, but really
Yeah.
those groups are all united against the white Christian man. Really, like who's the one that doesn't fit into the box? And
that is the underlying thing. Yeah, that's the dividing factor.
Right. And the white Christian man who's following laws from God, he's against that world ideology of let's vote, let's come together, let's do it takes a village to raise a child, blah 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 blah. We're more about individual than family, and we build more from the bottom up. They build more from the top down, communism and socialism and things like this. Let's all be together and unite and kumbaya. We're more like, that's not going to happen. Sometimes wars are going to happen. Sometimes I'm going to have to take somebody out. Like, comes from a more theological place. But we do the same thing they do, and we divide ourselves up into these groups, and we shouldn't be doing that. And that's like, I think that's like the influence of the world on us.
Yeah, it rubs off on you, like, yeah.
There's a sense of inferiority, like when some people can accept the fact that it's not even accept, it's just, for example, the groups of blacks, they feel inferior than the whites, right? But at least that's what the government is trying to put in their head, that the whites are evil because they're superior. But honestly, if you look at it without the selfishness and the fact that you just want what they have, it's like, what have they done to achieve a race that it is, I can't say this on YouTube. You know, there is a sense of inferiority when it comes.
What are you going to bring up, the Jews?
Hispanics?
What are you trying to talk about, the Jews?
No, no, no.
I was about to talk about that. Yeah.
No.
I was gonna say juice.
No, not the juice. But what I'm saying is that,
hey, the opinions of the people on this panel are not my opinions, and I love the Jews, and I will kiss the wall if you can make me rich. Let's go.
No, what I'm trying to say is that, like, I live in a third world country. I have seen both of the countries.
Nada's been here for a while, and Nada hasn't got to say anything. I'm sorry I keep interrupting you, Floor. Let Floor finish her thought, and then Nada can say something. Say hello. Oh, he's working.
He's muted.
He's muted. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry I keep interrupting you, Floor.
Yeah.
Can you? Did you mute him, Josh?
No.
Or did he mute himself?
I think he has himself muted.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have him muted.
No, so what I'm trying to say is that it's really hard, because I understand both points of view, and the fact that when you're in a third world country and then you see how the white people live, because this is true, okay? This is how the white people live. It's like a whole other world, right? It's just more organized, there's more order, people are, they're not as physically close in a way that, you know, how we say hi with a kiss on the cheek or whatever. You guys are physically like awkward, like you guys want your distance, you know. We're more fraternal in that way, but you see the infrastructure.
Yeah, because if you try to go in and kiss somebody, they could stab you in the back.
Let me finish my thought.
Okay, sorry, but I just had to address that.
When you see those bone separations, you're gonna have two reactions. Either you're gonna want to be like them, or two, you're gonna be jealous of them. You know that you can't achieve that because
both are the same.
Your own thought process doesn't. No, like if I want to achieve what you guys have, that means
wanting to be like them,
to be like you, learn.
Wanting to be like them is envy.
Yes.
And being jealous of them.
It's wanting to. No. You're wrong on that, because when you want to strive for a better future and present for yourself,
I don't think I'm ever
then
wrong.
You go ahead and you.
I think you might be wrong. I think wanting to be like somebody and being jealous of them is synonymous.
It's not white people. It's a Western culture.
being
So you
wanting
can
to
say
be
white
like God?
culture.
You're aliens of God?
You can't be like us unless you act like us. So that's
It's
jealousy.
Western
That's what I'm
culture.
telling you.
Wanting to be like them is the same as jealousy. No? Am I wrong?
Josh, so you wanting to be as perfect as God means that you're jealous of God?
I'm not jealous of him and ooh, okay. Ooh, you hit me. Okay, hold on.
It's not
Oh,
white people. It's just Western culture. Maybe you can call that white culture if you like, but
What the fuck
like
is white?
I'm not trying to be like a white person. I'm just an American who was raised an American.
So
So I just behave like an American,
here's how
which is like a Western person.
here's how I would answer that,
I
Floor.
hear you, Nada.
Since I think
Yo,
will is want, choice, or force, I do not want to be like God. Really, what I want to be like is a free will human that can run around and do whatever I'd like because it's all really fun. But I'm commanded, so I'm forced to be like God. So it's not a want, it's a command. And it's something that is hard to do. Sometimes you don't want to do what you need to do and what you're forced to do, but you're still forced to do it. That's how I would answer that.
right. But you see multiple people not making that choice and they do not follow God and they don't want to be like God because
Because
they
they
hate
don't
God.
want to do what they're being forced to do.
Who's forcing you to do
Exactly.
anything?
And it is the same. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. So for you to achieve the order that you guys
Something
have,
is
for
forcing
you
you to
to
do
achieve.
everything that you do, Buff.
Oh, really?
So what
What's
I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell
forcing
you,
you
it
to
is
be
that
an achieve?
when you try to achieve the order and the culture that you have, you're gonna have to be forced to do certain things, right?
Yeah, if you want
For
to
you to
stay
achieve
here.
that culture.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's a little thing
Exactly.
called
So that's
free
what I'm telling
will.
you. You can either be jealous and go ahead and be like, no, fuck that culture. They colonized us. This was through slavery, and look all these stupid excuses of why you just can't achieve the order and the cultural appropriation that they have,
Ooh.
or you can just
oh, so you're
admire them
fire?
and try to be like
Oh,
them.
Did you just say cultural appropriation?
where you headed off to?
Yeah, it's culture appropriate what you guys are doing. Like it's the reality. Like, I'm
What's
sorry if
that?
this is gonna sound offensive, Buff, because you're the only black person here.
What
Like,
is
look at Buff,
cultural
for example.
appropriation?
I don't
No,
even
no, no,
like
no,
you
no.
Buff
What
using
is
that
speaks
that
cultural
Buff.
I don't
appropriation?
even like you using that term.
Buff,
But
listen. So
explain yourself, woman.
Buff is a great example. Buff is a great example, actually. If I compare Buff, for example, with Jalen or with Freddie, I don't hear Buff talking like I'm not like he's some type of gangster or rapper. Of course, he has his little like the little black. Okay. But Buff, he actually admire white people, and he actually acts almost white, honestly. And
No,
if
No,
no,
you
wait.
What the
no,
fuck?
no, no,
No,
no.
nobody's
We
gonna
have
agree. You
Western
sound like a
the
culture.
three of us have three different personalities. It ain't about admiring a damn race. It's about being able to have a conversation
yeah. You're talking
without
about cultural
having
appropriation. You've been hanging out with too many damn Democrats. Who's teaching you this language?
somebody from
the
Pennsylvania and
wrong
what was
words.
the other
You guys
state?
know what I'm trying to say. Like, if you
Oh,
want
I
to
know what
No.
you're trying to
culturally
say. It's
be
wrong.
like, then what I'm about to say, Josh.
Buff's not trying to be white. He's
I'm
going
not trying
along
to be
with
white.
he's yeah.
I'm me, and this is just this is how I was raised in American culture, and this is the only way I know how to be. There's no, I'm
I'm
not,
a reflection of
I'm
the
not
shit I grew up with.
trying. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
but like
trying to be anything.
he has all these experiences he's grown up with that molded him into the person he was. It wasn't that now he all of a sudden wants to be a certain race.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess you guys are right. Okay, I'm gonna
Corey,
shut
what are
Cultural
up
you
on
at
that.
right now?
if I'm going to be talking about cultural appropriation, then I'm saying it's a great thing. And if you're going to come in and you're going to appropriate my cultural and you're going to act appropriately to my culture, then I appreciate that and maybe you can hang out for a little while. The people who say cultural appropriation is bad need to get the fuck out of my culture. I don't want you here.
Well, wait, hold on. So that's what I'm telling you. Maybe I just
Yeah, it's a
used the wrong
communist
word.
word.
But what I'm saying is
Yeah,
that
she just
culturally
used
you
the.
get adapted to what you're. So okay, let's go back to the beginning, okay? Because it was just a word that I messed up, okay? That doesn't mean that there was a whole
Can I help
idea on
you,
the
Flora?
background.
Can I help you for a
Yeah,
second? I think what you
please.
were trying to say was there was like certain types of blacks that are ghetto or certain types of blacks that, act a certain way and he's not acting that way. That's what you were saying.
Exactly. And what I hear
And
more
you're
from
still
these
wrong.
ghetto blacks is like fuck the
No,
whites.
because there
They
is
did
there is
this and
you
the
know
slavery and blah
the
blah blah.
clown
I'm not saying
version
they
of,
don't
of
exist.
what people think blacks are, like the clown version is what
I'm not saying it
these.
doesn't exist. What I'm saying is, yeah, you're making that snap judgment upon me about some cultural appropriation. I can get ghetto when the situation is
Guys, the cultural
necessary
appropriation was
because
not
I grew up
on the
Yeah.
word that I
with
Is it
fucking
the
used.
situation and the
Over it.
culture.
I just misused
It's
the word.
ingrained in me.
okay? So
I choose not to be that way.
I don't think you
I'm
misused the
being
word though, Flora. I think
civil.
it's exactly what you were talking about.
I totally did because I didn't meant it to because it seems like it's like
No,
not what I was
no,
trying to
no.
say.
It was what you were trying to say. It applied perfectly.
It was a stream of
Give her a
Did
pass.
it?
consciousness thing.
I'll give her a pass.
You're
Yeah.
you're trying to say he acts white
Call me,
because
call me
he's
the
in,
N word right now. We'll,
and
we'll,
I'm
we'll
I'm
sweep all
trying
this
to
under the
say he
rug.
doesn't act
Essentially,
white.
what I'm saying is like he doesn't act like a ghetto black. That's what I'm saying. He acts like he is
He's not
more.
turned on
He
right
holds
now.
But
I
himself.
don't,
Okay,
I don't
what
have a
was
reason to be that way right now.
Matthew
And
gonna say about that clown version of are you saying that they're buying into
Yeah, white
some
people have the clown
expectation
version
or
as
something?
well.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a clown version of people in general, but then we can latch on these things that we've thought about, like say blacks will act a certain way because that's what we saw in all the comedy in the movies and all that stuff that we have attached to that. Like, is every black just like Next Friday?
basically stereotypes.
Or yeah,
Essentially.
stereotype. Yeah,
Yeah,
like is every black
hate stereotypes
But
are a
he,
But
problem with this
but
world
even
for
that
every culture.
that's
It,
Black
Everybody.
American culture. That's American
but
culture. Hip
it,
hop. People will say hip
it
hop
also.
is African. They stole it from this and this. I say hip hop is American music.
American. Yeah, hip hop is
Oh
American
yeah,
as hell.
absolutely. I agree.
Like
One of the things that I don't understand, for example, with Hispanics, this happens with Hispanics that grew up in America, these are American Hispanics. For example, that they go ahead and talk, hey, what's up? Are you going to go through? Are you going to do it? I didn't thought so. And they just talk so weird, but they grew up in the States.
that was a
And
horrible
you're like,
Mexican impression.
why
I
do
can
you
do a
talk
better
like
Mexican
that?
impression than the damn Guatemalan chick. Hey,
Because
what
I
you
can't
want? What you
Goddamn
got on the
country's right
bag?
above you.
Hey,
Andale,
I'm not
andale.
talking about
Arriba.
Andale, we gonna
those,
catch the
but
python. We're gonna put it
like,
in the cage.
Cholos.
yeah, and but I'm talking about kids that do have Hispanic parents, and they are Hispanic, but they're anchor babies, and they go ahead and they talk like that. They're like, why don't you come through? Through, like, why are you saying through like that? Like, didn't you grow up in the States? To me, that is just an insult to the American culture because
Yeah.
you're in their country. Learn how to speak like
Well,
them, but they try to
That's
sound
that's
Hispanic.
American.
we have
That's
different
American too.
ranges of
I agree.
culture throughout the United States. You got the
I agree
South, you
with
got the West, you got the Yankees up north. We all talk differently.
I agree with
Just
Floor
as an
and
example.
Nada.
No,
Floor,
no,
what
no,
you're saying is they're
mm-mm.
making up Ebonics to try to disgrace American culture, but at the same time, Nada's right because that is from America. They don't talk like that in Mexico.
Because we speak English.
Right. So it is still is American part, and that's an unfortunate problem with America is that we're a melting pot where we bring all these and there's no assimilation into one united American states anymore because it's so big. It's too big. And that's why we have states' rights, which
Okay,
is great. But our states need to start
so
like,
you go ahead.
well, you're not supposed to talk about this stuff on YouTube, but this is some like
So if you go ahead, and, like for example, this is what they do, and this is what it bothers
stochastic
me
terrorism, I
because
guess.
if you go ahead and if you talk to somebody from the city, okay, here in Guatemala in Spanish, there are two type of people that are gonna talk to you in Spanish. Either the people like myself, right, that we have in just a regular Spanish, like we sound just regular, or the gang members. They speak Spanish in a different way. They're just
It's
gang,
slang. It's
and when you
ebonics.
hear this
Well,
and when you hear these Hispanics that are growing up in America and that they speak, especially the younger ones, they sound like gang members. And I don't think they realize how bad that sounds to a
there's
Hispanic
always
person
there's also
because
there's
you're
also like
representing the lowest of our community through your speech.
there's
Sorry,
also
Nana,
that
go ahead.
like a there's also like a bougie version of it too, though, where they start lisping like they're in Spain or something, right? People do that too.
Oh no, we here in Latin America we hate how the Spanish from Spain sounds like. It's
I hear
an
I hear
abomination.
Mexicans do that. I hear
Yeah,
like bougie Mexicans do that shit. Irritating.
that's language. I don't know if
Really, I have never.
I have.
I don't know if that's as important as we make it out to be. So now I'm going down a random thought line, but this is like,
No, because
so if you have
they
some,
have
hold
made
on,
it.
Floor, hold on, Floor. When we're talking about cultural differences, one of the important things we'll say language is one of the important things that defines a culture. But the languages were mixed up, and then there's all these different dialects, and that's, oh man, this is so this all comes down to like the Tower of Babel, and that we're supposed to be divided. And I think I could tie it in
Yeah.
with Christ saying he came to bring a sword to divide. And it's like we keep dividing up and we divide up. But English, I don't care about your different dialects as long as I can understand what you're saying. Damn, and then that you could tie that into like speaking in tongues is being able to understand all of them. But
This wrench. This wrench is from Spain. Anyway,
is it have it's not metric system, huh?
it's channel lock branded, but the best
It's the
adjustable
Velasquez.
wrenches are made in Spain. Like this part doesn't move a lot.
Damn
Anyway,
commies. I don't
good
know.
wrenches though.
I don't know Spain is
Well, over
commies. I
here,
just
like
call everybody commies that's not
if
in
you
America.
hear us
If you don't use the damn
here, where
metric
we
system, you're probably a commie.
You guys have your own metric system. It's so weird. You guys use miles and inches.
Yeah,
The rest
it's
of the world
based.
don't.
Yeah,
That's
It's
not
like
based.
that's
It's
not our
based off.
own
the
metric
same people.
system.
It's based off of common
We
sense
also drive on
numbers.
the right side of the road.
Makes it harder for the rest of the
Yeah,
world. Then you go to the
Called
States and they're
imperial.
2 miles. You're like,
Stay the
what the
fuck
heck
out
is
of
You
my
this
know what I always
miles?
thought
territory.
was weird?
How about
Like I
this?
think the way how some people are right brained and left brained, and there's different ways to like group people that way. Like, are we the first country? This is actually a question. Are we the first country that started driving on the right side of the road?
well, because
No,
there's
they do
more
it in
left
spots
turns,
major
and
too.
if you're doing, there's more left lane action, so that keeps your left brain. I don't know. I looked into this at some
I
point.
think
Left
I
lane
I looked it up.
action. You just said
I
left
looked it
lane
up.
action. What is
There's
that?
actually more. There's actually more countries that drive on our side than the other way. There's only a few
Okay.
countries that drive on
it doesn't
the
make
wrong side.
sense. I don't want the two drivers to be farther
Anyway,
apart. It makes more sense in like less deaths on the road that the two drivers be farther apart. But I want the drivers to be close together, using that left side of their brain to interpret what's happening
let
over
me
here. And it
let me explain something here. See that? Okay, so let's say you got a half inch, right? 1/2,
Yes.
right? So if you wanna divide 1/2, well, let's say you got 1, 3, 5, 5, 5/8.
He's
In
explaining
order to
why.
split
He's explaining
20,
why
all you gotta do is
inches.
double the denominator.
Yes,
So it's quick to
and it's
divide
12.
measurement.
The integer is
Yeah,
12, or the
4, 6, 8.
denominator is 12. 12 can be divided by 2. It can be divided by 6. It can be divided by
Yeah.
4. It can be divided by 3.
Construction,
Whereas 10, if we're going off 10
yeah,
is
you
our
have an odd
basis.
number in
What's
the middle.
what's a third of 10 meters? It's gonna be 3 point. It's gonna be a Repetin bar.
You
It's gonna.
you end up with like 2.5s, and what the fuck? How the
Yeah.
fuck you measure
Sounds
2.5? I
complicated.
mean,
It's easier to think
yeah, it
about it in
is.
centimeters by me.
This is so
It's
much
just
easier.
way
I can just double the denominator and keep
That's because of the
splitting
French
this into
Revolution. The
32nd,
damn
64.
commies made the whole world say we're gonna do this. And when America falls to the metric, or to when we lose that, America is really gone. That's when it's over. When the whole
You
world is
guys are
using
gonna
one
be
measurement
fine.
system.
It's like your guys' language.
No, it's the same
English
as
is
one world
backwards. It's
currency,
weird.
one world government, one world religion, one world measurement. When we're measuring things and we're all using the same measurement, and you're not using common
I
sense,
got a
like
fat boy.
you
I
know what
stole
you know what a foot.
while on the
Do you
job.
know what a foot is, Floor? It's the average size of a man's foot. Used to be. Now we got beta males,
Well,
size 9s.
Have you seen that food from an American compared to a Guatemalan?
What is the average size of foot in Guatemala?
Yeah,
10
what's those average
centimeters?
shoe size over there?
10
It's like a
centimeters.
5. 5 to
Yeah.
6.
Man, let me go get my big boy. Put a sticker on it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I only wear really an 11, so I guess I'm in the beta male class for that too. So that was not a. If you don't wear a
This is
size,
DeWalt, but I had to put a sticker.
if you don't
on
wear
it.
a size 12, don't feel offended.
This is actually a DeWalt.
I wear a 12
actually,
or 11
this
half
size
at
doesn't
Nikes.
A
actually
red
mean
and
that
black
it's
DeWalt.
only 9 inches long, bro. It doesn't mean like if you wear a size 10, it doesn't mean your shoes are 10 inches long.
That's true.
We're
I
having
don't know,
a
guys.
contest.
Point
We're
is,
12.
every country.
Tiny feet. I wear a size 12 in
Tiny
Air
ass
Force
feet
Ones
Guatemalans.
because Nikes run
I wear
small.
size
But
14.
bullshit.
You know,
Why would I
was
lie
just
about
talking
this?
Show
to
me
a
your
friend
tag.
about
Show me the
that.
Why
tag.
would I lie
Pull your shoe off and show me the tag.
This might be one worn out. This was a
These
13.
I bet-
might be 11 and a
Oh,
half.
here it is.
I bet it's floppy than a mug. You're going 2 sizes up.
Yeah, these are 11 and a half.
I can't read that chat. Hold on. Show it again.
What? It says fucking 14. Dear God, why the fuck would I lie
Oh,
about this? I
Lord.
have no desire to lie about this. What's the point? What's the advantage?
Dang.
What the fuck? I got big feet.
Dang.
They're a
Buff.
fucking nuisance.
Buff with the size 14.
But you notice how different
Wait,
brands have different
Buff,
sizes
Are
too.
you like 4? How tall are you? And you're like 4'11",
Yeah, like
and you have a feet size of
What are those
14.
boots?
Sneakers are 14s for me, but a boot? I can fucking
I
get
can't
into a
read
13
that.
boot.
I can't.
Harriet.
Oh.
Lariat. Yeah, good brand.
What size are
Harriet.
those? What size are those? Like 10s?
11 and a half.
Ooh, okay.
I wear a 12 usually, but it's actually 11 and a half wide normally. But in these, I guess normal width is good.
So see, you're
And-
gonna have your guys who are your 9s and your 10s, and you're gonna have your guys who are your 14s. The average size of a shoe is like 11 or 12 inches, and 11 being the size of the shoe is probably about a 12-inch shoe. So that's where we get foot from.
Well, supposedly people were a lot
Yeah.
shorter back then too.
You know where we get the term acre from?
What?
It's the average amount that a cow could plow a field in a day is an acre. So you can use math to figure that out. You can say, well, I need 20 bulls to plow
The
20.
shoe's about 12.
You gotta compensate for curvature.
They're around 12 and a half.
You don't.
In each
but-
pass group, there was a dad who was super tall. Like he had to like bend over every time that he goes through the doors here.
Here's another
And
anecdote from
we-
Flora. She knows a guy that had a size 36 shoe.
No, his name is Keith. He just left with his wife. And my friend came up to me, which she's super short. She's super short. And she came up to me and she's like, don't you think Americans are deformed? And I was like, what you mean? She's like, don't
Hey,
you think it's... And I was like, deformed. And she's like, yeah, look how long his arms are and his hands and his feet. And then we came up to him and I asked him, I was like, where do you buy your clothes? There's no way that you can just buy regular
Or
clothes in this. Like he was like, I don't. I have to get them online because the large, like if I lift up my arms, it goes up to my chest. And it made me think, I was like, that's true. Like for us Latin Americans, it's like you see somebody that tall and you're like, that's weird, like it looks almost deformed because they're so
yeah, you
tall
guys,
in the long
you guys,
arms, it's...
you guys wear our kid sizes, pretty much.
And that's true. Over here in Guatemala, my foot
Malnourished.
size is a 9, and in the States it's a 7. Their feet is like this. It's really weird too.
You guys won't have enough
DJ Bob.
protein.
We weren't bullying him. It's just weird, But he was very useful to get mangoes down the tree. He just like picked them up for us. It was pretty useful.
He was a good
His
mango
height.
picker. That's racist. What did he
He
climb
really
up?
was.
And then he climbed up and got
No,
the.
he just stood
I
up
get the
and
mango for you.
we all have sticks, to kind of just like get him down. And he like saw us struggling, and he's like, here, cook, and he just like put it down and gave it to us, and we're like, whoa, a giant, like.
Maybe that's the Nephilim was just really tiny people, and they just saw like normal people. Like, oh, look at the giants.
I thought the Nephilim
Yeah,
was supposed to be tall, like giants, right?
I think they're like 20 feet tall.
Weren't they supposed to be? Yeah, they were tall, right?
I think Goliath was like 9 feet tall, and at the time people were shorter. They were probably like 5 feet if they were tall. And so a 9-foot person was like, whoa, 9 or 10 feet. I've heard 11 feet for Goliath. I've also heard David didn't actually kill Goliath from the Bible, but that's if Buff ever wants to do the old atheist contradictions in the Bible argument, that's a fun one.
I
Look at Buff's
he
face.
was
I've
almost 10 feet tall.
I've heard a similar claim that Goliath was supposed to have been like 11 feet.
Yeah, there's a measurement, right? Something cubits. I don't know,
Yeah.
whatever.
It's
I've
estimated
also
like
heard a
9
contradiction that he was
between
only
9 and
about
11.
like. Yeah, I've also heard a contradiction that he was like only about 7.5 feet, and
No, I've never heard
David
that.
was just short.
No, I've never
And
heard.
the scale comparison.
The
is
lowest
why
I've ever heard given for Goliath
He's
was
had-
9 feet.
All right.
I don't.
It's all bullshit anyway, but I mean, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. It's all made up.
I got a slingshot.
Oh.
I'm gonna take you up.
The taller the man is, the more attractive he is.
It's actually not even in the Bible. It's in some Masoretic text.
I think that
How
the
tall
point
he
of
is.
that story is it doesn't matter how big the
Not in the
enemy
Bible?
is if you can put a bullet in their
Huh.
head.
His actual height is not in the Bible. It's in some other
Is it?
text.
Oh, so is it in like footnotes? Is that where I'm reading the measurement in the Bible?
Yeah, they said it's in some Masoretic texts. It's not in the
Oh.
actual Bible.
No, I think
Huh.
it has its height in there. It has a measurement of
thought it said-
cubits. But then it just depends on how you measure the cubits. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in
David
there.
cheated because he had a slingshot.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is in the footnotes, and I just assume that it's in the text.
Textual consideration.
That's how
Okay.
Noah apparently
The
measured
oldest
the ark,
manuscripts,
right?
namely in the Dead Sea Scrolls, text of Samuel from the late 1st century,
Yeah, that's what I'm reading
all
right
give
now from
Goliath's
Google.
height as 4 cubits and a
And a
span,
span.
6 feet 9 inches, or 2.6 meters, 2.06 meters, whereas Masoretic text has 6 cubits and a span, 9 feet 9 inches.
Right. So I've never heard this 4 cubits in a span, 6 foot 9 inches idea. I'm used to the 9 foot 9 inches. That's if you asked me what was Goliath's height, I probably would have said 9 foot 9 because I've heard that before, and that's a common one. That so 6 cubits in a span. Maybe it was 4 cubits in a span. But see now that what that is it's a difference in the measure of cubits
Yeah.
and what they
We
thought
talking
cubits were.
Yeah, we talking Noah's
Well,
cubits.
the Masoretic texts are the Hebrew Aramaic texts of 24 books of the Hebrew Bible in Judaism. So they are counting him as bigger. The other one is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, calling him shorter. So in the Jewish canon, it's calling him 9 feet tall, 9 inches, and they're both using cubits. So,
But pre Dead Sea Scrolls,
Yeah,
pre
stands
Dead
about 9 inches.
pre Dead Sea Scrolls, we would have went with the
Masoretic text,
right.
which would have been 9 foot 9 inches.
Yeah, that's
But
what
Dead Sea Scrolls is
that's the number I
shorter.
always heard.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
I
anyway,
didn't even know. I don't know much about the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've heard it so many times, but I've never looked into it. But they're a set of ancient Jewish manuscripts
They
from the
found them in
Second
clay
Temple
pots,
period.
right? Isn't that
And they found them in
that those?
1940, between 1946 and 1956. So that was literally less than 100 years ago. They found them in these caves by the West Bank.
1946? Hmm.
1946 and
What was going
1956.
on in 1946?
yeah, I feel like we've been finding
Oh no, that was
manuscripts.
43.
We're
Wait.
constantly finding manuscripts to add to the Textus, not the Textus Receptus, but I always forget the word for it. But Textus, basically everything that came after, and so now we've got like 14,000 manuscripts, and the fact that they made such a big deal over these Dead Sea Scrolls,
Was that
and
Monopoly money?
Oh, they were acquired. They were acquired by the
Goonie.
Palestinian Authority and by Israel after Jordan lost the 1967 Arab-Israeli War.
we
So,
just
like,
came up with
Nah,
these new
that's
scrolls.
up.
Yeah, I don't see that's and that's my problem.
this is on
Monopoly money.
Wikipedia.
Yeah,
This is on Wikipedia.
yeah. It's
After
not,
Jordan lost his gambling and had his dad killed. Is that what's going on? And then he was disgraced, so he had to go to baseball because they couldn't officially say that he was being banned from the NBA.
see, if the original Hebrew text
Hey,
says
hey.
6 cubits in a span, then I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna stick with the 9-9. And that
Find information on Wikipedia. You need to back it up with another source or 2 or 3.
Well,
I'm
they're showing
on
sources here.
accordance.
I'm just not mentioning them.
I'm Accordance Bible. I'm on AccordanceBible.com. I'm not on Wikipedia.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Matthew.
Well, both of us. I'm sure
They
both
have
of
it
us
all
are,
at the bottom. I don't have all of them. I'm not listing off the references, but the references are. These are different parts of Dead Sea Scrolls.
Matthew's not
Yeah,
dumb.
like
He's not just
America.
going off of. It's not just Wikipedia. We're looking at everything. I have 3 different sites pulled up about this right now, Buff. So.
Yeah, there's literally like, okay, I can't even find the bottom of the references. Oh, okay, 168 references.
What you know about that?
I went ahead and exchanged money today at the city, and they gave me the shittiest dollars because we can't exchange them like this.
Spins the same way.
Is it
You
taped?
know what's weird though? All these
Well, the card's
references are
tape.
from the late 2000s.
They'll strike it with a pin. It'll spin the same way. You'll be fine. It's okay. You'll be fine.
Oh yeah, like I can use these ones in the States, and that's what they ask you what's the purpose of you like exchanging to dollars, and I was like, I'm going on a trip. So then they give me all this crappy dollars so I can use them, because you can't exchange down here if they have like this type of things, like here in the middle is bend, then they won't
Yeah.
exchange it to Qs. So the bank is
Bent
giving me
or
the
ripped?
shittiest dollars, so I Thanks.
Is it ripped and
Oh.
taped, or just bent?
Like, for example,
Like
this
creased?
20, this 20 has
Yeah.
tape,
Wow.
right? But I can use that in the airports or in the States. So they ask you, like, what's the purpose of you exchanging to dollars? Because usually you exchange dollars to Qs.
Drugs.
And I explain it to them. So then they give me all these used dollars that make just so I can use them. And I hope that they accept it in the States.
Tell them I'm gonna sniff coke. I need nice,
Yeah, do
clean
it at the airport.
hundreds.
Give you
It's
Monopoly
Tesla
money
here.
for that. It's a lot crispier. See? It's more crispy than the
Grease.
Yeah, but you don't want to sniff coke out of that. You want hundreds. You want Benjamins. Come on.
Yeah, what do they call that place at the airport? You drop in on an international flight. They should have an office there where you can exchange your money. God damn it, what do they call that?
Yeah,
thing?
but the
Currency
exchange
exchange.
rate is the exchange rate in an airport is lower than if I exchange it in the bank.
Okay.
And you can't exchange it here, or you just need a little bit of cash to have on you or whatever.
No, I exchanged 1,000 Qs, which it was how much? It
$7.
was like $150 just for me to have, just in
Oh.
case I need something, right?
Uh-uh.
And then the rest I can just take it out at the ATM with my card.
Right. That makes more sense, right?
Yeah,
But
it's more
they don't
the exchange
screw you
value
on
is
the
higher.
exchange.
What was that?
They don't screw you on the exchange, or is that like a better rate? Or that's the same rate that your bank's giving you.
Like
Yeah, the
right now,
rates
the rate
change
that
daily too.
they gave me at the bank is 7.86 Qs per dollar. If I go to like an exchange house or to the airport, it's gonna be like 7.56. So even though it's a couple cents, but if you add them up, it becomes a big value of a difference.
What about using the ATM and like our ATMs are infamous for their different ATM fees. Charge you an extra $3.
Oh,
Shit like that.
I did not ask that, and I thought about it on my way back here. So I'm gonna go to the bank and ask them, like, every time that, because it's an international card, am I gonna get a fee for using the
It might
ATM in
be.
the States?
It might be like partnered with some bank or some bank's ATMs or something. Maybe.
Citibank. That's the one that my bank
Oh,
is
there you go.
affiliated to Citibank.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know how many Citibanks are in the States, in Utah, but
They're
and I
here.
don't know if I can go to any ATM. All these questions I should have asked. I will ask tomorrow.
Do you have an you got a chip on your card you could tap to pay? Did you just pay through like debit?
Yeah,
I'd recommend.
yeah.
You just
It's
need
a
to pull
Visa
up and you need to
card.
get it all turned into cash, liquidate everything, give it to me, and I'll take care of it.
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
Or
You
be
turn it
No, I
into
trust you.
powder.
being
Yeah.
that you're visiting, you shouldn't have to spend a dime because your husband should be buying everything that you need while you're here.
We're gonna buy it. We're gonna turn
No.
it into gold and invest it in Virgin Galactic.
It's not like I'm taking hundreds of thousands of dollars with me, guys. You realize
Nvidia.
that, right?
You want to invest in Nvidia 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm really curious about? Because I'm gonna activate roaming. By the way, the roaming plans are insanely expensive. It's
Oh,
literally gonna be
God.
more expensive for me to change my roaming,
Can't
which
you just
I find it
use?
ridiculous.
Can't you just use Wi-Fi? Can't you just connect to somebody's Wi-Fi and use that?
Well, the thing is that I'm probably going to get calls or somebody's going to call me at some point, either my boss or I don't know, somebody's going to call me and just for that call, they're going to charge me a stupid amount of money. So I'd rather change for roaming just in any case of an emergency. You know, I want them to be able to be sure that nothing is going to happen, you know? But the roaming is expensive, but that doesn't matter. Like I knew about that. But I don't even know what I was talking about. I kind of lost my track of thought.
Roaming plans.
I don't know. But Bumblebot in chat apparently hates David, calls him a dirty cheater against Goliath.
But
Who?
I
David?
did ask the bank.
So in
How do you
Samuel
really feel,
and in
Bumblebot?
Samuel and Isaiah, actually somebody else kills Goliath. So David doesn't even kill Goliath in Isaiah. But they say Isaiah was written, so Samuel was written by an interpreter of King of Samuel, and Isaiah was written by Isaiah. And actually, Isaiah was written before Samuel. Samuel was a retelling of a story, and like they added Goliath to add validity to, or I mean, they added David to the story of Goliath because the guy that actually killed Goliath was lesser known. Fun Bible fact.
David was known. Okay.
Yeah, so according to Isaiah, David didn't actually kill Goliath.
Everything is a lie.
Did Samson slay the Philistines with a donkey's jawbone? Did that happen?
As far as I know, that story is true, and I believe it.
All my motivation to take down enemies bigger than me.
I like that.
Oh, means nothing.
Yeah. There's some stories you got to know to take literally, but I think Samson was a beast. Samson was a great warrior, and he had, and I think God was more active with people on Earth back then, and so a man killing 300 people with a donkey's jawbone, I don't think that's that crazy, especially if they're dumb, slow, monkey-like people. Like you're just knocking him out, and he's a beast. And he's just coming in there, boom, 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 boom.
Maybe he's an alien.
I don't know about that, but you're going a little too crazy for me there.
He built the pyramids.
Well, he also brought down the temple, right? In a fit of rage.
My thing is how is what I'm saying crazy, but then adding aliens to it doesn't make it more crazy because some alien people will
Okay,
be like,
Josh, that's exactly what makes it sound crazy. That's exactly what makes it sound crazy.
no, because people who don't believe in God will add aliens to it. They'll be like, that's crazy that you believe in miracles from God and stuff. But you believe aliens came down and did some miracles. I know you're being funny.
Because aliens.
Like aliens were the independent contractors of
you
God.
transformed into that History Channel guy that has all that crazy hair.
Yeah,
aliens.
that's the meme. But it's because aliens.
I do God of the Gaps, they do aliens of the Gaps.
List or whatever.
Josh, you know what the first thing that I'm getting at the airport? Some Newports. That's the first thing I'm getting. Newports.
That would be a
and I'm
horrible.
Gonna smoke and be
that would be a horrible decision off the bat if you bought Newports from the airport. That would be a bad decision off the rip. I could take you to Habib Station where you can get them $10 a pack.
Yeah, they're like $20 a pack.
If you want to pay at the airport.
My addiction to cigarettes won't allow me to do that. I'm just gonna get them first. I won't care how much they are. I just want a Newport so bad.
They're gross.
Financially irresponsible.
Cigarette smoking is not cool in America, and menthol smoking is definitely not cool in America anymore. If you're smoking a
Just say
cigarette,
to be cool for
no.
America.
if you're smoking a cigarette in
Be
America, you're
Newport.
smoking like a red or they make Newport Reds now. See, even Newport saw the trend and they started making red
Do you
Newports.
remember? Do you remember years ago when you introduced me to Marlboro Reds, and I will never forget the pride on your face. You were like, "Yeah, now you're a cowgirl," and I was just smoking the Marlboro Reds.
I smoked Marlboro Reds at the
Blend
time. Yeah,
No.
that probably makes sense. But
Blend 27s are good.
I like the Blend 27s, but I smoked Reds and then they got too expensive and Blacks were cheaper. And now the Marlboro Blacks are like the same price as the Marlboro Reds. So now I smoke Lucky
These
Strikes. And the Lucky Strikes are about the price of the Marlboro Reds from 8 years ago, 10 years ago. What are
these
those?
at the reservation smoke shops are
Oh,
like
Lord.
$4.20 a pack.
Yeah, but they
Fuck
don't even
yeah.
have a brand you want.
They
Shit.
probably got less crap in them too. Because I
Yeah,
I
think,
don't know.
I've heard
There's some
that.
kind of fucking Indian brand also,
have you heard the theories about
like
nicotine?
Feather Indian. Not.
Have you heard about how nicotine's making like men stronger and smarter in the smoke break in the workplace? Communists didn't like that. Like basically,
What?
so the idea is when smoking came out, the nicotine
It's
was
because of the tax. That's the only reason that they're expensive, because you can get duty free Marlboros. You can get a carton of them for like $20 in
All right, and
Switzerland.
look at that. You see that? I don't know if you
right,
can see that stamp there.
but they make
Native
them
American Reservation stamp.
in America. They profit off it. They make more off of it, and they add stuff to it to kind of so like the idea of cancer from smoking. Oh man, we're getting
Oh,
conspiratorial.
that's another thing. The you know how our cigarettes they'll go out if you let them sit for a second,
Well,
like
that's a
the duty
wax.
free cigarettes.
That's only in some
They don't put
states.
those in those, so they'll just burn until the end. Like
I
the ones from out of America,
yeah, I
the
first
ones you
learned
get
about
outside of
that
America.
when I got on Mad Crew. That was only in certain states in America for a while. I don't know if they're doing it all in the states, but it's a wax they put in the cigarette to keep it from keep
Oh,
burning because people were lighting their houses on fire and stuff. So they say. But
Yeah, they got it in my Pall Malls now.
I don't think Utah cigarettes
Yeah.
have that because yeah, I think this will just keep burning if I just let it burn. And in Florida, we didn't have that. But then when I went to other states, they had that where it was like, why does the cigarette keep going out? I set it down for 3 seconds and I pick it up again and it's out. And they're like, oh, it's a wax that they. Yeah, I went down that rabbit hole like 15 years ago. Maybe by now it's in
Hey,
all of them.
Josh, you ever hear of Montegos?
Yeah, we got those at some stores. Those are a little cheaper.
They're a little bit cheaper than the Lucky Strikes if you can get them there.
I just quit smoking hundreds because I don't know. It's too much cigarette.
Tobacco is just like
Who's that?
weed. If you're gonna smoke it, maybe you should grow your own. Bumblebutt, have you tried growing tobacco? That shit ain't easy.
I knew a guy that grew tobacco, and we would. What the fuck?
I think tobacco is pretty easy to grow. Somebody's got a whole bunch of background noise, but what's hard is knowing how to cure it. Yeah, it's Flora. Flora, turn off your background. Mute yourself. What are you chopping up a
Sorry, I'm
body?
feeding my dogs.
I think I don't think it's hard to grow. I think it's hard to know how to cure it properly and all that stuff
Yeah.
is more effort than growing it. It's kind of just a
Yeah,
leafy.
I would do it, but it's too humid here. Like you can't dry nothing in my climate.
Yeah, you got to have a humidated. The room has to be the right humid. What am I trying to say? Humidity and lights, and know how to cure it for a certain amount of days in this environment, and then seal it, and blah blah blah. That's how you. That's how you get the good tobacco leaves out of tobacco. But growing it, I think it's pretty weedy. It's kind of it'll just grow.
They actually used to use tobacco as like a healing kind of thing. before they smoked it. Like you could wrap
gunshot wounds.
yeah, you could wrap all kinds of injuries with it. It's got antibacterial properties.
Well, opium too, and cocoa and all that. That's why when people say like God gave us the herbs to use for medicine, yeah, He gave you some dang poppy seeds that you can eat when you're feeling a little sick. He didn't give you this dang mechanical process that we go through to concentrate it down to the strongest form, you know. Uh, and that's with everything. Some of it's more natural, but like pot, weed, the definition used to be something unwanted or an unwanted plant or like vegetation that's unwanted.
Yeah, that's still what it is because dandelions are the biggest weed, but they're actually you could eat
Yeah.
dandelions.
Yeah, you can make tea out of dandelions. You can just eat them straight off the stalk and you get some vitamin C. And they're kind of tasty too. I like just grabbing a dandelion every
In
now and then.
Colombia,
What did they say? They taste nutty or something? Is that what they said?
A bit nutty.
I think it tastes more
in
like
Colombia they use
a
the
orange
coconut.
pit. It's like if you chewed on an orange, on like the pit of an orange,
Huh.
like the pulp of an orange. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to feed them to my bearded dragon, and it was like very wholesome for them. Like tons of vitamin C. It was
He
better
liked
than
it.
all the other stuff. But of course, everything we have now has got all these different chemicals on it now. So
You still need meat. But they said cigarettes, so men started smoking cigarettes and the nicotine was making them more active and more productive and their brain was working faster and all that stuff. And we were like building societies. And that's why cigarette smoking was so popular. But then the women were smoking too, and they were also getting more productive and better secretaries and all this stuff.
that was about the whole feminist movement that they started. That was a huge there's documentaries on it how they used making women start smoking. They actually hired people to go out in the crowds and smoke in front of everybody and try to look super sexy and change
Mad
everybody's
Men,
idea about smoking. Yeah.
all that stuff. Yep. And yeah, so but anyway, then they started putting chemicals in the damn cigarettes that was giving people cancer. And yeah,
Turning the frogs gay. Yeah.
they're turning the frogs gay is what was basically happening here.
Ridiculous.
I'm not a doctor, YouTube. This is an entertainment channel. These are all just jokes. This is just comedy.
I have a doctorate in bullshit.
I was watching InfoWars the day Alex Jones said that. He was reading a fucking article about that said that frogs were turning hermaphrodite. Like I literally watched him fucking read the story.
Yeah,
So,
he didn't come up with that himself.
Right. He said it. Well, he said it because he's Alex Jones, so he'll read something and then he'll do his Alex Jones like, "I'm a fucking tongue gay," right? But right after he read a story that basically said that the atrazine in the water supply was having hormonal effects on. We all watched Jurassic Park, right? Anyway,
he made a joke about it afterwards, and they clipped that.
Well, the thing,
and they turned it
frogs
into
can actually change their sex too.
right?
Like they do it naturally.
Well, which Jeff Goldblum character in Jurassic Park explains, right? For how like because they're wondering how the fucking dinosaurs what's it called reproduced without any what was it without any males or without any males,
they
right?
only made
Without any
females.
males, they're all female. Yeah.
And then
That's
they
right,
said
I forgot
nature
about that.
finds a way. But Jeff Goldblum's character basically says, this is like the frogs. They can certain species of frogs can I don't know, turn hermaphroditic and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
He does say that
alligators are the same way.
He does say that in Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Just because you should do it, doesn't mean that you
That's crazy. I just saw an article like the other day that said these reptilians are hermaphroditic, and now that you're bringing this up right now, that's crazy. It's crazy when like things you see, man. It's all written,
It's the
y'all.
weed, man.
It's all written, y'all. That's what I'm saying. It's all been written.
The Baphomet. Hermaphrodite Baphomet. Boobs and
Yeah.
wieners.
Like Lady Gaga?
Yeah, it's the lizard people,
And
man.
that's the aliens, and that's the lizard people, and that's the is
Yeah,
that
they live underground.
hermaphroditic spirit. And Matthew, one day I'm going to do a breakdown of the Gospel of Thomas on the show, and then I hope you'll
Nice.
get into me and talk to me. Get into me. Pause. That's not a gay, but I hope you'll come on afterwards and talk to me about it, because I haven't read it yet, but I've listened to a lot of
I
talks
can't
about
believe
it.
you've never read it, man. I've read that. I can't even tell you how many dozens of times I've read that.
I know. I think
It's
I could
very
read it pretty
short.
quick. It's only like 64 verses or something.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and it's not all complete either. There's a few things that are not in there, so you got to kind of read back into it, because like there's actually a lot of pieces in the Gospel of Thomas that are in other books of the Bible.
Yeah. But then there's a lot of stuff that isn't.
Oh yeah, the discord. Well, sowing discord. Men thought that I came to bring peace, but I've came to send fire upon the earth.
I like somebody asks where are you from, and he said we are from the light.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, then that goes more into other texts, but yeah, the whole thing about the light is the the other books will actually go more into it, where they say that he actually was of a light, that, and they said that the word light is mentioned like a couple hundred times in the book, because they're just trying to emphasize so much about how Jesus actually was like this bright light when he came back, and they couldn't even recognize him. And until they
Right.
asked him, they said, "Please, Jesus, show me the form, that I can understand." And
But he
and
didn't
he
say
he,
he
he
didn't
looked
say
like
I
himself
am
again.
from the light. He said we are. They said where are you from? And he said
Yeah.
we are from the light, meaning
We,
meaning
we,
all of
we.
us.
Yeah.
So who supposedly wrote the Gospel of Thomas?
Right. And they found it, so they found it in what, like 800?
Yeah, they actually found it before the Dead Sea Scrolls. So it's the Nag Hammadi
Tomb or
caves.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess it was locked away, and of course probably it was in the Vatican or something for so long, I bet you. And then they just said they found it in a cave. I don't know.
That's
I don't
true.
believe everything about these things, but it is cool, because the way that you could read it and then see it in other canons of the Bible, like in the canon of the Bible, and then see the same kind of the way they wrote it being very similar. It does seem that it was probably written around the same time.
Yeah.
That's why I don't really dig the whole fucking
I think I
everybody
saw
just leaning on canon and this is what the fucking
I don't
the line coming from the whatever, and this is what they deem as canon. What about these other books though that you know that we're
I
finding
thought I
in
heard that
if
they
not
estimated it was probably written around 400 and found around 800 um AD, but
To be honest, I really haven't gone into the dates when they were written and all that. I just read them.
but so Thomas talks to Jesus, and Jesus says 3 words to him. And Thomas, this is the stuff that's interesting. Thomas means twin, and they call him Thomas of something. I forget the word right now. It starts with a P. Thomas of I don't know.
oh
But it basically means that word in Aramaic. So it's a Greek word and an Aramaic word. The Greek word Thomas, twin, and then the Aramaic word of Palamedeus or whatever is also twin. So twin who is of the twin. And the idea of the Gospel of Thomas is that Thomas was actually Jesus's twin brother, and he was saying, "What? So what about like where he's talking to? I don't know who he's talking to. I forget. I haven't read it yet. I've only listened to analysis of it. But
Yeah, that stuff is. I don't know if that's actually written in there at all, but that might be like in a footnote or something. I'm not sure.
he's talking to a woman, and he's like, the woman needs to become like the man. It almost sounds base,
Oh,
but
okay. It's okay. So it's not about gender when he's talking like that. It's more about. There's also other books where they talk about the woman needs to come to the groom's. It's more like when you know how he tried to lift up Mary Magdalene and have all the disciples treat her the same as the other disciples, and he says that everyone can be in the kingdom, because before the Jews, I say the Jews now, YouTube, just in case you don't know, this is in the Bible. The Jews used to think that women were subservient, which in
You
some
talking
ways,
about
yeah,
the modern day Jays?
yeah,
Or
yeah. No,
which?
back before, like the Jews
Okay.
would actually have like the woman had to be covered and all that, and
Right, right, right. But you're talking like probably Pharisees,
yeah,
Sadducees,
the
like
Pharisees, yeah.
right, right.
But the way that I'll have to go through and read it again to give you more
I'm looking at it right
clarification,
now. I
because
wish I could remember the references, but
let me see. But you said you were going to read it, so I don't want to like go through it too much.
well, I'm kind of skimming through it right now. I'm not gonna read it all out loud. Maybe I'll listen to
It's
an
the
audio
Marquette
book of it
University.
while I play Terraria. I still haven't
I have
finished listening to
downloaded
the
it
Book
so
of
many
Enoch.
times.
All right, I'll be
Yeah,
back, guys.
all right.
Gotta go back to work.
I thought you did the Book of Enoch not too long ago.
Yeah, I just went through like the first two.
Interesting topics to talk about.
What?
Matthew always has such an interesting topics to talk about.
So
I know he's
let's
telling me
see.
about
I'm trying to get to that point.
Rosicrucians.
Oh yeah, the Rosicrucians. Yeah. I'm trying to find the woman become man thing.
Hold on. So this is 22. Jesus saw infants
22.
being Jesus saw infants being suckled. He said to his disciples, "These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom." That sounds base. They said to him, "Shall we then,
Yeah.
as children, enter the kingdom?" Jesus said to them, "When you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside, and the outside like the inside, and above like below, and when you make the male and the female one and the same, so that the male not be male, nor the female, and when you fashion eyes in the place of an eye, and the hand in the place of a hand, and a foot in the place of a foot, and a likeness in the place of a likeness, then will you enter the kingdom." It's from 22. I think it's just one chapter, so it's, I guess I'll
Yeah,
read
that's 22. I'm reading a different version of it right now. The other part was, and these things are all out of order. It's really weird because like
Yeah.
some things that go together are not.
Well, they're just sayings of Jesus. So this is
Yeah,
Thomas's
yeah.
recording of sayings of Jesus. So I could believe that Thomas is walking around with Jesus, and he's writing down sayings that Jesus said, and and
Oh, you're gonna
then
love it
this gets
because
into secret knowledge.
like this is in 30. Jesus said, "Where there are three deities, they are divine. Where there are two or one, I am with that one." So you're gonna have to like go through this because that could be like the some people would read that like
But I see a
the
lot of this as
Trinitarian.
apocrypha, so I would use that to discredit Trinitarianism. This is this is kind of like maybe later, more revisionist or revolutionary ideas being put into this.
There's also like Ephesians when he talks about vanity and you should be naked. And in 36 he says, "Do not fret from morning and evening or evening to morning about your food or what you're going to eat or your clothes. You're much better than the lilies, which neither are card nor spin. As for you, when you have no garment, what will you put on? Who might add to your stature? That one will give you that garment. When you appear to us, when will we see you? When you strip without being ashamed, and you take your clothes and put them under your feet like little children and trample them, then you will see the Son of the Living One, and you will not be afraid." So, like that has to do with, I think it's Ecclesiastes, where all about the vanity. He kind of
Yeah.
goes into it in that, and then
So should we all be nudists?
no, that's not really what he's saying. Like
This is what it's saying,
he's
Jar.
talking.
No, I'm not saying that's what he's saying, but I'm just like going off on a tangent. But this is just my brain. I'm just like, this is a question, right? Because Adam and Eve weren't
I
sinning.
think it's like the innocence of it,
I
right?
think I
For what
just
I'm
got turned into a
understanding, it's
nudist.
the
I
innocence.
think I just got turned into a nudist for. I think.
Gosh, you're not gonna be a nudist. Hell no. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, it seems like a more peaceful life. Like we don't have clothing brands. We're not. Now I sound like an anti-capitalist or something like that.
You see that? You smoke a couple of puff puff and suddenly you're a full hippie mode. What is wrong with you?
But it does seem kind of based. Like, what do we have clothes for? But okay. Damn.
He even talks about the circumcision. He talks about John the Baptist. He talks about good and evil.
Love your brother like your soul. Guard him like the pupil of your eye.
Matthew,
I like
so
that.
I don't know, maybe it's just my degenerate mind, but when you quote that just a few minutes ago, when you said
Become passers-by.
the man and the woman, right? Like, do you think it
Uh-huh.
also involves in like part of becoming one is not seeing that as a like in a sexual way as well,
Yeah, that could be.
right?
That could be. Yeah, because you're no longer a slave to that idea anymore, which is probably why the based ones they stopped getting married.
Right. Well,
Um,
Josh, we can think about that when we're 80. We can follow that when we're like 80, maybe 70.
I'm trying to
I
find a
don't
really
have
good
a
one.
clue what you just said for the last 5 minutes. I've been reading this. I'm sorry.
Oh, here we
Yeah.
go. This is the one I wanted to say. This is exactly what's going on right now with this whole like gender crap and how people they don't want women to be women. Um, a woman in a crowd said to him, "Lucky are the womb that bore you and the breast that fed you." He said to her, "Lucky are those who have heard the word of the Father and have truly kept it. For there will be days when you will say, 'Lucky are the womb that has not conceived and the breast that has not given milk.'" That's
Whoa,
that's so
that's
based because
powerful.
right now we're in that time. Like where
Yeah.
now having babies and being a mother and all that stuff is just not it, that's what's going on right now.
I like this 46. It says, among those born of women, from Adam until John the Baptist, there is no one superior to John the Baptist. that his eyes should not be lowered before him. Yet I have said, whichever one of you comes to the child will be acquainted with the kingdom and will become superior to John. So this is Jesus talking to
Mm-hmm.
Thomas, saying, John the Baptist. So even Jesus isn't saying, I'm the greatest. He's saying, like, yo, he's the greatest, and I don't know. This stuff is dangerous, though. It's dangerous. You gotta be careful, because I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to like lead people. I don't know, astray. I don't want to be like, listen to it. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about right now. It is impossible for a man to mount 2 horses or to stretch 2 bows, and it is impossible for a servant to serve 2 masters. Based. Otherwise, he
Yeah,
will
that's a good
honor the
one.
one and treat the other contemptuously. No man drinks old wine and immediately desires to drink new wine. Wait, no man drinks old wine and immediately desires to drink new wine. No, he's just content with the old wine because it's the wine, bro.
Oh,
We're just going to drink the
oh.
wine. And
So
new wine is
here's
not
that
put
part
into
that you were
old
talking about.
wineskins. You can't put
Yeah,
new ideas into old skins. I feel like is
yeah.
unless they burst.
Here's that part you were talking
Yeah.
about earlier before we got into it. Simon Peter said to them, "Make Mary leave us, for females don't deserve life." And then Jesus said, "Look, I will guide her to make her male, so that she may too become a living spirit resembling you males. For every female who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." So basically, he's just saying that women are a mess and we can help her.
Right. They need to. Yeah, but yes. Yeah. Okay.
Jesus said, "This heaven will pass away, and the one above it will pass away. The dead are not alive, and the living will not die. During these days, when you ate what is dead, you made it come alive. When you are in the light, what will you do? On the day when you are one, you became two. But when you became two, what will you do?"
But I don't think
They're just-
Jesus was like damn Dr. Seuss. I don't think Jesus would have been out there rapping like that. Well,
You
was
don't
he
think he could
rhyming?
rap? Jesus said to his disciples, "Compare me to something and tell me what I am like." Simon Peter said to him, "You are just like a messenger." Matthew said to him, "You are like a wise philosopher." Thomas said to him, "Teacher, my mouth is utterly unable to say what you are like." Jesus said, "I am not your teacher because you have drunk and you become intoxicated from the bubbling spring that I've tended." And he took him and withdrew and spoke 3 sayings to him. When Thomas came back to his friends as they asked him, "What did Jesus say to you?" Thomas
Yeah.
said to them, "If I tell you one of the sayings that he spoke to me, you will
It would be
pick up rocks
blasphemy.
and throw stones at me, and fire will come from the rocks and devour you."
Okay, so hold on. So he doesn't say what the 3 sayings are.
No.
Right. And so the way I've heard this broke down is the only things that they would stone you for back then was blasphemy, and it was like 2 other things. It was like murder and prostitution or something. I don't know, but so what they've said is that the assumption of what was said there was something blasphemous in 3 words that Thomas the twin could have said to Jesus secretly. So what they say is that what historians and people have analyzed this stuff, what they think that Jesus told Thomas there is, I am you. So it's, I am you. You are me, basically, which messes with the whole I am stuff of the Trinity and I am what I am, and but I am you and you are me. And so that's why Thomas said, if I told you what he told me just now in 3 words, you would stone me to death. Why would they stone him to death? Well, he's blaspheming. What could he say in 3 words that is the biggest blasphemy? And they say it in the Hebrew or whatever language it was. that he was saying, I am you. Or Jesus told Thomas, I am you. Or you are me. Or you are I. And so that's why it gets tied into the apocryphal stuff, because there are things here that go against other things, and it was written much later, and that's why it didn't get held up and put in the original translations of the Bible, I guess.
There's one in here that sounds like it's a Jesse Lee Peterson thing.
He's kind of like me. He takes a little bit from everything, because yeah, I listened to him for a long time. I still do, but not as much. But yeah, he says a lot of stuff from different things. Some stuff Hebrew, some stuff Talmudic, some stuff apocryphal, some stuff, Catholic or Jewish, some stuff Protestant. It's like a buffet table. We got to just go around and pick out the best ideas. I think that's how ideas work,
Yeah.
I don't think you're ever going to agree with anybody 100%. And you go through, you say, I like this thing that this guy said that I learned from. And I'm going to take that and kind of make it my own and work with it. That's like philosophy. That's like how we share our ideas.
Well, it's led like the Gospel of Thomas is led with some really like deep shit. The first three, well, the first four are probably the deepest things in the whole thing. And I'll read it because it's kind of short. He said, "Whoever discovers the interpretations of these things will not taste death." Jesus said, "Those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. When they find, they will be disturbed. When they're disturbed, they'll marvel and will reign over all. And after they have reigned, they will rest." Jesus said, "If your leaders say to you, 'Look, the Father's kingdom is in the sky,' then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, 'It is in the sea,' then the fish will precede you. Rather, the Father's kingdom is within you and outside you. When you know yourselves, you'll be known, and you will understand that you are the children of the living Father. But if you do not know yourselves, then you will live in poverty, and you are that poverty." Jesus said, the
Nice.
person old in days won't hesitate to ask a little child 7 days old about the place of life, and that person will live. For many of the first will be last and will become single one. So he's basically just saying like stop following the idea. It's kind of like if you think about it too hard, you're not gonna get it. Or if you read something over and over again, you're not just gonna get it because you've memorized it, or
Right.
you've actually
Well,
you've gotta fall into it
so it's going
without.
into the idea that this is the secret knowledge idea, that Jesus, when he tells a parable and it's meant to sound simple, and a lot of people will take a simple meaning from that, and they'll
Right.
say, well, that just means this. And what it is that when you have this secret knowledge of what Jesus is really saying, then you see it a whole different way. And
Well, yeah, because there's some things that you can't just take at face value. Like the one he talks about, lucky is the lion that the human eats, so that the lion becomes a human, and follows the human that the lion will eat, and the lion will become human. How do you interpret that? Like, there's some things that you have to like go into and kind of just sit on.
yeah, that's why this stuff has been the most scrutinized and studied stuff for all of history. The Bible, the Apocrypha, when we first had written language, all of these things. People have looked at this stuff from every angle. And
I love when Jesus said, you know how they said that Jesus got mad and he'd overturn the tables and blah blah blah. Jesus said, "Damn the Pharisees! They are like a dog sleeping in the cattle manger. The dog neither eats nor lets the cattle eat." And that's the only thing on that line.
that's
And
in.
people misunderstood it as the whole taxing thing. I mean, the whole like having a business inside of the church.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that in no moment he was prohibiting people from doing that.
But
He
they
was just
weren't.
saying like,
Yeah, it wasn't. They weren't doing it the right way. They were coming up in the
uh-huh,
church trying to run them, and they were evil
right,
men. I think tax collector is used as a metaphor sometimes for like a bad person, somebody that people hated. It was like their slur. Oh, you're a damn tax collector. Like you're a gangster. You're a hustler. You're But then a lot of tax collectors were hanging out with Jesus and turned out to be important parts. So it's not anti-government, it's just you got to have the right people doing the job.
exactly.
What the hell are we talking about? Hey, so this leads back to possible worlds. So
Ah,
Buff, do you
Nope,
believe
nope. Don't drag me into this shit.
that will do you believe that will is possibly the ability to have done differently?
Will is the fucking absolute definition of doing what the fuck you want.
Will is
I
doing what
mean,
you want.
if you want to
I
look at it
agree.
from the restrictions of, yeah, I just can't go and murder somebody. Yeah, that's definitely goes against the free will principle, but I could close this laptop right now. That's a free will decision I made.
Do you think
What was the
Buff
original question? Sorry.
Buff if we flip a coin, heads you die, tails I die. We flip a coin, right? And that coin lands and it happens. Do either of us will that to happen? Is that
That's
random?
not free will at that point. No. That's consequences of an action, a choice that was out of our control. If that's the definite result, the coin flip decides what's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah, that's not free will. No.
So by nature, if it's random, it's not free, right?
But
no,
to
because you are
participate in the coin toss, that's a free will decision. I could say no, I don't want to participate in that.
exactly. I was
My free
about to
will
use
is in
that.
that.
The coin is not a
No,
human
because
with consciousness of doing the will.
That's survival.
there's another coin
that's
being
not a
flipped
will.
that's gonna say that if you decide not to take the coin flip, we're gonna flip a coin to see if we just do it anyway. Tim.
Well, you're adding a lot. You're stacking a lot on top of that to take the free will out of it. To say I got no choice
Well,
but
I have
go through with this coin
I have
toss.
nearly infinite variables that I can stack on top of it to show why
Yeah,
it's
I
not free
bet
will.
Wait,
you
Josh,
do.
but that's like going ahead and saying, okay, so there is a human being who has like there's a car with two roads, right? And it just happens that you took the left road. Are you gonna say that the left road could it pick to be the right one? Like the coin is not a human being with consciousness.
That's a better
So the
example.
choice is based on
We're
what the
drive
human is doing.
we're driving down a
Hmm.
road and there's two roads to pick. And we pick the road that leads to our death, doom, destruction, boom, car rolls down the mountain, explosions. Or the other road leads to a happy life. Is there a world where we picked the other road?
There is. You're getting into like alternate timeline, multiverse theory kind of stuff now.
I am.
Slightly.
No, because that
Not
only
directly,
exists in your
but
mind. Because you're gonna look back and think about that.
No, but I
Like
am
you're
intentionally
right
doing
now,
that.
you're imagining that. I mean, it doesn't actually exist.
I do want to go down this
Yeah,
line of multiverse theory and string theory and possible worlds. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing,
Yeah,
Buff.
but that's ultimately an imagination. Like say
Well, we got to
I
get
could
there,
have I
Matthew. We
could have
can't just skip the whole process. We got to get there.
no, but when you're looking at it, you're looking at it through imagination. You're saying, if I went and did this, I would have been in this job and had this life. If I did that, I would have been in this job with this life. And then you're looking back using your dumb imagination and trying to say, well, this could have happened or that could have happened.
I think we all have that scenario in our life. I know I do. It was like, well, if I had did this at this time, yeah, but my free will led me to make the other choice. And it's just like, damn it, I should have did the other way. And that goes
Your
back to
free
the
will, you
it
freely
could
willed
have
yourself to
been.
make the wrong choice?
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. It wasn't that you knew you were making
Do you
the
think
wrong choice.
do you
You
think you could
chose to
freely
make that
will yourself
choice.
to do something you don't want to do?
Well, there is that law,
That's
Josh,
the
that
argument
I
right there.
think
That's the
I
argument.
I
Yeah, you
think that,
absolutely can.
but
I
there
could
is the
have.
law of life. We can't escape the law of life, which is the fact that
The
you're
law
gonna
of
die
life?
someday.
I've never heard
That's
of this
yeah,
law, but
it is a lot. It's gonna happen. The fact that you were born human, that means, well, the fact that you were born into this world, it means that you're gonna die someday. And regardless of, we are willingly walking to our death, if you want to put it that way, even though we didn't consciously went ahead and were born.
do you think God
Just
knows everything?
yes,
Do you think God knew when you were going to die before you died?
yes.
All right, well, determinism. Spiritual determinism.
Well, I mean, if I was stronger,
See, I
if I
don't
was
know
stronger back
how if
into the
you're a
religious
I'm not.
Christian
faith,
you can I don't know how a Christian could argue with me on this.
no,
Hold on,
I agree
hold
with
on.
you on
I'm
that
sorry,
aspect.
Buff.
If I
I'm
was,
sorry that I'm being so determined on interrupting you, but I'm just really trying to understand your example, Josh. I couldn't
John
understand.
No, no,
Frederick.
it's okay, Floor. I'm just so you're thinking very basically about this, and I asked you a very basic question. You answered it, and you gave the right answer. Um, like now, a lot of Christians are going to dodge that question because they know where it's going,
Hmm.
and they're going to try to say, "Well, God knows there's multiple paths that you could take." So if I say God knows that I'm going to die tomorrow, there's nothing I can do to change that. God knows that I'm going to die tomorrow. So
But the fact that you have a choice, though, on making decisions. Okay, so we know that
So
there is no
hold on,
choice on
but
death.
so I can make a choice that could prove God wrong all of a sudden,
But it's not. Yeah, it's not your choice. It's God's choice.
right?
Oh, I struggled with this, and it was a very big deal for me for a while. The whole like, if you didn't do this, you
All right, here we
die.
go. Let's go.
no, 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 no,
So
no,
What's
not
up,
that.
John
You
listen.
Frederick?
do
Long time
something.
no see.
What's
Yeah,
up,
man,
You
John?
heck,
can do
When we getting this
something, but
putt
God
putt
being your
tournament going?
your God being the predetermining factor that yeah, you're gonna die tomorrow. There's nothing you can do to change that. And for you to go against God and try to change that, is that not blasphemous in a way
Yeah, of
upon
course.
I don't believe
Yes.
I
religion?
can. I don't believe I
Or do
can
you
change
Yes.
accept
God.
it?
I don't believe I can change it. But what I do believe is that for me on this physical plane, the future doesn't exist. To God, the future exists because He's above time. But I have no concept
Yeah.
of the future, and the past doesn't exist. Only the present exists. So I
Yeah, yeah. I have no control over what presence is.
right.
Right.
So I
Copy
think I'm
that.
making my choices, but really God knows what choice we're serving a
Yeah,
master.
yeah. Absolutely.
And I feel like that. Oh yeah, I kept asking you, Nada. You know what we were talking about last week? That is the best argument against this is that it gets
Bro.
nihilistic. Because if you think free will doesn't exist, then the next logical thought is, why does anything matter?
I don't think I
No,
was
that
even
doesn't
listening.
negate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't
I think I
negate.
was like
It doesn't
falling
make you a
asleep.
nihilist.
Yeah, I know. You were
I
kind of
think
Everybody
I
drunk.
was
You
think
drank
what I
like
was
3 beers and
what
you
I
were
was
kind of drunk. But
I think what I was trying to tell
giving
you
me the
is
best.
Seesaw. No, what I was trying to tell you guys that you guys weren't listening because Seesaw was like, no, no, you're not Christian, and I'm like, shut the fuck
Cesar
up,
doesn't talk with
listen.
an accent.
No, all I all I
No,
said was
Some
all I was trying to say is that it was pointless for me to try and convince anyone else to do anything
right.
because then it's not good. That I if they ask me for advice, I can give them advice, but they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do regardless of what I say and what
Right,
I
but then
think
I
they
went
should
into
do or
like
want
add
them
an
to do.
octave lower. Add an octave lower too.
I was saying, shouldn't we try? And then you were saying, well, why does it matter if we try? And you're like, I think I agree with you, Josh, that free will doesn't exist. So why should I even try? And that is the like the negative side, the side that fucks people up is that when you stop believing in free will, it can lead to you thinking, well, then what's the point?
Wait, can I say
So
something really
can
quick?
So
you
whether you were
believe
trying
there?
to do that or not, whether you were
Okay, wait.
drunk and we
I'll
were
be
just
back.
talking, that's
Okay.
what I
I'll be
took
back.
out of it.
I gotta clock out. I'll be back.
All right, see ya.
So can you
Josh,
believe
can
there
I
is
say
a
something very quick?
possibility?
So what about
What the
this?
heck? What the heck?
So where in the Bible it says that free will it is for you to make a choice of living or dying?
All over the Bible, there's a lot of times where it mentions a choice that we have to make, but
Right, but hold
usually,
on. Let me repeat
well,
my
I no,
question.
don't. Where in the Bible does it say what now?
Where in the Bible it says that free will it is for the purpose of for you to live or die?
I don't know. Tell me.
Nowhere. The free will for according to the Bible is for you for when you die and your soul is gonna soul or whatever we wanna call it gets to heaven. It's for you to get to heaven. Free will was never made for you to go ahead and say, "Oh, tonight I'm not gonna die." That's something that God already knows. Free will it is
I don't
made
believe that
for
either.
you to make the conscious decision that you're gonna choose to either go with the
Mm,
Lord or
no,
you're
that
gonna
sounds
choose
like
evilness.
that.
That's
Are
what
you talking about
that's what the
after
Bible
That's
death?
Yeah,
beautiful.
that
no,
sounds like
for
Beautiful.
you
posthumous
to have a
baptism, like
life,
Mormonist
for you to
stuff.
have a life full of God.
That's pretty
God
beautiful.
never went ahead and said, I'm giving you the free will for you to choose when to die or live. No, no. God gave you the free will to choose Him or the world. That's what the free will of God
Ooh.
comes from.
No, I don't agree with anything you just said there.
Why not?
I
I'm not
wish I
sure
had the
what
Let
you're
sound
me
bite.
let me
saying.
I wish I
can
had
you
the sound
verify
bite.
that? Like
We are all stupider forever. Listen to this.
I know it's tight, but can we verify that? Like
Okay,
can
so
you
tell me what free will is made then for.
Are you
I
well
don't
saying it's
believe
the
in
free
free
will
will.
to choose to follow the path of
What
your
do you
God
mean?
well
I
or
don't.
you're
I
not
don't believe
follow
we
that
have free
path?
will. What are you talking about?
I got a few
So,
questions.
mhm.
Because you don't have to worship a God. You
Oh,
absolutely have nothing forcing you
I
to
think
do
she
that.
wants me to explain this to her, Buff,
I'm
because,
not sure what she's saying.
but I don't
But
know
in the
what she's
Bible,
saying
the
either.
Bible, the
Go,
Bible says a lot of
go.
times to make choices,
Yes.
right? So why
Yes.
would
yeah.
God give us why okay, so for example, before the New Testament, why God gave us the 10 commandments?
What? Wait.
Oh,
What? Hold on, Flora. You're about to build my argument for me, but thank you. Um.
Hmm.
What?
Fair enough.
What do you think free means, Flora?
What do I believe free means? I mean, if we put it on the context of free will, that you're free to do something.
Could I say without benefit or consequence? Would that be an adequate definition?
Well, if we're talking about the free will of a
Free. No, no,
Christian
no. We're
free
just talking
will,
about free. Free. What's free mean?
it
No.
means that yes, there
No
will be a
price.
consequence.
No
There
price.
will, a consequence not it's always a prize.
What does free mean? What is the opposite of free?
Oh,
Um,
Price. right? So free would mean no price, no
Okay.
cost, no
Okay. I'm
consequence.
following you. Gotcha. Okay.
Whether it be positive or negative, whether it be consequence or benefit, a price.
Mhm.
Something comes from this. There's a result to this. So, shit, where the hell am I going?
Well, that's the word I wanted to use.
That's the
as
spot,
opposed
buddy.
to free as
Give me a
consequence.
second. Give me a
There's
second on
always
this
gonna
because
be a
I
price.
have a pretty good answer for this.
Yeah.
So if we're going
Oh.
for the context of
I'm
the
saying
world
there's a
of the word
consequence or a benefit that comes
free,
from every action. And
right? But you're focusing
there's
on
also
because
a
it comes.
cause. It's not a universal cause, it's a spiritual cause and a universal cause and a physical cause. All the causes lead up to that moment where you decide chocolate or vanilla.
Well, you're basing that because it says free will, right?
Free. Yeah. You have a will.
Free. So then I'm going to contradict you with something that you have told me before, where in the Bible it says free will.
I think I said something like, yeah, tell me in the Bible where it talks about free will.
Even the word free will.
Right. Okay, now give me your rebuttal. Where is it?
It's nowhere. So why will you base yourself on the word free if it's not even in the Bible?
That's what I'm because that's my
if we're
point.
putting that much content, no, hold on. But my point is that we do have choices. The choices you can convert it into the word free will if you like to, just because it
No,
doesn't
you
say
don't.
free
You
will.
can't just do
God
things
is
if you like
very
to.
specific. God is very specific
For
that He will
choice
never
and
force you.
choice and will are not synonymous. They don't mean the same thing.
But now you're changing to will. But we're talking about free.
That's what we're
according to
talking
you.
about is free will.
But you just said, okay, so
You make choices. Yes.
yes. So what is free will?
If
Okay,
God
the
gives you
concept of free
a
will, what is
choice,
based on
can you tell
making
me,
choices?
Floor, can you tell me a verse in the Bible where God gives a choice without an ultimatum, without saying, if you don't make this choice, there's going to be a problem? Because every verse that somebody tells me about free will, it'll say, you have the freedom to make this choice. Next verse, if you don't make the right choice, you're fucked.
Yes, of course, there is absolutely none. And you know why? Because you are
Wasn't that
choosing between God and evil.
But that's my point, is that it's not free will, it's rendering to God's will.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay,
Wasn't
so
that the part
that's
of the
my point
story of
too, but
Sodom?
it's like halfway there because my point is that there is no such a free will as
Two mentals don't make a non-mental.
it's not like the free will, right? That, for example, Boff is talking about, that you can just do whatever the fuck you want and whenever the fuck you want. I'm talking about the Christian free will
he's
where
fine. He's
your
fine going down
choice
that
it
road.
is
No, that's
it
what
is
free will
either
is.
you
He's
follow
right.
God or you follow the earth or you follow Satan, right? That's my free will. I
Right.
either
Buff
choose
is
God or evilness.
Was that not part of that story where? Oh God! Don't quote me because, of course, I'm shady. I'm
Just ask the
a little
goddamn
scatterbrained with
question,
all this
Bob.
stuff. When they were
I know he's
running
got to
from the
give an
city, and it
epilogue and a
said, "Don't turn
prologue.
around and look back." They said,
He
"Don't turn
tells
around and look
stories.
back,
He
or
tells
else you're
stories
gonna
like he's
turn
M. Night
into a."
Shyamalan. He starts at the end and then he
Oh,
jumps
fuck
back
you.
to the beginning and he
I
moves around
find
a
it
little bit
very
in the middle.
insulting.
And there's a monologue at some point.
Just ask the
When he
question.
said, "Don't turn around and look back at the burning city, or you're going to turn into a pillar of salt," and the
Or
one
a
chick turned around, looked
montage.
back, and she turned into a pillar of salt.
Yeah.
Wasn't that her free will making her turn around and look back after she was forced to told?
Yeah, she chose evil.
Told, "Don't look
She
back."
chose Satan. She didn't follow God's instructions.
Right. I would disagree with
that's
that.
what happened.
I would disagree with that. I would disagree that she chose Satan. I would say
She did. Her husband told her not to. She didn't
I
follow her
would say
husband.
I would say
her
She didn't
just
follow
wanting to
God.
look
I
back
would
out of
say God
curiosity.
chose her as an example to make for everybody else throughout all of history.
So you're saying God made her turn around and turned her into a pillar of salt?
But what if she
God
wouldn't
didn't
choose?
God didn't make her do it, but God knew it was going to happen.
But what if? Okay, but what if then? If we're gonna put it in the what ifs, what if she choose not to look back and just keep going straight? Then God was wrong.
That would have been her free will to keep looking forward and not turn around and look back. But now there is the choice there also too. They kind of
I
run
think
synonymously with each other. She made the choice to turn around and look back. Oh, I gotta
She
see.
choose
I
not
gotta
to.
see it. Like Jeff
Hold on,
Goldblum on
Buff.
the roof
Hold
in
on.
Independence
So
Day.
she choose
I gotta
not to.
see it.
Buff, shut up. So she choose
What?
not to
You've been
listen
talking over
to.
me this whole damn time and not making
Hell
a
yeah, and
point.
it's gonna happen all night long. Listen, so she chose not to listen to her husband. Her husband was listening to God. Therefore, she made the choice of not
what up,
listening
Dave's
to
not
her
here, man.
husband.
Sorry, Flora. Keep going. I'm just saying hi to the chat.
So therefore, she chose not to listen to God and
Mm-hmm.
to go for the evilness. That's the choice that I'm telling you. That's why we human beings have misconception to free will. I can go and be a prostitute, whatever. No. Okay, so this has to do with God and evilness. God specifically make us have this choice for you to choose between him and Satan. God has said it. I'm a jealous God. Like he likes that we choose him, and he wants us to choose him, but not in a way to force us to choose him.
Okay, I have the free will to choose to like him or not.
Exactly. For example, Buff chooses
I
to
think this is
follow
putting at
evil.
us at
Talking
the
in
level of
circles.
God.
No.
I think this is us trying to play ourselves like gods. What
I
you
don't
just
know
what you just
anymore.
explained, Flora, sounds like us trying to explain ourselves like we're gods.
But don't you think that don't you say all the time that we should be like God?
Yeah, but doesn't God already know who's gonna be like that?
Oh yes, he does, but he still make us have the choice to do.
Well, how can you justify both those ideas at the same time?
It is not justifiable. It's just that's how it is.
So it's a paradox.
That's a weird one. Yes.
How about you just remove that paradox and say instead we just render to God's will and we just live our lives and we don't worry about the past or the future because that's not our place, and we just do like we do what we do. And oh, we're all like robots or on puppets on a string. Yes, I'd love to be a puppet on the
But then
string
Josh
if
put it,
it's
Josh. So, I just call you God. I meant to say God,
Freudian
and I said your
slip.
name.
You're gonna be calling me God later. Nah, I.
Ouch. Listen, no. So what about this? Then for that, then God could have just kept all his angels and never made humans.
Right. So this is something I wrestled about. Did angels have free will? And I was at first I thought maybe God gave angels free will, and he learned from that lesson. But God doesn't learn from a lesson. God already knows the lesson. So, I think actually, in the same way that God didn't give humans free will, God didn't give angels free will. And when they did wrong, when
Angels
half of them did wrong, which
absolutely.
is about what he expected, like God just made this ant farm, and he's like, half of these ants are gonna try to eat the other ants, and the other ants are hopefully gonna be stronger than these ants. And so so basically God knew half of the angels were gonna try to rise against him, and he was gonna flick them away. And they were gonna become the angels of the physical angels of the galaxy that become the Greek gods, Thor, and blah 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 blah, and the lower gods.
What the
And
heck, Josh? That
Mephistopheles.
that analogy was totally getting to my head, and then you bring that up. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I lost it. I lost my train of thought
You
too
lost it
halfway through.
completely. You lost it. Okay, so for what you're saying, I think that God is. So this is how I look at it. Okay, if God will do that, that will be selfish, and we all know that God is not selfish in that way.
Look, if the angels had free will to rise up against God, but then God cast them out of heaven as a punishment for it, it's not free will. They had a will, they had an agency to inspire their choices. But then there's an agency inspiring the agency, and that's God. And God says, I already knew this was going to happen,
There is
bitches.
no
Bye.
agencies of agencies, Josh.
Boing.
It's very simple. Instead of agencies, I mean, God also gave the angels the grace of them to be able to choose him or not. And that's where Satan came along, from being able to make that choice, which is what people represent as free will. But it's just a choice. In the whole Bible, he's telling you. So what you told me about the passages, tell me a passage where God is not giving you a choice for you to be with him or be with Satan.
I've went through all of them, and I've seen all of the justifications in the Bible for free will, and I've rebutted all of them. I did a stream where I sat and I went through all of
Wait,
them.
but the thing is that I'm not talking about the free will that everybody's talking about. I'm
Because
telling you, free will.
none of them talk about free will. They all talk about choice and a choice to make.
Exactly. But that's the choice that I'm telling you. So that
Right. But
choice.
look, Floor, even if you take a modern dictionary, choice and will are not the same things.
Okay, but I mean, again, we're focusing too much on the words. Okay,
Words
so
are important. You
They
can't.
yes,
are.
are important, but when you
Right.
come, but when you
Let me
come,
bring
okay,
up the different forms of rebut, rebutted, rebutted. Just throwing that out there.
Yes. Rebut. Pause.
Pause.
That's
The words are important,
That's
so we
all.
have to figure out what we're saying first. So the most important thing when you're talking about something like free will is to understand what each person's idea of it is, or their definition, what they think that word means or what that phrase means. And then we talk about that. I don't even know what word we're talking about right now.
I think the
God
difference
damn it,
between
Josh.
will and choice. I think it boils down to that. 'Cause, I believe your will leads you to make a choice. You have that
Yes.
freedom to make that decision, and that
Yes.
ends up being the choice you end up making.
So the most important
I
thing
feel
you
they
have to
run
do
with each other.
the most important thing you have to do is get the person to separate will from choice first.
Now, will on the other aspect is something that you're pretty much, in the sense that you were saying, forced to do something that you're pretty much abided by your higher powers. Like, this is the will, this is the way that you need to take. You know, serve me or all this and da 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 da. But then you make the choice to say, "Nah, I don't want to do that." I think that still falls back into the
Well, how
will
about this?
kind of thing.
Could you have made
How
a
many
different
times do you
choice?
watch like a sports match, and like at the end they give all of it to God? This is all because of God. So they're saying right there that they weren't part of it. It's God's will.
It was a great joke from the movie Short Circuit. It's like a rabbi, a priest, and a minister on the golf course, whatever, trying to decide how much money to give to charity. And it was like, all right, tell you what, we'll draw a circle on the ground with all the money in the air. What lands inside the circle, we'll give to God. And the rabbi's like, no, we'll do that. And what lands outside the circle, that's what we'll give to God. And the priest was like, no, we'll throw the money way up in the air, and whatever God wants, he keeps. That feels more like. Don't ask me where I remember that joke is from that
That's
silly movie.
good.
It's
I
a
like
great
that
movie.
one.
It's a great movie, but it was more of a Keurig test that he did on Johnny Five. But and as a kid, I'm like, it took me a second. I was just like, oh, okay.
J5, have you ever seen Blank Man?
Yeah. Oh God, the washing machine that he had. That was a great movie. It deserved the sequel. But
there was a video game for that, I think, too.
I think you're
Right.
I think they did.
I think there was. I think I remember that.
It's like Nintendo or Super Nintendo, I think.
Yeah.
I think they did. Chat.
Oh,
Actually, I'm gonna look that shit up right now. No,
What are we looking for?
Blank Man video game.
I never played a Blank Man video
could
game.
be
I
wrong.
love Blank Man. Blank Man, Mo Money, and dang old Major Payne were like, I love Damon Wayans.
Oh,
I think it's because
Major
my
Payne
mom
is
loved
fucking
Damon
awesome.
Wayans.
Stacy
They
Dash
played
or
that.
not.
And I think that's because
Again,
our uncle
funny.
is like a white Damon Wayans, or Damon Wayans is like a black my uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We watched that in the waiting area when he was going to boot camp.
Major Payne was great.
But your uncle was black, Josh?
No, my uncle is like a white Damon Wayans, or Damon Wayans is like a black my uncle.
Okay, I was about to divorce you. No, I'm just
Which one's
kidding.
older?
Now I don't know. I haven't done a 23andMe floor. I might have. Who knows? Who knows?
You never know.
I don't
Gotta
believe
check
that's
your
what
DNA.
they shit.
What
They're
if we
just
did?
building a database.
What if we did a
Based on
23andMe and I
demographics.
had like black slave and like Nazi German in my in my lineage at
Well,
the
don't
same
you have
time?
to fill out a questionnaire when you send in your sample?
Do I get half the reparations?
Well,
But
they're
then
just
you
building
gotta
a
subtract.
database.
You
Why
gotta
not?
subtract my German heritage reparations.
Could you imagine how controversial would that be?
They cancel out each other if you're
That'd be
half
legendary.
German,
I would
half
find a way to
black.
monetize it.
But the Germans didn't do anything to black Americans. I
I
don't
would
understand.
I would start a nonprofit for
They
each
set
team.
an example.
You start a nonprofit for each side. You're like, I'm gonna start a nonprofit to get reparations for the slaves, BLM, all that stuff. We're gonna get them incorporated. I'm gonna start another nonprofit where the Groypers and the N words, the NAZI words, they can all get together. We're gonna have two nonprofits,
Oh,
and we're gonna tie them all together with rap music.
They don't even
I have
know
an
they support
unpopular
each
opinion.
other.
We're gonna have German rap music mixed with like some Rammstein.
No.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Angry
German
rap.
music. No.
We're gonna have some German American rap rock.
That language is so not musical at all.
And then we're gonna have some like Boys to Men. That's gonna be
Industrial
like
metal would
German
work.
composers.
Boys to
What's
Kind.
that?
There's good German composers.
Yeah,
Frau's und
yeah.
Kind. We're gonna have a German
Absolutely
Boys
works
to Men.
in absolutely works in industrial metal.
Do da do 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 do. The very first time that I saw your blue eyes.
That's English with a German accent. Do it in German and see how it sounds. You'll hear all kinds of throat.
I'm trying to do German Boys to Men. It's not easy.
It sounded like a Mexican singing.
All my accents sound Mexicans because I talk to too many damn Spanish people.
What Spanish people are you talking to, Josh?
You?
Okay.
Pass.
That was supposed to be a German Boys to Men.
It sounded like a combination with a really weird.
My lips said hello and I said fry.
That sounds like Middle Eastern.
I know nothing.
Matthew does sound a lot more German than you, Josh.
Damn.
You gotta sound angry when you talk in German, even if you're like not angry.
Heinz gets velvet.
Try to sing a lullaby.
Frederick guy go. He looks German. Shit.
Korean is like that also.
Yeah.
Koreans always sound angry, but then, well, sometimes they are angry, but they always sound angry.
I'd be angry if I was Korean, so.
Fish nice.
Like what?
Huh?
Huh? What?
I said I'd be angry if I was Korean.
Ah.
Burn.
Hey, I got a Korean upstairs.
I missed that.
Well, South Korean, but
You sound like you're in a dang submersible going down to visit the Titanic. They say they're gonna do that again. They're gonna do it again to prove that it's safe this year. So we might get a round 2 on sub explosions.
rest in peace, 7 more white people.
This is the new way that the Marxists take out the damn rich people. They just do submersible excursions into the Marianas Trench to just get eaten
Have
by the
fun, guys.
Leviathan. Yeah, goodbye. We're never gonna see you again.
I don't think they're all white people, right? Wasn't it like a whole diverse?
But you see,
how many black people have died?
You see, Elon Musk and Bill Gates are like, no, fuck that. We're gonna figure out space. We're not playing with that.
Oh, talking about that, have you seen I think it was Trump's it was Elon Musk X today. He tweeted something.
I don't follow Twitter.
He asked the public what would we think if he put a picture of him and Trump sitting together, and what would we think if him and Trump are in the government together.
That's what Tucker said. Tucker said that the guys like Trump should be working with these tech giants, and yeah, the problem is the church isn't involved. The damn.
But I think that he was like saying like to be the vice president, if I'm not wrong.
No, I don't think so.
That's not gonna happen.
That sounds fake.
Camel toe?
I think
that's what he tweeted.
I think Trump, Elon, and Joe Rogan on a podcast together for 5 hours would break the internet.
He's also not American, so I don't think he can be vice president.
And I don't even like Joe Rogan. I'm just saying he's the biggest podcaster that would spread it out the most.
I don't think Elon can be vice president. He's not an American.
No, he's a U.S. citizen.
Elon's not.
Doesn't matter. He's not a natural born, so he can't assume the role of president. So
he wasn't born here.
Yeah, allegedly, but we've seen how that works out. Barack.
Well, I mean,
he could be part of
an African American.
I mean, in France, apparently a man can be the wife of the president.
Yeah, well, that can happen everywhere. I know you know about that, Flora. You've been listening to Candace.
Oh, hell yeah. My girl is preaching. My girl is preaching.
She was on that one before I was, because I'm like, man, I don't got time to follow women and geopolitics. And Candace is like, this is not a woman. This is a man.
She's really on it, too.
Okay, kind of base.
There's no photos of her previous to like 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, no, she has she literally has no pictures of her baby, and people like the public ask her to publish a picture of her as a baby, and she did,
and they end up
then
dead.
It turned out it was her daughter. No, it was her son. That was a picture of her son.
A lot of the press that's going after they on this is a lot of the press is getting shut down, and they're getting silenced, and they make documentaries and they made films about it, and they get silenced, and yeah, it's funny.
Silence of the lambs.
Silence of the lambs. I told you nothing good comes from France.
No, they helped us in the revolution.
My merch is I'm gonna have 2 pieces of merch when I start the merch. It's gonna be nothing good comes from France, and when the grid goes down, you're all dead to me. That's it.
It was French toast.
There would be no American revolution if it wasn't for France.
Naughty behavior.
I gotta pee.
Statue of Liberty. I already said that. Cheap wine.
the we wouldn't have had enough firepower.
Coneheads.
And
They give us coneheads.
like we wouldn't have had enough. We wouldn't have been able to fight the British without France.
Ridiculous
How does
accents
this
to make
how
fun
does
of.
this Gypsy Rose girl gain so much fame out of killing her mom? That's so weird. That's so busy. It's
Because
like
And they
everybody
just,
just forgot.
I don't
these
even know who that is.
people, what's the
It's,
word I'm looking for? They make heroes out of criminals, and that's the problem with this country.
Yep.
Here, they
I don't even know
they like a good story
who is
like
that.
that.
Gypsy
Yeah, like
Rose,
the school
she like
shooter and all
And
that.
she
Why
like
would we
killed her
give their
husband or
name?
some shit.
Why would we give their diaries? And why should we like all know what the killer was all about? I don't think we should do that.
It's
Maybe
women.
it's Instagram famous, yeah.
Only women give a fuck about dumb shit like that.
well,
Yeah.
Nada, Gypsy Rose went ahead like her mother, her entire life made her believe that she was sick and she was in a wheelchair, and her mother did horrible things on her because she wanted her to pretend like she was sick so they could get money out of her. And then this girl, like Gypsy Rose, basically her and her boyfriend planned how to kill her mom, and her boyfriend stabbed her mom to death. And Gypsy Rose was waiting in the bathroom while that happening. And then after her mother was dead, they proceeded to have sex. And then she went on Facebook saying that bitch is dead. And she basically planned the whole thing, but who did it was her boyfriend. And now, after like 14 years, she's finally out of prison, and they're making her look like she's a victim. Like, oh my
14
God.
That's
years.
also
Oh,
that's
she's no
also
victim.
not interesting to me. Like the whole thing, I don't care.
To me, it's just fascinating why people gives a shit, you know?
It's
Like,
not fascinating.
no,
That's the problem.
the whole thing is not
It's
fascinating.
not.
What's fascinating is the
It's
reaction of how
Oh,
degenerate.
dumb
Gypsy
people
Rose. I think
are.
that stuff
Yeah.
is fascinating. I think learning about
It's
serial
degenerate.
killers and why
Exactly,
they do
but
what they
it's
do. I think it's
like
fascinating.
why, you know, you this girl just killed her mother. I understand her mother
Do
being
you really
terrible
want to
to her.
understand her mind? Do you want to understand what makes someone do that? Do you
I
really?
don't, you know what? I don't even think
I
it's
do.
like understanding. It's like just an astonishment to like what the, well, yeah, like it's
That's a
so
thrill.
stunning that it's just so stupid that you're like, how can you be so stupid, you know, that you
It's
just
a
try to understand it.
it's a thrill, but with that argument, then anything that you do because you're interested in it is a thrill. So just don't do
Yeah.
anything like so Michael Jordan would have never played basketball or I think they're I think
Jordan
it's
didn't kill
What does
anybody.
that have to do with wondering
What the
if
heck,
a killer,
Josh?
I think it's
a
interesting
killer?
to learn about these serial killers. Gypsy
How is
Rose,
that even?
that was interesting to
Where
me.
did
I know
you
what she's
get
talking
that
about.
correlation?
Wait, he's not a
Michael
serial
Jordan
killer.
and a
Is he?
murderer.
You're saying why would you want to learn about something like that, right?
Yeah.
Am I not following? I think I was following. She was talking about Gypsy Rose
What?
Blanchard and
And nobody should do anything because why?
what did it say?
What we were saying is just
Hold
like
on,
to
I'm faded. Hold on.
that is just stunning. That is just stunning how all this public is reacting to Gypsy Rose and look at her like making her look like she's a victim. Like we all forgot that she planned how to kill her mother, and
Right.
she's out in society like
And,
nothing happened.
and
Like
they
that's
were saying why would you care about this or why would you want to look into this or be interested in this,
Right.
right?
Right.
Right.
Not also not a serial killer. That's one
And
person.
I'm saying why not? Is this
It's
not is it
15 minutes of fame.
So isn't there
And
better shit to do?
is this not tracking?
but
Mow the
it's just
lawn.
it's concerning
The
though because
same
like what you
reason you have the same reason you make the right choices in life. Like there's good and evil things, right? there's things that you should and shouldn't do, right?
Like
Right.
I understand from the point of view of why she did it. Like I understand that like she either choose the good or the bad, and she's just insane. But to me, it's more insane. Like the part that it's just that you try to understand is true. It was just one person. But what if this woman goes
Yeah,
into another
she
traumatic decision? What makes us believe that she would take the right decision between leaving somebody alive or not? Like, how can you leave somebody out in society?
she
And on top of
decided to not be a whore.
and on top of everything,
But
she
hold
gets
on, Floor.
fame, she gets money.
You don't
According
think
to the
people
judicial system,
you
she
don't think
served
people
her
can
time.
change, Floor?
She did.
I mean,
Well,
bro, I mean,
okay, so it's different if you ask me the possibility of somebody change if it's a drug addict or I don't know that he has something, but she killed her mother. We're talking. I'm not gonna like
Yeah, but
if
her
it will
mother
be
fucked
me.
her up.
this girl killed her mother.
Yes, this
But
girl
she got
killed her mother.
14 years because she
What?
chose to murder her.
God
That's
damn.
why she went to jail.
Right, but the fact
Right.
that she murdered somebody, I don't want to make the what if she changed? You know, like this girl
I
needs to
don't
be
even have a problem
locked
with her
up.
being released. Like, I don't
The
think she's
fuck?
gonna go out and just start murdering people.
Lord, that's
What
why we
makes
have
you?
a
But she
criminal
already did
justice
it
system.
once. What makes you believe that she wouldn't do it twice? What if
Oh
she
dear
gets into
God.
another situation where she's being what is
Yeah,
she?
no
Okay,
shit.
this
This
is a
Then
bitch is
horrible
she will be
obviously a
example.
liability.
arrested
This is
and
Oh
this is
charged
an
boy.
and
extreme.
persecuted.
This is an extreme example. But let's say that somebody kidnap her, does the most horrible things that you could think of.
Then she should kill
What
him.
makes
I wouldn't want to hang out with this person.
I wouldn't want to hang out
okay?
with her either.
Okay, so
But
what
You know,
if
I
her
mean, the bitch
what if
has
her
got
boyfriend beats her and then he cheats on her? I mean, her
Okay, how many
husband.
more
And
hypotheticals
and
do you
what
have?
if she goes to the
yeah, she's a
Right.
breaking point
liability.
and she
She's a
kills her
liability.
husband? What makes us
What?
believe that she won't make the decision of
what
killing
if? What if? What if?
somebody?
What if? What
What?
if? All
We
I know
don't
is she
know.
got
Next,
angry and she killed her mama. And how long's it been? It's been like 10 years out of her 14. All right, let's try that. Let's see. I
yeah,
don't think she's
we
gonna go
don't
out and
know.
murder
Next
somebody else. I think she's
hypothetical.
probably gonna get famous on TikTok. I think she's probably gonna be rich and be a
Yeah,
popular
who
figure.
cares?
Like,
I
Right.
don't know.
Who cares?
Somebody that already
I
murders
don't know. It
another person,
depends.
like
It
your
depends
mother,
on.
she doesn't
Are we
deserve
trying to
to
hang
be out
out
in
for the weekend or
society.
what?
I wouldn't take the chances to see if she's reformed or not as a person. She already
That's
did
why
it.
we have a justice system here in the United States
so
that monitors
what do you
because they're not
say?
the greatest people,
Well,
but there's a
we can
system.
banish them and say you
Yeah,
can
there
try to
is a
come back in
system.
10 years. But what do you say, Floor? You say we kill
But
them?
And she didn't
There is
directly
a
murder
system.
no,
anybody.
no. I will say just leave her in jail. Okay, so let's put it this way, Josh. You and I have a child. Will you let that child get close to her?
Oh, there, here's the next hypothetical.
I
Yeah,
know
great
this is
example.
it. This is exactly why it's evil. Because now you're gonna go in circles around this lady and all the
No,
different what
it's
ifs,
because
Yeah.
she's not fit to
and
be
none
in
of it matters.
society. Our
I mean,
children are part of
I'll
society.
entertain the
Drop it down.
hypothetical, Floor. If I'm standing right there
Drop a
and there's a
hypo.
bunch of cameras and there's a show where I get to go on the show and it's like, hey, actually, I wouldn't do this because I wouldn't want my baby in those pictures. But let's say I'm some Hollywood guy who doesn't care about having his kids in a bunch of pictures with him. I would let Gypsy Road Blanchard hold my kid in front of a bunch of cameras, but in a back alley, if Gypsy Rose Blanchard creeps up to me and she's like, "Can I hold your child?" No.
Not the back out.
So let me put it this way. If I
Well,
would be
here's
the
the next
mother
one.
of that child, I couldn't care any less how many fame, millions, or who's watching me. I will not allow my child any near that person ever. I don't care
Okay.
what
Awesome.
came in between.
Good
Never.
Well,
job.
yeah, I
Okay.
mean that's social justice. Everybody can also just shame her the rest of her life, which is fine too.
No, she needs to be away from society. She's not fit. If you don't
Uh,
trust your child around somebody, that person
she
needs to
paid her
be
debt
in
to
jail.
society.
She killed her mother. That's fucking
She went,
insane.
yeah, she was in jail
People
for
have done
14 years.
worse things to their children, and their
Yeah, but
children don't turn
Wait,
around and kill their
wait.
mother.
Hold on. She didn't even kill her mother.
Do you know all the details around
Yeah,
that
what the
case,
bitch?
Floor?
She
You're the
planned it. She's the one who she was smart. She knew
She
that if she
didn't
did it
kill
herself,
anybody. She
Conspiracy to
only got
right?
murder.
right.
That's how manipulated this
But
bitch
conspiracy.
is. Like
was
she's
she?
So
Was
we have a
she?
crazy.
justice
An
system.
angry person is a murderer in their heart. Do you not think she was probably angry at her mom? What was her mom doing to her?
She was using her for the system. She was making her look like she was sick all the time. Munchausen syndrome.
I've seen this
There are
happen.
mothers.
I
There are
know people
mothers
that
who
this has happened to.
sell. There are mothers who sell their
I
children
don't.
to be you
Yes.
know what, and
Yes.
these
Yeah.
children don't turn
Okay.
around and kill their mothers,
Yes,
and
they
that's 10 times
do.
Okay.
There's
worse.
stories of that. I just watched one the other day of this girl that was prostituting her girl out on Backpage, her mother and daughter, and the daughter killed the mother. I just listened to one like a week ago.
Okay, so in that case, what I will say, since the mother is already dead, if the mother somehow is still alive, put her to jail. The kid to jail. If they're
Yeah,
capable
but
of
it's not our
killing,
job to judge.
Sometimes.
You know what though?
I'm
You're
fine
gonna
with.
get up in the morning. The world's gonna keep turning. You're gonna go to work, and you're gonna eat lunch. So who gives a fuck?
It's something to talk about on the internet, Nada. What the hell
I
else are we going to
guess.
talk about? We're going to keep talking about free will? Like, we're gonna...
Not this fucking dumbass. I mean, there's gonna be something better to talk about.
right? It's Gypsy Rose. I
Yeah,
see that as point too. let's choose a better topic.
Like,
But she's
yeah,
crazy,
But you
and
could
that
use
would
I'll be
never
anybody.
honest,
allow her
though.
You could
anywhere.
use any
How
example.
about
You
this?
could use
I'll be
Dahmer.
honest.
It's a.
I have heard of this idiot before.
My only
I just
argument
back
was that
up.
you guys were like, this doesn't matter. Looking at how people think doesn't matter. And I hate
Yeah.
psychology, but I also like
Well,
it
okay.
because
How about
I think
this?
it's important to
But
think
let's put it this way: we
think about
think
how
about
people
it
think.
now.
Well,
Let's
not
put
We
it this
think
way.
about these choices because of human rights. But like 50,
Yeah,
well,
right.
no,
What the
like
fuck is
90
that?
years ago, she would have been dead too because she killed her mom. Nobody would have cared what the mother
She
did.
didn't
She would
kill
have
her
been
mom.
shot or
She
hanged.
didn't
I don't think
kill
it
her
has to do with
mom.
human rights, though.
Conspiracy.
And what do you guys think about witch burning? But anyway, what were you gonna say, John Fred?
No, but the witch burning.
Burn them all. Burn, burn, burn.
I mean, there's a but the whole there was the whole idea that the crops were
What?
before their time. Like the crops were
You're failing me.
undulated.
You're failing me. John
No,
Frederick,
but
you're
there was.
failing me. You're supposed to come in
Yo,
hot.
hey, Jazz, listen, bro. Just listen. Just be quiet. Listen. There was the idea that the crops were before their time.
Right, wrong.
And with that there's some sort of
Nobody knows
some
what the
sort of
fuck you're talking about, bro.
well, I'm talking about when the women and the
Crops.
they got.
Did you ever see they made crop circles with like a board and a string?
I know, but there's the idea that the crops were early harvested, and therefore there was a sponge or a kind of a biological thing that made people go crazy. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
Are we talking about mass formation psychosis?
It's funny you guys laugh and laugh and laugh, but
It was
at
just
the
a
same
setup.
time,
It was just a setup I'm laughing at. That's all.
Yeah,
Are you talking
no,
about,
it's
like,
fair enough. No, it's fine.
like
No,
like the yeast, like the wheat fermenting or whatever the fuck that was?
well, I mean that's a theory. Yes. The yeast,
Wait, so
yes, infecting and like knowing everyone is
Is this
taking
like
in and ingesting, things that are biologically, not
mutated?
well. I mean,
GMOs?
Is this like a seed oil
you're
and
gonna get
GMO
some
thing? Because
weird
I'm with
effects,
you
bro.
on
You're gonna
that.
get some weird effects. It's not normal. It's not a normal harvest.
Right.
The witches used to do that.
No,
but that's what people said.
I don't know where the witches.
They were the witches because they would say like, oh,
Oh, okay. They're killing people.
they're
Yeah.
Right, and that's the same thing
because
that
they were
ties back to the earlier we were talking about the snake and the helix and the
Or are you talking about maybe like hybridized crops?
yeah, it's a bad crop. It's a bad crop, and therefore you can have
Yeah, if this
you
damn
can have a
witch
narrative
bloodsucker
in
is
your
is growing a
community.
damn crop of seeds, I'm not gonna take that seed. But she's like, I know science to teach you how to make the seed
Witches were
bigger.
hot, Josh.
Right. But you could
Yeah, they were
actually
hot because that's
create a
because they were on a
narrative
damn
though
stake. They were getting burnt
to
up.
be like, oh, all these bitches are psycho, and like we gotta kill all these witches.
Did you guys know that the Mayans, for them to bless their crops, they
I'm
would grab
pro
the
Salem
woman?
witch trial. Let's get that as a pro or con Salem witch trials. I'm pro Salem witch trials.
Oh, hey, go
Pro.
hey,
Buff is
lay
pro.
it on your Aztec. Lay it on your Aztec
Dang.
argument.
Well, then we have Salem witch
Do
trials
the
now with
Aztec
like
thing.
the,
Do the
the
Aztec
Clintons.
thing. Then.
The Clintons are doing it, but
Well,
they're
of
doing it
course.
undercover.
I
Lay it on
can't.
your Aztec argument.
We've had the little Aztec argument with Flora talking about Guatemala and indigenous, and I'm like, they rip people's hearts
Aztecs
out
are not
on
the same as
altars.
Mayans, Josh.
Well,
Dang.
give her the floor
Those
for
are
a minute.
the
Oh,
pyramids
hey,
that
give her
they
the
were doing
floor.
that on
Her name is Flora, right? Yeah,
were
let's go.
Mayan pyramids, right?
They were not. When you know the difference, it's like they have the same
Interesting.
concepts, but both of the pyramids, like they're both built differently. The structure looks alike, but they're both different, though.
But so the Mayan
Dinosaurs didn't
pyramids.
build those.
No, listen,
I would
the
disagree. But
Aztecs used T-Rex and the Mayans they used Velociraptors. So that's why they both look different.
Ooh, she's going with the smoke. I can't even argue with that. Dang.
No, what I was saying is that the
And
Mayans
what did
used to
the
grab the
Egyptians
woman.
use?
Josh, let me tell you
Okay,
this.
sorry. Go ahead.
The Mayans used to grab the woman that were on their menstrual cycle, and they will let the woman for the 3 to 7 days to basically, like as a ritual, to put their blood into their harvest because to them that meant that the woman is fertile.
Birth. Right.
And yeah, so it will supposedly be for I can't remember the name of the god, but it will make your plant harvest like the best.
That's witchcraft.
That's fine.
I mean, yeah. What's that based on? Like.
What you mean?
I believe that. I can base that off of the
A
Bible.
ceremony or something. And it's just kind of like.
Just for
Yeah, they will use the woman that they were on their period. Like it was like like a way to bless their.
It was their version of Ra. It was the sun god, and
I gotta drink some beer.
and they
so I
would
can get
rip
on
hearts
you
out,
all's
and they
level.
would do heart sacrifices, and they would do blood
Yes,
rituals.
but I already told you it's not like an apocalypto that they make it look like they're just a bunch of savages
Allegedly.
I think
craving the
it
blood.
is probably kind of like
No, if
Apocalypto.
you read, there is, how they left these rocks and they explain a lot of the rituals and their history. So in there they explain, yes, there was a degeneracy at the end
But
of their
you
civilization.
told me
But at the
told me
beginning,
about the sacrifices of babies that they would do. And do
hold
you
on,
not
Josh.
think they would do this on the biggest altar in the town square where the
But
most people
let
could
me
gather?
explain you
I think
though.
it is kind
Let
of
me
like
explain you.
Apocalypto.
It's funny.
Let me explain you though. But in Apocalypto, they make it look like they're like bloodthirsty, crazy. So let me explain you how it actually is. Hold on. Exactly. It's a movie. Let me explain you how it's actually done. In the Mayan culture, before, first, it was something that was peacefully done. Second of all, for you to be sacrificed to a god, remember the Mayans had the understanding that the blood is the most important thing that a human being can have. So yes, there were sacrifices, but they weren't like bring me 10, let's sacrifice them this month. No, actually the sacrifices for the majority of the Mayan civilization, it only happened a couple times a year. And that person would choose, they would offer themselves as a sacrifice, and it was a
I bet it
representation
was
of
happening a couple
giving.
times a week,
Let
and
me
time was
finish.
different back then. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
no, no, no. And for them to do those
Oh my
sacrifices a
god,
couple times a week, it represented that
bro!
you're giving the most important thing that you could give to your God for you to have a good harvest or for you to have rain
Was a
that
baby,
year. It was just a couple times a year. It wasn't
and
like
it was
the
a baby,
Mayans.
right?
I bet.
It depends on the occasion. It could be a baby, it could have been a woman, it could have been a man. But at that time, it's kind of like go ahead and say that's weird. But back in the day, you used to see people hang in front of a crowd of people, and people would be
I
watching
think.
the degeneracy of or somebody being beheaded. Like it also happened in more modern days than just the Mayans.
I'm
Why
not
is
I
saying.
it
think it's. I think
degenerate?
it's
Yeah, but
more
we're
the
not doing it
idea
for
of.
sacrifice. We're doing it because these people were monsters.
Yeah, I think it's more the
Exactly.
idea of
You're
like
teaching
giving
a
something up.
civilization.
Yeah, it's giving something up, and it's you're giving something in.
The only difference was that the Mayans would do it to
Floor,
honor the gods,
Floor. If
and
we
the
find
other ones
Close,
is
yeah.
to shame the person.
Floor,
That's the
if we
only difference.
Floor, if we find some guy that's running around kidnapping children, and we find him in a house with all these children, and he's just bathing in their blood and eating them, do you not think we should march that guy out on the town square
What makes you believe
and
that the Mayans
execute him in front of everybody and let everybody come out and see what happens if you act like this?
Murder that
Josh,
motherfucker!
you're
Murder that
talking it
motherfucker!
about in a modern civilization, and you're talking about a very
No, I'm not talking.
like.
A modern civilization is against what I'm saying. A modern
So you
civilization
think that
says
Mayans
we got to
used
put
to
him in jail
gladly
and take him
bathe
through
in
the
blood?
court.
And
No. I don't know
I think
why.
you're projecting that,
I don't
Floor.
even
Like,
know why
I
I'm
don't
making
know.
that comparison, but
because we're talking about that, so yeah, I'm like, so why are you saying that the Mayans were like making a whole show out of it, like in a degenerate way? No, we see it as
I
bad, but
really
back
want
in the day,
I
for
think they
Mayans,
kind of
that was
were
an
probably
honor.
though. I think they probably
No,
kind of
it was
were.
an honor to the gods. Like it was a ceremony.
No,
There
I'm
was a
just asking
respect
you.
into it.
I'm just asking, like, is it okay to communally get rid of that person
It
that's doing that?
depends how the other people they're making the choice look at it.
I don't even know where I was going with this, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to argue with Flora.
We're not arguing. I'm not mad or anything. Not
No,
at
I'm not
all.
either. I'm not either. I don't even. But really, I kind of lost my train of thought there.
Your train of thought? Yeah,
You
that's
guys need
fine.
to.
I
You guys need
won.
to carry me here.
That's like 1,000 points in the past two arguments.
I don't think you won. I think I just forgot what we were talking about.
That makes me win.
Is someone baracho? What does that mean? Floor?
Borracho? Is
Baracho.
somebody drunk? Does why you call me like that? Floor? Like
Who said that?
I'm not drunk. I haven't drank as much beer as I usually drink, but
he's
Who
just
said that?
high.
I had some pot involved, which amplifies the drunkenness.
Who asked if someone was drunk?
Rome.
Oh. What up, though, Robe?
Yo, bro, people are trying to call people out. I'm hammered, bro. Let's go.
All right, John.
Go.
And I've had zero.
Yeah, I know.
John, what do you think of possible worlds? Because I'm supposed to have a consistent theme and a topic and something. What do you think of possible worlds?
What do you mean?
Possible worlds?
This is not.
No, I mean, I got messages from JC. He's like, "Hey, bro, what happened with you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was just hammered." Okay, adios, bro.
Who's JC?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Who's JC? Jalen?
Jesus Christ.
No, I mean,
our boy JC.
I mean, I paint. What?
Who's JC? Are you talking about Jesus Christ?
Jalen. Jalen
No,
is
Jalen
dude,
Wesley.
you know that nigga. Sorry,
I don't.
I didn't say that.
I don't.
He's just a guy from
I don't
We're
call
gonna
Jalen
summon
JC.
him.
I think that's
Let's not
blasphemous.
summon him.
I mean, bro, come on.
Am I the
Okay.
only one that could pass a breathalyzer right now?
No, I can pass
Me?
it too. I haven't drank it all.
I just got off work.
Hey, you guys,
I would never be in a position where I have to because I'm not driving.
yeah, I mean, I
Not
don't
going to
have to
engage with
be.
that hypothetical.
Yeah.
I'm
No, I
gonna
mean that's
have
the
a
cool
couple
thing.
beers right now.
Yeah, the cool thing is that I don't have to deal with breathalyzers or anything of that. I can just deal with making music and painting and the things that I want to do. But I mean, what are you guys up to? What's the pop? What's going on?
Let me see a painting.
Must be nice.
You did that?
Yeah, I got that. I got bro, I got.
Scarf.
I can't see it real
Yeah, I'm an
close.
artist. I got like a lot of different styles of paintings. I know you guys probably see me as a degenerate motherfucker and like
Nobody
total
sees you as
loser.
that. Nobody sees you as that.
What?
But
You look like you have a
got,
penthouse apartment and you got money and you're doing pretty well for
no.
yourself.
Well, the thing is, the funny thing is that JC. Okay, here I'll turn up the volume.
I don't know who JC is. Who cares about damn? If you're talking about
No, but he texted me and he's
if you're
like,
talking about Jalen, call him Jalen. Don't call him JC. You can't be. That's blasphemous.
yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, it was JC, and he's like,
Just said it again.
he's like, what's wrong with you? He's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know. What are you talking about, dog? And I guess he was talking about like Tuesday night, and I was hammered, probably, whatever.
You look a little
But,
Aryan, John Frederick. Are you got a little Aryan in you?
How did Jalen got your number, John?
Bro, I'm fucking jacked as fuck. Like, yeah, I'm white. I'm Aryan. Let's go, dog.
John, how does Jalen got to text you?
No, he tried to
How's he privately
message me on
Discord?
Instagram.
Instagram.
And
okay.
it was like one of those things where you can't. He's not in like. He's just
Yeah. No, I get it. It was Instagram.
You know what I mean?
You said text.
He's
I
not
was like, how did he got your number in the first place?
No. No, I mean it's fine. Like Jalen's cool and everything, but he's also a faggot at the same time. So I just I don't know.
I mean, it's true.
Basically, I'm not gonna.
I mean, I'm not saying things that are not true.
Oh my god!
For the purposes of the YouTube channel, I don't know if I agree with that, but for my own
Oh
purposes,
shit! Are you streaming YouTube? Sorry,
I don't think I'm that upset with that. A couple of them
Yeah.
you can slide through.
No, sorry, I didn't. JS, I'm sorry if you're streaming your YouTube channel. I would never say those things.
I've said it.
Yeah. No, but I mean, come on, like, I mean, what's
All right. Well, Jalen's not here right now, so why are we even talking about him? Let's not do that.
no? Yeah. Fair enough.
Why
Yeah,
are you having
he's
private
a-
conversations with him? Don't get into private conversations with these damn snakes.
Hey, that dude texted me.
Agree. Facts.
But
Facts.
it's because I cash apped him after that debate, and then I think he used that to find my. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how he has my number.
He also
He owe
DM'd
you money?
No, I cash apped him for like when he was trying to get donations for the debate thing,
But did
and
he
I was
owe
actually
you
supposed
money?
to cash up. No,
He split.
Oh, okay.
He split everything that he got from that debate, which
Yeah, I mean,
no, I told him I was gonna cash up you also, but I didn't. So eventually,
that-
I will.
that was based that he did that because I told him I was like, I'm not splitting nothing with you, bro. What I do on my channel, I'm doing. He's like, well, I'm gonna give some of it to charity. I'm like, it's gonna be like $13, bro. Giving 3 cents.
Go and get yourself some McDonald's or something.
Right.
Hey, I mean, did we talk about doing poker on Discord?
I've done poker on Discord, but nobody was really into it. It was only like
Okay,
Buff.
are you down
Buff was
for,
drunk. I was trying to play poker. Jalen, I think, was
Yeah.
playing, or somebody else.
Where is
Well,
Bob?
do you like the card game like Texas Hold'em, or do you like
I like Hold'em.
the putt-putt?
I haven't played putt-putt yet. I like Hold'em, but I could play putt-putt. That would probably be fun.
Okay. Well,
Hold'em is not a team game. We're not doing 4-on-4. If we get 8 people at a Hold'em table, then it's 8 people last man standing. No money on the line because you can't gamble on YouTube.
Well, yeah.
But if you wanted to,
yeah. I think
message me
like,
privately.
I think
Rome.
I don't know.
Poker. I don't
okay,
even know her.
We'll need to figure out what
Liquor
the
in
best
the front, poker in the back.
Yeah. I know. I think we could do a good poker game. I think we could do a good poker game that's reasonable.
Yeah, it has to be 1,000 chips, no buy-in after that.
No, we're doing super small blinds. We're doing like 10-cent blinds and nickel blinds.
Well,
no,
you can do increasing blinds as it gets less people on the table. So when it's down to 2,
yeah. No, I'm down with that. I guess it's just like for us to do a Discord versus Discord kind of type thing.
Problem is when it gets down to 2, it's going to be like 4 more hours.
Yeah, no, and I want to have a nice eased.
Somebody's got to be willing to just go out on something and just be like, okay, I either win or I lose here, and the other guy's got to be like,
no,
let's go.
No, for sure. No, for sure. At the same time, but like so in my Discord, I've been wanting to do just nickel blinds and dime double blinds. Like we're just trying to just have fun.
Can you even set all that in the Discord Texas Hold'em thing? I don't think.
Yes. Well,
I
have a QR.
You mean
code.
5 points and 10 points?
Right. Yeah, I have a QR code where you can send me $10.
But it's not money.
It's a $10 buy-in.
No, that's 1,000 points.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, right? Like, just send me $10. I got a $10. Then you got a $10 buy-in.
No, there's no buy-in. There's no dollar buy-in.
There's no buy-in. It's all points.
Well,
I would say 20.
Okay.
I'd say 28 people, $20. Last man standing wins.
Well, I mean,
but there's no buy-in.
Yeah, there's no buy-ins.
No, but I mean, if you guys want to play a game, we got to do a specific buy-in.
They're trying to be legal. Or
like it's just got to be a $10. It's a dude. It's a $10 buy-in, like on Cashapp. I got the QR code.
Stop! No, none of this is happening.
No one's listening.
This is not happening. We don't gamble on
what?
YouTube.
What are you guys talking about?
There's no gambling on YouTube. We don't do that. It's just a game. We're gonna play a game. We're talking points. But I don't think you can adjust the blinds. It's better if we do it on like poker.com or something like that.
No, bro. The thing is that Discord has $1,000, so it's the cool thing is that you just
fake dollars.
You just move the decimal point.
Caps.
So you got 1,000, chips. It's just $10.
There you go.
Yeah, it's chips.
You just move the decimal point. It's very simple. Which is cool, but I understand you guys if you don't want to.
No, we're talking about discretionary for YouTube.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be teams. That would be.
Yeah, but everyone could just throw me $10 in Cashapp.
It'd have to be every man for himself.
Give me money.
It'd have to be every man for himself.
I understand you guys got to trust me, but
we're right. If I'm streaming it, if I'm streaming it,
Well,
then
you can't stream it though, because I don't want to see what your cards are.
what's the point? Right, exactly. So what's the point of doing this if I'm not streaming it unless I'm not showing
No, just
that
don't
in my
stream it.
windows?
No, just no. But
I would hope
we
other
could just,
people are streaming it if it's from a stream Discord that you're in, and for those people.
yeah. No,
Somebody's-
but it'd be tight as fuck though to be having, you know.
You're just trying to have a background friend game of poker.
Well,
on the
I could.
internet?
No, I'm not. I honestly don't have a motive for it, but it'd be cool to have
If I'm
everyone's
playing
chips.
games, I'm streaming it. Otherwise, I ain't got time.
Okay.
Well, you would just do a larger delay.
Well, then.
Or I couldn't show my hand on my stream.
That's fine too. That'd be awesome.
Because somebody could stream snipe me, and yeah, so I couldn't show my hand.
No one's gonna stream snipe you, dude. No.
You say that pretty confidently. Why do you hate my
Famous
channel so much,
words.
John?
Dude, Jess, bro, I'm not in that. I'm not in this. I'm not in this.
You're not gonna
Like,
play?
I'm not-
What are you trying to do then?
I'm not trying to
not in
stream snipe your ass, bro. I'm like totally not in your whole little thing, like in the.
You literally
gamut.
right now.
All right, well, thanks, man.
I'm not in that, bro.
Thanks, man.
Jalen just texted me. He said, "Fuck that guy, John."
I appreciate it. Fuck you, John.
Dude,
you can't even
fuck
subscribe.
Jalen.
You can't even be
Fuck-
subscribed and be like watching
Yeah.
the stream in another window while you're talking on it. You're just trying to take my
Yeah.
money in poker.
No,
You're gonna get hurt,
bro.
fool.
I'm playing. But yes, we should have a.
I'm a
poker
card
game
shark,
going.
dog. I'm a card shark.
Yeah, we should have a poker game going amongst the 6 of us. Like, oh my gosh.
No money involved, just a
I-
fun game.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
but
of
also,
course.
can we
Like,
play chess and Words with Friends? Do I get to win money in that too?
Yes, bro. We're gonna play all the
Yes.
games, bro. Are you kidding me? Let's play all the games.
Let's
I don't give
go.
a fuck.
This is game theory. This is how you get smarter. Right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to play all the games and like, oh my gosh. I just don't know how to implement that into our chat right now.
But I don't got time to play games if I'm not streaming.
Shoots
If
and
I'm
ladders.
If I'm sitting down here playing games, I'm gonna be streaming it.
Candyland.
Yeah. Well, maybe we need to.
I
in
just
the
can't show
future,
my
we'll
I
just-
can't show my hand on the. I can figure out a way to set the cameras up
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Well, we may just need to be like, hey, you know.
Or we go off the honor
I'm
law. We say I'm gonna stream and I'm gonna show my hand. I'm gonna talk about what's in my hand, and I'm gonna have myself muted at the right time.
We could have a crazy poker, or even the golf game in Discord.
Did you guys see that demon that just came out of me?
Yeah, that was crazy, bro. What the fuck was that?
It was like
You gotta do it when you're talking.
yeah. I
What
should-
was
Oh,
that?
Hours.
Do Dumbledore.
What was that, dog?
Anaconda is in. So boa constrictor is technically, I guess, Daddy Jub was right, kind of in the python family. They're all constrictors though, but it's a different species. But an anaconda is closer related to a boa constrictor than a ball python is to a python. So,
Fair enough.
yeah. So
Allegedly.
right,
Yeah,
really, they're
but
just all snakes.
how
Some are
are
really
you-
big.
How much more are you related to a giant ass, just Florida constrictor?
How much more am I related to a
Yes.
Florida constrictor?
Just a big ass boa constrictor, Florida.
Hey, let me
you know.
talk to you about this Florida boy. You want to meet the? No, that's- no.
I'm just playing.
Yeah.
No, you got nothing.
I don't know what's going on here. Guys, we're talking about Florida
Nothing.
constrictors.
Okay.
Pause.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. No. I'm just asking because
I rule in words with friends. QI is the shortest, highest point scoring word you can use. It's 11 points off the rip with a 10 on Q and a 1 on I. QI.
And then
I don't know what the hell it means. Constrictor, I don't even know her.
wasn't that the name of the secret guy in Pokemon? Like the guy in the black suit in Pokemon games? QI?
No. I think wasn't that
It was
just
2 letters.
wasn't that just
That's
damn
Chi, isn't
Gary?
it?
Yeah.
Isn't QI Chi? Like the Asian Chi or something?
Yeah, and I think it means knowledge or to know, and it's like in Asian. So it's kind of like science.
UI stands for the energy in everything.
Yeah.
Whatever.
philosophy.
Some kind of
Yeah.
fucking chink shit. I
It's
don't
the
know.
best
Whatever.
2-letter. If you don't know what to do with your Q, just hold on to an I, and at any time you can drop a QI. And yeah, it's a good. Or you just build off of an I off of a word. You just add the Q, and if it lines up on like a triple word score or something, bro, you don't want to mess with me in Scrabble. I'm a Scrabble master. I'm a Scrabble master.
I've been
Floor's-
playing that lately.
Floor's like, ooh, I'm winning. I have 130 points. You only have 128 points. And then in like the last 2 turns, I dropped like 300-point bombs. I'm just like, boom, boom. I've been building up to this.
Or I just finish before you can. Because you've been holding on to it too long.
English dictionary.
Sometimes you do get messed up if you've been holding on to it, but you have backup plans.
Yeah. I'm over here making games on like elementary
Throw that
words.
movie in the trash can. Actually, no.
I love this movie. I love this movie.
Yeah, fair enough.
Dinosaurs and fucking Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs and mushrooms.
Horrible movie. Garbage, trash.
I love that movie. Awesome.
Didn't depict Mario at all how I would like it to be.
Well, you made Mario and
loved it.
Luigi brothers. Their last name is Mario. It's like, what?
Luigi
Was that a
Mario.
thing? I do like that they use Daisy instead of Toadstool. Fuck.
Is that John Frederick? Is that like abstract or is that like a crab or what am I looking at here?
Yo,
I
what
thought
are
it
you
was a
talking
fireball.
about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I thought it was like a fireball. Just like an abstract
You
little
want a
fireball.
pan?
Is it like
Or
a
a
fireball meteor type thing? Or is it a fish? Or what is it?
They're a
Bro,
dying fox.
I don't know. I got this. Oh, here, let's go.
Is that a Turing test? The fuck?
It looks like a whatever carp. What the fuck?
Yeah, I
What
got
are they
this
called?
I got a nice sofa.
Like a koi fish?
There we
A
go. There we go. There
Magikarp.
we go.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Looks like
A
a symbol of
Magikarp?
white nationalism.
Yeah, it's a Magikarp.
Well, I got the shit.
Looks more like a
Yo.
gold wing or golding. It looks more like a
Yo, I got this
golding.
guest room. Anyways,
Nerd mode.
Sheesh. Yeah.
Is that just abstract or is it actually supposed to be a painting of
No, it's a
something?
carp, bro. It's a carp.
Oh, it is a carp. Okay.
It's a koi.
Yeah, whatever.
Koi or carp.
I know,
whatever.
but I want to call it. You seen a damn carp?
Bro,
You
come
damn
on.
caught a
I
damn
mean,
carp.
are you
That don't
not-
look like no damn carp. That looked like
Come
a
on,
damn
bro. Are
koi.
you not gonna give me the benefit of the doubt?
I just say I wouldn't call it the carp. I would call it the koi.
No, I forgot. I forgot they were called koi. I'm supposed to know that, but
Come on, bro,
I
help
don't
me
know.
out.
You're
No,
Asian. You're
no,
supposed to
I'm the
know these
weeb.
things.
I'm the weebo,
And
right? Me and Flora are the
specifically,
weebos.
I'm Japanese.
Oh,
Specifically, I'm Japanese, so I'm supposed to remember that. But I don't.
Yeah, specifically Japanese,
see,
right?
I'm more Asian
Yeah.
than Nada, and I'm more black than Buff, and I'm more white than John.
You ever check that out though? That is a pretty dope painting. It's a pretty dope painting. Like, and it was done.
Wait. So
Did you do it?
what?
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah, just because the artist was on dope doesn't make it dope.
What are the mediums? What is that? Oil on canvas, or is that
I knew
watercolor?
a
or is
girl that
that,
had koi on her thigh, a tattoo.
No, it's pretty dope
It's
though.
watercolor,
I mean,
right?
I've done a lot of different paintings. Like this is
is
just
it?
one
What
of
is the
many.
medium?
It's acrylic.
Water.
Though. It's acrylic. Like
Acrylic paint on
yeah,
a canvas.
just yeah, like acrylic.
Was it colored by number?
Oh,
Well, what do you mean?
I was saying, did it have like lines drawn out and said color here,
No.
or
He's an
No,
artist.
absolutely
Come on
not.
now.
No,
you
absolutely
don't
not.
give him the benefit of the doubt. Come on.
I'm just fucking around. I'm just making jokes.
No, I mean, no, bro, we could talk about art for ages, but this is not the topic to talk about it. This was just threw up on the canvas, for I thought it was pretty cool little.
Oh, it's good enough to hang in your fucking living room. I mean, what the fuck? Is it?
No.
There's
That
gotta
was
be
pretty
some
chill
kind of
little
meaning
piece.
to it to display it like
It's just-
that.
Yeah, I'm not
it
good
is
at that
what it
stuff.
is. It is what it
I
is.
give props to people that could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could. I never painted nothing. I'm not a painter.
Sorry. There was no big preconceived notion or no big storyline or anything. It was just it happened. It's lit, bro. It's lit. Bro.
I thought it was a fireball. I
Wait.
didn't even see the fish in it for a while.
So wouldn't your buddy have some words about that? About having a white guy having some Asian paintings? What was his name?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
dude?
so the homie had some things to say about it as far as
Oh, he did?
Later, William.
yeah, well, as far as the just general shape of it and understanding kind of how it turned out, because I see it as a very like koi fish kind of,
Well, but it's
I see that
sort of
now.
abstract-ish. Well, I noticed that it was a carp somehow.
Yeah, it's
Right.
carp. It's carp
Oh.
koi fish. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Oh.
So I mean, you painted a koi fish, and I saw a koi fish. So you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's just
transmitted.
Yeah.
That's what he was talking about earlier, huh? So goldfish just adapt to their environment and they keep growing like reptiles. Fish and reptiles, they'll grow to adapt to their environment. So a koi is just a bigger goldfish, is just a smaller carp or a carp.
Yep.
Damn.
Same, all the same fish.
DNA. It's fake, but it's real.
Yes. Yeah, the fish is gonna adapt to the environment that it's in. Yeah.
Yeah, because I heard stories that people let their goldfish go in a pond, and then you keep feeding them, but they eat all the minnows. And like the bass in Florida, this is a problem in Florida. Like the bass need to eat the minnows and the lizards and stuff, and the goldfish just kept growing and growing until they take up the whole pond, and then they become carps or koi fish in a smaller organized pond where you're selecting for their colors and stuff. But in the Mississippi River, it's just a big ass goldfish. It's like a giant carp.
Yeah, it just depends on the tank that is in, right?
Yep. I
Yeah,
catch them
as
at the
long as they
pond.
can
I
turn
catch big
around.
old carp. You can catch a big old carp at a little pond with bread
Hell yeah.
on a hook.
Hell yeah.
And just have a heavy leader and some heavy line, and you can catch yourself a 10-pound carp. Just you never caught a big fish, just go catch a little big ass carp.
Mm-hmm.
And you can eat them too. It's not
Yep.
that good, but it's a lot of food for a while.
That's enough for like 12 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
What are you falling asleep?
See,
No.
You sound real sweet when you fall asleep, John.
You talking to me?
What the heck?
You talking to me, dog?
You started talking like damn Cinderella when you were going to sleep, John.
Bro,
Well,
I'm kind of
good
well,
night, guys.
I mean, to be honest, guys, to be honest, I'm a little concerned because the last time I checked in on this stream, like JC was like, he was asking me, he's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "Oh shit." I must have been like hammered the last time that I was in the community,
Did that hurt you in your
which
soul?
is fine. What?
Did it hurt you in your soul that you had hurt him?
You're the communication is very
Urkel.
shoddy.
Check.
No, it's very shoddy.
Whatever. That's your fault. My stream can hear me.
I think I can hear.
It
But
did
he's-
sound choppy for a second.
I hear both of you.
It's pretty shoddy. Your voice is just. Whatever.
I'm sorry if that made you feel bad that Jalen was hurt by your words, but don't worry about it. I wouldn't recommend you
I think
worry
that he
about
was
it.
more like he. I think that he's more like embarrassed
No, I
of
mean,
being like that in front of everybody.
no, and it's fine. It's okay that maybe sometimes I need to be lit up in the community. That's fine. Maybe I'm the retard.
What's the community? There's like 10 people here. Who lit you up? I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, but John, you did have very interesting topics. I remember that day.
But I'm retarded, dude.
We went really deep into.
Well, I'm gonna. Let me restart.
Yeah, see, the roboting is on your end, buddy. Is that a picture of you? You used to have a much skinnier neck. I thought John Thomas was going to have much.
Where?
Pause.
Oh, where'd he go?
I don't know.
Just disappear?
Bye.
All right.
I don't know, but I'd recommend if you feel like you offended Jalen, don't worry about it too much. I wouldn't recommend.
I don't think that he was saying it because of that.
I don't know what he was saying.
Josh, today is crazy that you asked that question about multiple other universe because I just watched today Doctor Strange, the last movie, and it was about that being in multiple universes and jumping around and how there's like a bunch of Doctor Strange in multi-universe and stuff. And now you ask that question, I'm like, huh.
That's why I call it the
Why would
Doctor
you-
Strange theory. Because
Why would you
I'm still
torture
tempted to go.
yourself and watch that movie?
multiverse
Still
theory.
tempted to
How
dig in my long
do you
boxes.
know?
I got like issues and issues of Doctor Strange that I haven't
Yeah,
read.
Doctor Strange is a really good comic. But it's really funny with Josh. You will be like, yeah, the box of cereal is blue. And Josh will be like, yeah, that's the blue box theory. You know all these theories.
I make a lot of them
good.
up.
Good comics, bad movies.
Was the movie bad?
But it's not.
Well, they
like the
put
Doctor
some sort of
Strange movie.
inclusion.
I think it was fine. Into the Multiverse of Madness was absolute shit.
But you could say the color blue doesn't really matter because it's just our perspective of blue. We can measure the wavelengths, but I don't even know if that stuff's real. Like I don't know if we could really.
I think
measure
that
the
it was
wavelengths of
like it
color.
wasn't the best one, but they do explain a little bit of who America is. At least, like they kind of had to make that one to introduce America.
Oh, cigarette went out.
What?
America Chavez is like the one character that can rival Scarlet Witch, and we didn't.
Yeah,
get
don't
that
get
in the
me
movie.
started on none of this. This is all.
Shadow back then. What I do like though is that because you know how Deadpool
The Hulk
gets
will come in and
with the
smash
Scarlet
all of
Witch,
them
right?
before he was Asian.
I don't watch any of those movies. Any of them. None of them.
Oh, but this is in the comics. This is not in the movies. Deadpool
Oh.
I
gets
think
involved
Nada
with
is
the Scarlet
my
Witch,
Asian
and
brother.
then he cheats on her with, I think it's Death.
Yeah, nobody cares about that. I don't really want to get into the nerd comic crap about Scarlet Witch
Well,
and who she
sure.
cheated on. The point
Josh,
is,
it's fascinating. They created a whole multi-universe in the
they didn't
comic books. It's
create that.
fascinating.
They didn't create that. They're copying science. Multiverse theory was made up by science to argue with fine tuning. It's the idea that the
Stanley was a genius.
possible worlds.
Everything
This
comes
is
from something.
Yeah, but the more
Everything comes from
recent
something.
Marvel universe is basically like even in the comics was basically for the movies. You can tell.
Yeah.
You can tell when you look at the book.
Mike Morales was controversial when he came out because he was like Hispanic and the Spider-Man.
Miles?
Sorry, yeah.
in Espanol they call him Michael Morales. He's actually a light brown.
I don't believe in God. I believe in science.
When that comic came out, it was very controversial because he was Hispanic, like half Hispanic, half black, and everybody was like, "What the heck?" It's Spider, you know.
They just wokeified all. It's fucking bullshit. It's
Yeah, they forced him. They forced that character in the comic world.
They really didn't. They were iterations of Spider-Man in multiple universes before Miles Morales was ever a thing. He just became a popular one because color.
Yeah, they made it popular because
they only really created.
They did it with Iron Man and Ironheart. They did it with Wolverine and X-23. They did it with Iron Man and Ironheart. They did it with the Hulk turning into Quan Lee. They did it with so they turned Wolverine into a woman. They turned Iron Man into a black woman. They turned the Hulk into an Asian man. They turned there's more of them.
To be fair,
there's a lot more of them. They turned Spider-Man into everything. They turned
to be fair with Iron Man, Rhodey took over the reins when Tony Stark died.
They turned Captain America into a Black America. They turned
that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
When Miles
I'll talk about
out, this whole obsession with color wasn't in yet.
That was Marvel.
I think Miles Morales came out in 2013.
Yeah, it was. It was. They were writing the comics for the movies, so they could make this diverse bullshit fucking bullshit.
Well, that's what you could say about Star Wars and all that other shit too.
Not quite.
Not really. The books came out like.
Not really.
The new ones.
Disney.
Oh, the new ones, yeah, they're shitty. But Rogue One, everybody's like, Rogue One was shit. It was pretty freaking good.
Rogue One has universally been classified as the best thing that Disney has done with Star Wars.
Yeah, Rogue One was awesome.
Rogue One was a great story because it had a beginning of selection of characters and it ended. You killed all of them off, so we ain't got to worry about them further.
I think Mandalorian.
Yeah, but they'll come up in the Marvel universe or something.
Marvel, Star Wars. Come on now.
Yeah. Watch. It's
I'm
idiocracy now, dude, bro. Anything can happen.
I'm kind of
They'll
okay
be
with
in the
that though,
new.
because Marvel used to do crossovers. Like there was DC and DC and Ninja Turtles did a crossover, and Batman and
Yeah.
Ninja Turtles was a pretty
I think it's
good.
just money hungry. It's not even like it's like what would the people go for?
I
Yeah,
don't think
What's
you
like
could make that movie though with the Batman and Ninja Turtles. I don't think you could make that movie. I don't think people will accept it.
somebody would.
with CGI they can
Well,
make
yeah.
anything.
Well, and then like Dark Horse did a bunch of books of Predator versus whoever,
Oh yeah.
Oh hell, there's
Terminator,
Terminator versus RoboCop fucking comics, and it's just like
right?
Yeah.
Terminator. RoboCop is still human to a sense. Terminator would destroy RoboCop.
But like, is it in the Terminator universe or in the RoboCop or in
Wait,
the Predator universe? Like,
so
what is this?
a human can beat Terminator, but a RoboCop can't beat Terminator. Sarah Connor can beat.
Well,
RoboCop,
he's just
RoboCop is
cybernetic.
slow as shit.
She
Terminator's going against
outsmarted
humans
John
that are
Terminator.
Connor and
moving,
Sarah
quite
Connor beat Terminator a
agile.
bunch of times, and they were just
Yeah.
human. Why couldn't a
Yeah, and
She
RoboCop?
outsmarted him.
Yeah,
they're
but with the
moving
help
with
of a Terminator too.
they're moving with great agility. Yeah, and they had the help of a Terminator. And you put a Terminator and RoboCop one on one, I think
Did I
RoboCop's
tell you I
going
met
down.
him? I met the Terminator
Shit.
one. The second one. What's his fucking name again?
Yeah, I think you mentioned that once. Robert Patrick, you mentioned that, and he
Oh
was
yeah,
small or something, right?
yeah, that's right. But
Like
I don't see how
how tall would
melding
you
these.
say he was?
There's too many
5'5"?
questions. What's that?
How short would you say he is? Like 5'5"?
Let me see if I can find the picture and I can post it on Discord.
You seen this boy?
Oh yeah, and then he turns into like the lady or whatever.
What, John Connor's
Think about it.
stepmother?
Like the Terminator
Or
universe
foster
is
mom?
so much like our universe
Yeah,
right now.
Foster.
Like it's more in touch with reality than RoboCop.
RoboCop though, that movie was I mean, it was a pretty good movie. Like you feel for him, right? He lost his
Yeah.
humanity, but he sort of had, he has little glimpses of it, but it's gone.
I've got that on Blu-ray. Dear God, that movie looks great on Blu-ray.
Oh, does it?
Oh,
Even that
fuck
like
yeah.
hitchy, like the robots don't look good though, right?
All of it looks good. He has more definition
Oh yeah.
into like the
Huh.
you see more of the bluishness of his armor.
Yeah, it was
The
a kind of
behind the
dark
scenes
movie.
commentary and all that shit. Yeah, it's a lot brighter.
Okay.
You see a lot more detail with that Blu-ray. I got that on Blu-ray. I got Ninja Turtles, the original one on Blu-ray. That one looks good. Shit, I got a couple movies on Blu-ray, but that's another story. Blu-ray is
I love
awesome.
how angry. I love how angry Raphael is. He's so angry.
Damn.
How much is Blu-ray paying Buff?
4K or
Probably
just
not
regular
much
Blu-ray?
because
You
like
need to start.
4K is the thing now, right?
You need to do
Watching movies.
voiceovers for Blu-ray. You could save the industry.
But you know what? DVD was when they had like all the extra features. Like they used to do like 5 commentaries and
Yeah.
fucking 3 featurettes and like they went crazy.
Oh, Total Recall. That's the other one I got on Blu-ray, and it fucking pissed me off because I was watching the watching the movie with the commentary from it was Arnold Schwarzenegger and the director. Shit, but they got into the subject and the
Kubrick?
conversation about
Did
Really?
Kubrick?
did this happen or was it a dream?
Cameron, right?
Who directed
Wait, who is?
Total Recall?
Let's see. I have it. Where is that?
I got it. Shit, I have to
I
find
have
it.
it.
I got
somewhere.
Google.
Yeah, Google works.
I can't
fucking
type
hell.
good.
Total Recall.
Well, they got in that conversation about, well, did the movie actually happen, or was it all in his head? Was it just a memory from Recall and Schwarzenegger?
Paul Verhoeven.
Paul
Well,
Verhoeven.
it's a book. It's a PKD book.
Yeah.
Philip K. Dick short story. There's the 4K.
Okay.
Isn't
And
that
actually,
Mandela
And
effect?
they try to
I
go
think
into
I'm
the
only
argument.
missing like I just bought that. I'm only missing one or two of Philip K. Dick's adaptations, but I have almost all of them.
But they try to go into the argument that, it was just all in his head, but they neglect one scene where he first freaked out and they tranquilized him, and he's passed out unconscious, and the recall director and the secretary are having a conversation, and the doctor, they're all having a conversation. It's just like, well, if it's all in his head, then he wouldn't remember this. This wouldn't be in the movie. And that's where us on the side of, yeah, this actually happened. I don't know. It just makes more sense that it happened and it wasn't in his head. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I don't know what
it's
you're
called
talking
the
about. I
Mandela
don't think I've
effect,
ever
right?
even watched this whole movie.
Oh yeah,
Man, Recall is
it's a
awesome.
great
Watch
movie.
the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger,
It
not the one
sounds
with
like The
There's
Colin
another
Island,
good
or
one.
it's like, or
Don't watch the
I
remake.
think Ben Affleck did a
No.
movie like this where it's like almost like a Minority Report. Like you're getting.
This is another good one. It's not PKD, but
I've
that's
seen
another
that.
good Arnold with the dog and shit. Oh no, wait, the Total Recall with the dog. I don't
The
know. One of them's with the
the
fucking
third
dog. This is
day
with
or
the dog,
Oh,
right?
the fifth day. Yeah, I think I've seen that.
Sixth day.
Sixth day.
It's
oh,
similar-ish, but
Schwarzenegger movie. No, he was replaced by a fucking robot or some shit, or a surrogate, so to say.
yeah, right. Well, yeah, right. Because it starts off with them talking about like how the dog dies and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, and he's like conflicted. I don't know. I don't want some weird fake replacement dog.
Yeah, that was like
And
a
then you
high
find
tech
out that,
cemetery.
He's like a
but
replacement husband.
it's kind of similar to Total Recall, where you're like, is it, is he actually the replacement, or
Mm,
it has that
okay, I see what you mean there.
same
Okay.
twist to it.
All right,
Yeah.
I
Actually,
see
I
where
haven't
you're
watched
going.
this in a while. I might watch this later. I don't know. I like this movie.
I'll watch Total Recall. I saw that. I can't remember how it went, but yeah, a lot of movies have done that. That's the same as what Mr. Mad was talking about, the Man in the Iron Mask
But see,
and Count of Monte Cristo.
Monte Cristo.
what
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
and see, Count of Monte Cristo is the same thing. That what this has going for it is this is based on some old ass fucking short story. So you could
Mhm.
say other movies have done it, but the guy who wrote the short story that became this wrote it a long ass time ago.
Yeah.
And also did a bunch of other fucking short stories that turned into movies that are like, whoa. Oh, speaking of Mr. Matt, I think he's getting having surgery or something, like back
Mm?
surgery,
Really?
spine surgery. I don't know. Rome might know. I got there late in chat the other night.
Well, that sucks. I hope he does all right.
Yeah, I know. He said he's over YouTube. He's goodbye YouTube. He did a Jalen, and I was like, what? Whatever. He'll be back.
Well,
But
who knows? I called out somebody the other day when like a month or two ago. What was his name? Tomas. I said, "You ain't leaving. You're full of shit. If you was leaving, you wouldn't tell everybody." And then I haven't seen him.
yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. I guess he went to something with his studies or something. Who was saying that?
Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe.
he'll be back.
Maybe he just has a different username now.
Right. Or he
Yeah,
already
probably.
was some other username, and that was
Right?
all.
Because
Who knows?
he never come on. Nobody ever like a lot of people never come on.
Right.
Like when Josh says, "I don't consider someone real until they like I could see their face and hear them talk." That's kind of how I feel. Like I don't know
Yeah.
if they're actually real.
Yeah, and I don't need to know your address and your information and all that stuff, but when you can see somebody and hear them and talk to
Oh
them.
yeah, like
Well,
Easy. What's his name? Speakeasy. The way he did it with his panel was he before he allowed them to come on, he had to see them do something on the camera for him, so he
Yeah,
knew
throw
that
up a
it was
peace
them.
sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, that's because people, when you have more viewers, people will come in and they'll like porn bomb it, and like haters will
yeah.
just come in and just do stuff to get you taken down.
Right.
That's yeah. So, but I don't know how making
That's so
sure that they're
lame.
real is gonna stop that from happening. If they're gonna do that, then they'll. But some people
Yeah.
will have like a thing that plays as soon as you bring them in, this thing like plays, and it's this thing that shows all these images. So you have them identify themselves. Kind
Well, in
of
that case,
ugh.
goes against the
we
idea of
could.
internet anonymity, and I think he might disagree with me on that, but he shows that he doesn't.
No, don't have to implement that shit. We had to deal with that on our stream Sunday. I deal with some other guy,
I
but
missed it,
fucking
man.
brought some people in. Fucking, it was like we just kind of opened the stream yard up, and these two fuckers came in. One seemed like a child, and the other one, they seemed like they were a team and just trolls. And they weren't saying much, just talking garbage, whatever. And my guy that was hosting, he dropped them out, and he was like, "Yeah, okay, that was
That's
bullshit.
crazy.
I want some confirmation. I'm taking a little example from other people.
Right.
Trolls
Verify yourself."
trolls are fun to play with, but
Well,
it gets annoying quick, and you should just be able to ban them. But
as much as you don't like internet anonymity, Josh, the whole thing about it is I've been on the internet for since you could be on the internet. That is the internet. It needs it's integral to the internet.
I agree. But is that good?
Trolling is part. I'm not saying it's good. That's just what makes the internet the internet. It's
Uh,
fun. It's
yeah, but is that good?
Yeah.
Is it a societal good?
I,
It is good and bad.
I don't know.
Is it good when you have chat rooms where a bunch of 40-year-old men are pretending to be little kids and they're like, none of that stuff's good.
Like, did it
You know
really
what?
bring us all
That's
together?
not
Did it make the world smaller?
that's
You know
not the
what
town
though? When
square we
I was
knew. That's not the town square we
okay,
knew.
when I was on the internet, first on the internet, I was probably like I don't know, 11, and I assumed that most of the people I was talking to were probably weird fucking pedos or whatever. I just figured like, or some of them gotta be. So I don't know, like
There
it's
was
maybe it's
trolling
a
back then too. Those AOL
oh
chat rooms,
there was always trolling. There was always it's
and
part
that
of
was the beginning.
It's not just trolling, it's catfishing. It's like
sure,
there's a lot of
but that's
weird
Crap
stuff that
talking.
yeah, like saying stuff you would never say to somebody else to them,
Yeah.
sure,
and the anger and it so like
but that's trolling.
here's the thing with social media. So I kept getting like Native American, anti-American stuff in my Facebook feed. And it would be like, this is why we celebrate Juneteenth instead of 4th of July. And it would show like some slave owners for 4th of July and so and I kept getting all these native like Keanu Reeves holding up a t-shirt. Keanu is actually
Weird.
native and blah blah. Yeah, and I think it's all fake, but
Why were you getting that?
well, because Probably because a couple of them I responded to, and I was like, "This is dumb. Y'all ate each other and didn't have wheels." And then the algorithm's like, "Ooh, he reacts to this. He responds to this."
Yeah.
And so it starts feeding me this, and I'm like, "Stop showing me this. Stop showing me this." And it keeps showing it to me. So, like, the social media is designed to trigger. Anyway, I don't know what point I'm getting at, except that it's all bad, but it's even worse if we can like hide in the shadows of it, and it's used to
Yeah, but
mess people's heads up.
then you get people like me that just wear cheap Wahoo, and I don't get ads for. Look at that beautiful logo. But I don't get
Fat,
ads for.
drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Right, but this is no different than what we already have. Like, you already have to, if you think that social media companies, when you give them your phone number and your email address, that they don't have everything on you already.
Sure.
They
But
already
you don't.
Right, and I don't want the public to, but I want like a verification process and less accounts for each thing, or you have to show that it's a purpose and be active on it, something like that, some sort of like credit check. If you're going to use the open platform, the public platform to speak, then we got to be able to have
Right.
some assurance that because you couldn't go up in the town square and talk with a mask on. They would have pulled you off the stage and ripped your mask off. They would have said,
You
"No,
know, you were there.
you can get on your soapbox because it makes sense. It
I
makes
mean, I
sense."
guess.
Or we would peg them with tomatoes.
Yeah, stand for your beliefs.
Sure. That's fine.
Like, you're gonna wear a mask and you're gonna say some crazy stuff. We're gonna pelt you with tomatoes, and we're probably gonna rip your mask off. We're gonna find out who's this guy saying this.
That's fine. There's an internet equivalent of that called doxing.
Well, we not exactly doxing. We need more of
I
that now with
mean,
these fucking idiots that are Antifa. These fucking people. These pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas motherfuckers that like to cover their face and say, "Oh, I'm standing for a cause." Then let me see your face.
Yeah, do we think
yeah, but that's all.
from a constitutional American stance?
That's all
Do you
astroturf.
think the founding fathers, they probably would have doxed that guy? If you get up on the stage and you're preaching some satanic gospel, yeah, you get the town square, but you need to let us know who you are.
Right.
We're gonna rip your mask
So
off, and we're gonna say,
Sure.
"Oh, this guy's trying to shut us down with this evil doctrine," and then they would tar and feather him. So
in the spirit of the internet, in what the internet has always been, that's always been possible. But if you're a good troll, if you hide your tracks, that's sort of the game you're playing.
Yeah, but
Is you can find out who I am. You can expose me if you can. But
that's
if you
more a
can't,
comedian or a jester than a troll, and we don't kill our comedians and our jesters. The troll.
well, no, but I mean, like, that's always been part of the whole internet thing. Is there's been people that cause havoc, cause trouble, and if you can expose them, if they slip up and you can catch them and you can expose them, you can. But if they don't, and they hide behind VPNs and they're
But
good and they cover their tracks, then
isn't that bad?
whatever.
Isn't that not good?
I mean, what's good? I mean, if that's on you, like, are you gonna fall? That's like somebody not prank calling you, but calling you and saying they're the IRS and you got to give me all this information. Don't fall for it. I mean, oh, but he got my grandma. Well, your grandma should have been smarter. I mean, that sucks, but
it's more of an invasion of privacy, so to say, when you're getting prank called like that with the scammers and shit, as opposed to somebody giving a public voice on a public square because they have that constitutional right of freedom of protest and shit. I think those two
Yeah.
different fields
I
there.
think the scamming is actually a law be broken.
Right.
That's
But
larceny. Yeah.
but still, I don't get scammed. Why? Because I don't fall for it. I can smell them. So it's I don't, not that I like Darwin or that way of
It's not
thinking,
even
but that's
Darwin. When
sort of,
people get old, they get senile, and then people take
I
advantage of those.
guess.
You're supposed to protect the weak.
I guess. But the argument is also when you're young, you're trusting. But I never fell for that shit. I think when I'm old, I'm still not gonna fall for that shit. So maybe it's just some people fall for shit. I mean,
I mean, look at how many people got the shot.
right? That's unfortunate, but I didn't, right? And not for the reasons that a lot of other people didn't.
They
Mainly
took a
for
shot.
the
Took a shot of what?
Speaking of
Patron?
the shot, okay, so the shot, right? I didn't know this. There was some article. Did you know that there's like a dating website for people that have not gotten the shot?
Yeah, that's what I
Hmm.
talked about. That Juvenile made a song about it, and then Samson made a.
That might be a weird website, though.
No, I
There might be
actually
some
had a
weird
girl,
people on that.
a friend of a friend, got with me on Facebook Messenger, which I never use, and she goes, I heard you didn't get the shot, and I wanted to see if you wanted to talk. I'm like, what? Who is this? Then my friend told me who it was, and I'm like, I don't even know if I want to get in that realm of meeting you in that circumstance anyway. Like, why would I? Why would I want?
And it could be a
That's
scam
like the
bot that
basis.
cloned your friend's identity, and then when you asked
No,
your
no, no,
other
no. Because I
friend,
talked. No, she brought her in on a call when I was there, so I knew it was a real person.
well, they're looking for damn purebloods.
I know, and I was like, but that's the basis for dating now. Like,
Well, during the coup, the basis for dating was you had to have the Vaseline. So,
what do you call it?
and they made advertisements for
what's
dating
that
apps
app
that were
called?
promoting that.
well, she was a pink haired. She was a pink haired girl, so I immediately just shut it down. She's one of those like
Pink-haired girl.
those liberals. Yeah.
They are not necessarily
I
in
thought he
that
was going to say
realm.
pin cushion.
Pink hair.
Did
Dear
she?
God. That's another
She's
stereotype I'm sick of.
Did she
I
get
did
the jab?
stereotype her. Huh?
Did she get the jab?
No, but I think that was because she didn't need to. Like, her job wasn't corporate. She's like a small business.
Interesting.
Wow. But just being approached based on the fact that I didn't get a jab, like that was like the whole basis she even wanted to talk.
Who just said it? Looking
Was
for
she
that
hot?
pure blood. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
pure blood.
like, was she cute? Shit.
She was all right.
That could mean a lot of things. Pure blood could mean a lot of things.
I'll be in
Oh yeah, she was white.
What?
Trump 24 together. Oh, goddamn Trump, yeah. Trump, baby, yeah. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta be up in like 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to end soon. I'm already too drunk. I'm not trying to get too drunk.
Well, you got radio? What radio you do?
He
Buff?
got radio in the morning.
It's
like local radio?
That's not how
It's
you
a
answer a question of something that you do that you're proud of, that you I got radio in the morning, and then we ask, well, it's tell us.
it's a local station, WQEE. You can find them on the Facebook. We got a main reach here in the southeast, Navajo Nation, Canada. We got listeners in Australia and some in London. But It's not like wide syndication, but a lot of reach goes out through Facebook. And I just do an hour talking about movies and media and shit. 9 o'clock
Huh.
Tuesdays. But yeah.
That's cool.
But it's on your a radio station that you can pick up, or you just got picked up by some random station.
Well, they got an app. They got an app they go through.
Like the I Love Radio app or something
Through
like that.
WKQ. Through WQE, we go through the app.
It's a podcast you
Facebook,
do at
it's
that
shared.
time, and you do it.
No,
and
it's
it
not a
goes out to
podcast.
radio
It's
stations.
It's actual syndicated radio. So
Well, like
I
Jesse
can't.
used to be on
I
syndicated
can't.
radio. I remember.
Right.
I can't
right.
cuss. Yeah, I can't cuss. I can't say the naughty words. I gotta be on my behavior. And it's some of the most frustrating shit. I've been doing it for about 2.5, 3 years now. About 2.5 years, I think.
What's
That's
the
fun.
show called?
Ryan O'Neill Radio.
Oh, so you're someone's co-host?
No, I'm not his co-host. I just do a segment every week on Tuesdays
okay.
with him.
Okay.
I found a link here. I'll share it in.
Yeah, just put a damn
So
link.
he's got a
bruh.
daily morning show, and he has you on Tuesday to do like a media, not media, but like a
I talk
culture.
I talk movies and media and shit.
Okay.
Actors that have died,
Ryan
whatever, anything
O'Neal,
relating to like
radio
movies and
presenter
media
and
and
DJ.
shit.
I did say you had a voice for radio, and I think you said something once.
Ooh, he plays old school classics. Let's go. Classic tunes.
Like what kind of
He does
classic?
a show Monday through Friday from shit.
Classic rock, Motown.
6 to 10.
Is he like a shock jock?
Don't worry, Buff. Nobody's gonna call into his show and try to get you fired. We're not damn.
No, he has his fun. I wouldn't call him shock jockish in the sense of like what's his nuts?
Anthony Cumia.
Howard Stern.
Fuck Howard Stern. But anyway.
Well, yeah, the Anthony Cumias, and yeah, I wouldn't call it like that because it's it's terrestrial, so we can't do all the cussing and shit.
WQEE 99.1.
What is it like morning?
Yeah, that's
like morning radio.
99.1. Yeah.
Oh,
It's a local station here out of Peachtree City, Georgia.
So it's like a morning drive time morning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's cool.
I think it starts about 6 and we go till 10 and just I don't know. We just kind of met incidentally because I was just perusing through Facebook one day.
You were like walking through the
I
grocery
heard
store
him
one day and
talking.
you're like, hello, could you please pick up that peanut butter for me out of the line next to you? And he was like, damn, I do radio. Let's get you on the show, brother.
No, I called him to the show one day. He was talking about something about, I can't even remember, but he was just talking about some movie, and I just called in, and we just started talking, and his manager called me, hit me up on Facebook Messenger, and she was just like, hey, and that's where it all started.
Kind of the
rest her
same
soul.
story, but
She died.
different.
But yeah, we've been doing this shit ever since.
Cool. That is pretty cool. So are you a local Atlanta celebrity, would you say?
Not for that reason.
What?
It has kind of evolved a little bit because, like, people
Oh,
now
people
are
know.
sending in more questions for me, asking me what I think about this. You gonna do a review on this? Can you do a review on this? What are your thoughts on this? And da 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 da. And it is kind of
When you go,
the segment is blowing up a little bit. We were
you go by
sponsored.
Buff on the radio, or
No, Shane B.
Shane B.
My Facebook name. Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, don't give your Facebook out to this damn audience.
Oh, dear
well, I
God.
mean,
I just did it now.
I'm just
No.
kidding, audience. I love you. There's only 3 of
well,
you.
who's even there? Rome,
Rome and DJ on
DJ on Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably fine.
You're all right.
But the
Until
replay,
one day, 20 years from now, there's 1 million people here. And everybody goes back and says, what about the legend of Buff from Atlanta?
Shane B.
And see, and he was made a king because he did not live in anonymity and hide in the shadows. He embraced the change and used it to fortify his kingdom.
Come on, yo. JS Urban Adventures for 1 million subscribers. Let's make it happen.
We're going to write a book.
Fucking hell. To do it.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
JS Author Adventures. I need to write this down. I think Rome came up with that.
Rome came up with what?
JS Author Adventures. I was like, I want to write a story about this. And she said, JS Author Adventures, where I just sit and write. But you can't see what I'm writing, and you can't hear what I'm writing. So it'd probably be very boring. Would not be the most.
It's an audio book.
I've read autobiographies about like not super famous people that were actually kind of interesting, and like they weren't real remarkable or anything. But it's I don't know. I like biographies, so
Yeah.
maybe that's why. But I don't know. Write a book. Someone will read it.
I want to write an autobiography, but I also want to write like a fiction book, but it's hard to not be copying something else. Like everything's copying something else.
Well, not if you're doing your autobiography, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're writing
No,
about
but I'm
your
saying for a
experience.
fiction book, if I wanted to write a fiction book. So I think it'd be cool to
Okay.
write an apocalypse book. So you're doing something that's already been done. So you got to like put a really unique twist on it.
Shit, Norm's autobiography was. Anybody read that? That thing is fucking awesome.
No, that's in my book wish list,
Norman,
but I haven't read it.
that book is awesome because he says that he's fibbing the whole time, but he's not totally fibbing, but you can't really tell what he's lying about, and it's Norm, so it's written in his voice. I don't know. It's pretty good. I recommend it.
That I think that's part of like the whole entertainment world and like the same thing with like what I do on YouTube or comedy or anything. There's like a percentage of it that's fake.
Well, but his is like the whole premise is that he's bullshitting you.
Right.
But you
and
know
so then
some of
it's
the
like it's
things
none
that
of it's
happen to
fake
him.
because you can't if you don't know what's fake and what's real, then it all could be fake or it all could be real. Yeah, that's like I'm a closeted homosexual. So you're saying you're homosexual? No. I'm saying I'm a
that's in the
deeply
book
closeted
somewhere.
homosexual.
I'm a deeply closeted homosexual.
Right. Right.
Where is it? I got it somewhere.
Are you saying you like to have sex with men? No. I would never do that. I would never say that I do
What
that.
don't you understand?
I'm saying I'm a
About deeply closeted.
Yeah. It's funny, the videos of Joe Rogan not getting comedians like that. Comedians where it's just like a Theo Vaughn or a Mark what's that guy's name?
Mark Norman.
Mark Normand or a Theo Vaughn or Norm Macdonald. It's just like when we're talking, there's kind of comedy in all of it. And so it's all a bit of a joke, but it's also serious. And it's
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially in hindsight now. Some of it he was like,
find Norm's book.
oh yeah, even his book title. What was it?
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
It's in my Amazon wish list. Art of the Deal from Donald Trump is in my Amazon wish list.
I have that somewhere. I haven't read it, but I have it.
What's the name? I can't see. What's the name of his book?
Come on.
The Norm Macdonald one?
Based on a true story.
Not really a true story.
Not a memoir.
Not a memoir,
Yeah.
But it's good. It's funny. It's Norm. It sounds.
It was funny because, like, when he promoted it, he played it so well too. He would go on shows and.
You think he wrote it, or you think he just said it to somebody and they wrote it?
No, he wrote it. You can tell.
Yeah,
he wrote it.
Yeah, like he talked about.
Sounds like him.
He worked on it for a while.
And nobody knew he had cancer the whole time. I think he had cancer when he wrote this.
His words.
Yeah, that's.
Well, he even had like long segments about like, would he even tell people? Remember, he had conversations on radio about would he even tell people if he had cancer, and he said no.
Right. Well,
he was leaving little breadcrumbs.
A lot of that show he had, that internet show he had, is gone. You can't find it anymore.
You can still find it. It's all over YouTube.
It's actually it got bought up by I forget which company, but yeah, he only like the first 7 episodes or something were on there. But then it got bought up by somebody, and then he stopped doing it, and he started doing the sports show. Yeah, I loved it with his
super copyrighted.
The guy from the Comedy Store. What was his name? The little guy. He always
Ryan. Ryan something.
No, it's no.
Yeah, his co-host was
Adam.
Oh,
his co-host,
yeah, it was Adam. You're right.
Adam, who's giving hand jobs under the Queensboro Bridge, for $5 or whatever. Adam Egan.
Yeah,
Adam Egan.
Turns out Adam Egan is actually gay. Like you would just say stuff like that. Adam, did you know that?
He was playing a character on that show too. He wasn't. That's not how he is.
Yeah, he's like the booker for the Comedy Store, or was.
Yeah. I wonder if he ever did like an interview after Norm passed.
Yeah, I don't know. I should look that up. That might be.
That would be interesting.
Yeah,
and then Tom Green used to do shows with Norm Macdonald for many years.
Oh, right.
You can go. Yeah.
But yeah, Norm was a gem. That was like, that's the funniest, one of the funniest human beings ever, I think.
Actually, you should look up the episode where Norm brings his son. His son looks just like him. He brings his son to the Tom Green show.
I think I might remember seeing it.
He looked just
Vaguely.
like him. Yeah.
Well, he would talk about his son a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I like
I
when
gotta
he
go
was
back
on
and watch
Howard
it.
Stern and he's like, a sixth grade teacher is not that hard of a job. You just need to have a fifth grade
Yeah.
education. Like, if you have a fifth grade
And he
education, you
pissed
could teach
people
a sixth
off,
grader.
dude.
And the women were like, "What are you saying, Norm? That women can't? We're not as good." He's like, "What? You're not as good, but you know, it's whatever."
He said the
Norm on
same
the
thing about
View was
comedians.
funny.
He
He was
said there are
funny on
no
the
good.
View.
Oh yeah, that was one where they told him he could never come back. He said that Clinton was a murderer.
When he
Well,
was with
he
Sarah,
killed a guy.
He murdered a guy.
Sarah Silverman, when he was on the red carpet with Sarah Silverman, and the whole time you could just tell she was like, "Oh my God, they got me here with Norm. What's he gonna do?" And he was just like, interviews were going crazy, and he's interviewing people. He's like, he's like, "Sarah, what about the artist group revival you got going?" And she tells him all about it. He's like, "Sounds like some commie gobbledygook."
Yeah. And he shows up in sweatpants and a sweatshirt.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, fuck you, Norm." Like,
something about how he farted or something and he blamed it on her in a car, said that she shit her pants and told everybody.
yeah. She's like, "Norm made a joke about me. I shit my pants in the car and it ruined my career."
I loved how SNL told him to stop making O.J. Simpson jokes, and he just did not stop.
Yeah, that's what they fired him over at the end. Yeah. That's like he tells
you
his
gotta
job.
understand that he killed a guy. Yeah, he'll do people like that.
And he always talks shit about Hillary and how ugly and fat she was. It was just fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think it was more
Norm
about
didn't
that
give a
stuff than
fuck,
the
man.
I know they blamed it on the OJ stuff, but they were like, "Damn, you're kind of hurting the Democrat Party here with this this stuff
Oh
you're
yeah,
saying."
absolutely. Everything about him was anti them.
Well, and his brother is like a mainstream fucking journalist in Canada, right?
All right, I
I
gotta
think.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, later, Buff.
Later, Buff.
I think I'm gonna go too.
Later, Buff. Yeah, I gotta get out.
I think we're gonna have an early night
Good night,
tonight.
Jet.
I need to get some sleep and do some things.
Early, my ass. It's almost 5 a.m. Jesus.
Well, it's 3:30. That's still early for me, so I'll still be up for a little while. But
Oh yeah, you're an hour behind.
I gotta put this bed together and
It's only 2:30 for me.
move a bunch of crap out of here.
Damn. Flora fell
I just
asleep.
got off work.
Floor's been sleeping. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks
All right,
for
well-
hanging out.
Later. We'll play poker next time.
Yeah. Or putt putt.
Or
Or putt
something.
putt. We'll play putt putt or something.
But yeah.
All right. Later, Nada.
All right, later, guys.
Good night, Floor. Do not have dangerous dreams. All right. So I'm trying to speak into Floor's dreams. All right, chat. We're gonna have an early night tonight. I gotta catch up on some sleep. I feel my back is messed up. I feel like I didn't sleep as much as I should have this week. And I do got some stuff I gotta do. I'm almost done putting the damn Chinese furniture together. I'm at the part where it says you need 2 people to do it, and I'm gonna do it with 1 person using boxes and things to hold the weight. Cause I don't know why I can't just flip it upside down and do it, but I see why maybe they don't want me to do that because the joints aren't strong yet. And so instead of flipping it upside down and working upside down and trying to flip the instructions in my head and all that stuff, I'll just finish the steps. This is like really not a super hard project. It's like a 5-hour project, but every time I start doing it, I have like an hour and I get tired and I need to go to sleep. So it's either after streaming all night, kind of faded, wanting to go to bed, or it's after working all night, wanting to go to bed. And so it's like a 5-hour project and I'm like 4 hours in and I've just been really procrastinating on it. Need to finish it. But it's gonna be cool once I get everything trash out, and it's a project. It's a project. Something to do in my downtime. Problem is I don't have enough downtime. But what the? It should take 1 to 2 hours. It, if you have 2 people, you could do it in 3 hours. One, and maybe I'm exaggerating, but I'm not really putting all my focus into it. It's not like I'm sitting down and like, let's get this done. Could probably do it faster. If I had help, could probably do it in an hour, but I've just been dilly-dallying. It's just something I'm doing on the side, trying to get everything orchestrated. Get all the old, out with the old, in with the new. A lot of the furniture and crap, get it out. I don't know. I'm not being lazy. I'm still going to work and stuff. It's just like, I just want to work and sleep and stream. But then I got to make time for eating and fixing stuff up. Community building. No, my extra time, I'm usually like watching movies and reading stuff. I don't know. Time management. It's a blessing. But then they say that idle hands are the devil's playthings. But I think if there's a purpose to what your hands are doing, then staying busy is not the same as idle hands. Anyway, we're not going to go into some deep philosophy right now. I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to go to bed. Or at least stop streaming. I don't know if there's panels you can go to. If you can find some panels on the internet, go hang out at those. Do whatever you do. Do what you will. Do as thou wilt. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do as thou wilt. Go to bed. Go to sleep. Have a good night, everybody. God bless. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm out.